Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage TechCrunch Editor-in-Chief, Matthew Panzarino.
Good morning, good morning. Excellent. So welcome to day 2 of Disrupt Berlin. We've got an excellent show for you today. We've got Julie Hansen and Marcus Witt from Babbel will be coming on to talk. The entire partnership from Excel, or nearly the entire partnership from Excel, will be up here to talk, which is very unique. Truecaller is going to be on the stage to talk to us. And then also N26, which is a former startup Battlefield company. They're now worth hundreds of $millions in reported valuation. So we'll see how they got from this stage to where they are now. Speaking of the Battlefield, we also have the Battlefield finals coming up. Legacy, Imago AI, Calypso, Politia, and Spike will all be competing to win the startup Battlefield and go on to perhaps success like a company like N26. So let's go ahead and launch the show. Thank you so much for being here, and good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage TechCrunch editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
Good morning. Guten Morgen, right? I appreciate it. especially you three, and I saw you too. Very well done. Party people. Who went to the party last night of the like 16 people here right now? Cool. Awesome. It was fun times. Lost my voice a little bit, so just bringing it down a notch. Okay, a couple housekeeping notes before we kick the show off. First thing, Otter AI is still alive and well in the house. They're gonna have, on the left side right there, you can actually see it transcribing real time my voice. There's also an app, which I forgot to mention yesterday, so go ahead and check out that. Or you can just check out otter.ai/disruptberlin to get full transcriptions of the show. What else do we have on the docket here? A quick reminder, in about 25 minutes, one of our moderators, John Schieber, is going to be doing an interview with Bryn Kennedy at Topia, and he is being lazy and wants to know if you have questions. So you can tweet to him at jschieber if you want to contribute a question to his panel. And the same goes for any other panel throughout the agenda today. If you have a question that you're really, really itching to know the answer to, you can tweet to me and I'll pass that along to the moderator. Okay, let's do it. Let's do day one. I'm thrilled to welcome all the way from the US, one of the leading investors here in, did I say day one? Cool. Killing it. One of the leading investors in Silicon Valley and one of the most creative minds in augmented reality. Please welcome to the stage from General Catalyst, Nico Benatzos, and from 6D.ai, Matt Meisnix, and your moderator, Devin Coldaway. Here we go, enthusiasm.
All right.
Hello?
Gentlemen, thanks for, why not? All right,
Why not?
let's do it.
Let's do it the old way.
Don't want to leave you out. Thank you for joining us. Let's start off with a downer. You guys both made a big bet on AR and VR, or perhaps we should just say XR to just simplify. You made a big bet on AR and VR. We're not at the worst case scenario, but we're nowhere near the best either. Like, where are we in that sort of scenario?
Much better than we were 10 years ago when I first got into this space. I think we're coming out of, my third hype cycle, in around AR. So from my point of view, this is the fact that Apple, Google, Microsoft have made such big commitments to the space is very reassuring over the long term. And similar to, the smartphone industry, 10 years ago, we're just gradually seeing like all the different pieces come together, and as those pieces mature, we'll eventually, in the next few years, see it sort of coalesce into a, the iPhone moment, similar to, the phone industry. So I'm still really positive. I don't think that anyone should be looking for some sort of big consumer hit product yet, but in verticals, in enterprise and in, some of the core tech enablers, a lot of the tools spaces, there's like really big opportunities there.
Yes, and now it's like much better than what it was a year ago. I think what we got wrong is probably the belief that a ton more indie developers would have come into the space and by now we would have, another 10 Pokemon-type consumer massive hit applications. Yeah. This has not happened yet.
Yeah.
To be honest, I got that wrong. I thought, would have a few more games, because normally games always lead the adoption to new technology platforms. But the enterprise space is very, very exciting. And 6D, has managed this transition really well. For sure, also, it's clear that in order to have the iPhone moment, we probably need to have much better hardware capabilities. And everybody's praying and begging to see what Apple and the other big companies are going to do. And it's, as Matt said, reassuring to know that they are investing really big dollars into the space.
Yeah. But Matt, this is your company is entirely a software play, essentially. Yeah. And could you maybe explain for the benefit of our audience what it is that you do? And I think we have a video also to show.
Yeah. So we're a company that's solving the hardest technology problems for camera-based devices to be able to understand the real world. And one of the big challenges for application developers is that often their apps just aren't really believably there. If someone walks in front of it, or you want your content to maybe bounce off a wall or interact with the world in some way that hasn't been possible. It's an incredibly difficult technical problem to solve. So we are, I guess, giving regular cameras the ability to behave as if they're like a depth camera and interpret and capture that world in 3D and serve that up to AR developers. So that's step one, and those capabilities will expand over time, and it's all software driven. We're not dependent on any particular bit of hardware to enable those things.
Right, and I believe we have a video. If we could cue up the video, and Matt, maybe you can talk us through what we see there. There it is.
Oh, there it is. So if anyone's ever seen a HoloLens or Magic Leap, one of the cool things is that ability for them to do mixed reality, or what people call mixed reality, which is that content can be occluded behind things. It can bounce off stuff. And that has always needed kind of specialized hardware, some sort of depth camera. And those cameras are a challenge to get distributed at scale in flagship phones. So we have some software that's come out of our research lab at Oxford University that lets a regular camera be able to build these models of the world in like really large scale, indoor or outdoors, in 3D. And then you can start building these kind of richer, more engaging apps that have that awareness of the world. So we're seeing here, like, the rabbits hiding behind things, content's bouncing off stuff. Depth cameras could never work outdoors before. So it's an entirely new, it's almost like a new class of app. And you go from like being able to target a few thousand, headsets to the hundreds of millions of phones with the same type of experience.
Mm-hmm.
Without frying your phone too. It's like really, really cool that you
can
work with commodity hardware and software.
Yep.
And not like, having a bomb, that's going to explode in your hands.
Right, yeah. And a lot of this stuff sets the phone on fire. We don't do that.
Yeah, how have we advanced in that way? Because the phone cameras aren't that much different than they were a few years ago. They're better, and we have better chips. But what has made it possible to do this that we didn't have a few years ago?
Combination of better, sort of largely driven by neural network research in computer vision. So Apple and Google doing ARKit and ARCore, sort of doing the sensor fusion between the lowest layer of the software and the hardware, meant that you then had a software, everything above that was software. And so that was being driven by combination of just regular like 3D maths and 3D geometry, but newer research in neural networks has meant that a lot of that understanding of the world and combined with the older approaches is giving really good results on commodity devices now.
But as you mentioned earlier, Nico, you thought that gaming would lead, and in a way, it has. Pokemon is very popular, but gaming and media isn't necessarily the way that this technology is going to become mainstream. What are the industries and the applications that people may not have thought of?
Yeah, so we are seeing a lot of interesting different applications in the enterprise front. So we're seeing applications around training or around managing large field sales and technical teams, around collaboration, or having these people fall over specific algorithms to do tasks that they've never performed in their lives before. We're seeing very interesting applications in pharma, in oil and gas, where with the aid of the technology, you can do very detailed stuff that you couldn't do before, and because you can wear some hardware, follow everything on your screen, and you can use your hands to do whatever you're supposed to be doing. So that's really, really exciting. So these are some of the applications that I've seen. But early days, I haven't seen a lot of products in the space.
Yeah.
These are more like a smart dev shop is working with a chief innovation officer of a specific company that is much more forward thinking, and they want to come up with a really early demo. Now we're seeing some early stage tech startups that are trying to attack these problems. The good news is that good dollars is being invested in trying to solve some of these problems, and whoever figures out how to get dollars from the P&L managers, from the bigger companies, these are real enterprise businesses to be built. I'm very excited about that.
Yeah.
But they are still, essentially at this point, still tech demos. Nobody's using it at scale yet, right? How do we get from here to there?
Yeah, I don't know. I disagree with that in the sense of we, all of the customers we're engaging with, the trials are sort of done and completed. They deeply understand the problem, they understand the value of the problem, and the sort of size of the opportunities that we're working with is like tens of millions of devices, tens of millions of users, like per customer, and there's multiple customers like that. So it's definitely not, oh, we just want to do a little trial project and see if there's some value in this. It's they really, the bigger the company is and the more time they've had trying to understand these problems, the easier or the quicker they see the solution we've got and sort of move towards, figuring out what the deal needs to be. So it's been like really, like the smaller indie developers are still trying to learn what to build, and the bigger platforms, the bigger customers, they know what they need, and it's just like, show us how to do it.
Yes, that's a key distinction. The really big companies, they know what they would like to have in front of them. They don't know how to do it themselves. It's always a question of buy versus build. The hardest thing, though, in startup land is to find individuals like Matt and his team who can actually productize with their unique technology whatever the big companies want to build. And then have a deep understanding of what the integrations that are required, because bigger companies, they use a lot of different types of software. They have their data sources in many different types of databases. So how do you combine all that stuff? And if you manage to do it and get on the other side, the defensibility and the moats are insane. So it's no different than building a traditional enterprise software business.
So
no different.
I feel like we're talking in a lot of general terms about some large companies have thought of some uses. What is a large company that has, and what is a actual use that they are looking at employing?
I can give you 3 or 4.
Okay.
One is there's multiple of these, but sort of a transportation company that is involved in some autonomous vehicles, some ride sharing, micro mobility, and they have big problems around how does the rider get from the baggage carousel to the right pickup point, and they know which silver Toyota is the right one to get into. And AR can easily solve that problem just by very, very accurate wayfinding to different points. That's a problem that they have, their users have. Anyone who's ever used any of those services has probably experienced that problem, and that AR is a no-brainer solution for it. There's the big hardware companies are starting to figure out, how do I show off the new capabilities of this hardware? How do I make my devices spatially aware? And that could be a phone, a headset, a drone, a vacuum cleaner robot, anything like that. They all need effectively the same technology that powers AR to let their devices. And again, these aren't like niche vertical devices. These are the flagship phones that you'll see on stage this year. We're seeing big. Pokemon has definitely proven that if you've got IP that is a natural fit with the real world, like Pokemon was, then AR can enable some really compelling experiences. So we have, big, number of big game companies are sort of trying to work through now the game mechanics. We've shown that the technology can work, the user experience is there. So it's more just that question about how do we design a game. And lastly, there's media companies that, everything from virtual YouTubers in Japan to, big theme park owners and stuff who are trying to say, look, how do I let my characters and my content step out of the screen and be interactive? And there's probably, that's like 4 categories, but we've probably got 10 or 12 of those type of deals just that we're working on. And any one of them would just have that huge scale once they launch next year. So I don't know, is that... Yeah. Specific. Yeah.
There's robot vacuum cleaners.
Yes.
Essentially the answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by the new developments, the entirely new things, where you're talking about, for example, a car being able to position itself using the same technology stack that produces an AR experience. Yeah. But there are also entirely new experiences, and if we could cue up the next video, you've brought this entirely new thing, which I think is extraordinary. But also a little scary. So if we could show that the second video, please.
Yeah, this is like no one's ever seen this before. It's the first time we've shown it in public. It's out of our research lab, and it shows running live on a phone. This isn't like some research video. We literally walked outside our office and hit go. The ability for the first time for phones to be able to recognize and track moving objects in a scene. And what drove us to build that is like developers say, look, I can do this AR in my living room and I can get something that sits on the couch. But when I go outside, there's like people wandering around and there's cars, and as soon as something like that moves into the field of view of the camera, it breaks the experience. So, again, out of our team, we were able to solve this problem probably a year ahead of where the rest of the world is at. And it's exciting. Like, we show this to anyone who really knows 3D, and they sort of literally jump out of their chair. But as you alluded to, it opens up all these potential unintended consequences.
Nightmare scenarios is how I'd put it, but
There's-
sort of Black
there's
Mirror
both.
type
Yeah,
stuff,
I mean,
but
yeah.
also very exciting things.
You could, exactly. And so we're like wrestling with what might this be used for. Like, sure, it's going to make your Pokemon game more fun, but it could also let a blind person walk down the street and have awareness of cars and people, and they maybe not need a cane or something. But it could also let you like tap and literally have people be removed from your field of view, and so you only see the type of people that you want to look at, which is could be dystopian. So I think especially in the broader tech industry, as we're seeing some of the social impacts of how this stuff can go wrong, even if you assume good intentions, these sort of breakthroughs that we're having are definitely causing us to be aware of the responsibility we have to think a bit more deeply about how this might be used for things we didn't expect.
Yeah, and this is like a great opportunity to use this new technology to do well by doing good. So the responsibility is here from day one to think about privacy, think about like all the fake stuff that we could empower, and what do we want to do, what do we want to limit, as well as like as we're creating this massive augmented reality 3D version of the world, like who is going to own it, how we're going to share all this wealth, how do we make sure that there's going to be a whole new ecosystem that everybody can take part of. It's like very interesting stuff to think about.
Well, they're very interesting questions, which is why they're on this note card.
Yes.
I actually was curious, when you're building, let's say I'm using an app that is using your stack in the background, and I'm using it to play an AR game in my apartment.
Yep.
I'm essentially building and uploading a detailed 3D model of my private space to your servers or whoever's hosting the thing. How, is that data considered personal data under regulators? How do we make sure that it is kept private? Like, what are the guarantees you can give to your users, or is that somebody else's responsibility?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is nobody knows. Like, it's there's no like silver bullet, like this is the answer. The problem around what happens with this data that the application creates or derives. Some of it is pretty simple. Like, we know when it's okay to pull your phone out and take a photo. There's a social contract that we have with tech that most of us kind of understand. But there's problems here that no one really knows what's going to be appropriate for how to use it. And there's some principles that we have adopted for ourselves, because we realize that, I guess, one of the things we do is that no personally identifying information ever leaves the phone. Mm-hmm. So all of our construction of the 3D models and all of that image capture is all done locally in real time on the device. So you don't need a network connection, it's there. Anything that does leave the device is completely anonymized and cannot be reverse engineered into something that's human understandable, and it can't be identified to a particular location. So even if we got hacked or a government agency got that information, they couldn't tell that this particular file corresponds to your home, and even if they could, it would just be a bunch of gray blobs that visibly couldn't be turned back into an image. Mm-hmm. Where we're taking it really seriously from that point of view. There's potentially things we could do, like capture a photorealistic model, and we don't. We just have said that's a problem that we need to spend more time thinking through. But it's going to be I think even if we do exactly what we think is right, and we assume that we have good intentions, it's a big grey area in lots of ways, and we're going to make mistakes. And when that happens, not if, but when that happens, all we're going to be able to rely on is our values as a company and the trust that we've built with the community by saying these are our values and then actually living up to them. And so people can trust us to live up to those values. And that whole domain of startups figuring out values, communicating values, and sort of looking at this sort of abstract or soft layer, I think startups as an industry have done a pretty bad job of that.
Yeah.
And big companies, there'd only be a handful that you could sort of say, like I guess Apple have been pretty clear on their values. But for AR and this emerging tech domain, it's going to be ultimately the core that people trust us on the back of.
And sort of taking the opposite, well said, by the way. You've taken the opposite side of this. Nico, you've talked about in the past investing in companies or concepts that are annoying or perhaps counterintuitive with the hope that in a couple of years they'll be normalized and broadened out. Is AR, VR, XR, is this one of those technologies, an annoying technology?
Yes, normally, like the rationale behind that investment thesis was in consumer applications, especially when distribution is solved, it's often a question of imagination. And a lot of the stuff in the beginning looks or sounds like a toy. And when you're launching something new, you want to have a ton of word-of-mouth momentum. So what is the kind of stuff that has a lot of word-of-mouth momentum? Anything that's perceived as annoying, stupid, controversial. But of course, over time, you cannot be perceived as stupid, annoying, controversial to the same very group of users. You need to graduate from a certain type of controversy to another one for different types of users and become truly mainstream product. Otherwise, the utility value is not going to be there. It's not going to be something sticky. It could be entertaining in the beginning, but for sure it's not going to be sticky over time. So at the consumer application level, of course, this applies in any of these new emerging technologies whenever you see the different applications that get built. At the infrastructure level, enterprise software front, this investment thesis, unfortunately, does not apply like that. So it's more about, can we find the domain experts, people like Matt, that are going to do well by doing good? Because there are a ton of different parameters to think about here, who have the credibility in the market to make it happen. So it's much more like traditional enterprise investing. And we're excited, to have invested in Matt and see him make the transition from building something for indie developers on the heels of the hype around ARKit and ARCore to a fully blown enterprise solution that as soon as we have it launched, it's going to be used by tens, if not hundreds of millions of end user, devices. But this has not been an easy transition.
No.
And the complexity of the problem changed quite a bit. Before it was more around dev tool for individual developers, enabling them to do cool stuff. I hope this one day works out. Hasn't happened yet. But as soon as the world sees what's possible to build with these technologies, smart people will put in their imagination, their brains to build something cute.
I feel that China is already building a lot of these things. They're ahead of us in some ways, in a lot of ways, in this sector. What can we learn from them, and what do you think they're doing right and wrong that you can take lessons from?
For AR? Yeah. Well, I guess I can talk to AR. The world, it's not like Europe and the US and South Asia. It's really there's China and there's everywhere else. Mm-hmm. And although I think in terms of just like pure technology and product capabilities and things, it's roughly equal. The adoption of AR and VR in China is just a whole nother scale. It's definitely seen as that it's the next platform after the smartphone, and not just hardware manufacturers, but like regional governments are sort of buying into that and setting up like whole districts around AR and VR. Things that in the US like novelty kind of AR apps or coloring books and things with AR that would barely get off the ground in the States or in Europe are like wildly like tens of millions of revenue in China. So the sort of willingness to sort of try new things out, test them, push them out is it's a whole nother level. But it's very different to come from the outside and try and succeed in that market, because not only is it alien, it's so competitive. Yeah. So
I mean, the VR arcades over there are insane. It's like the same way that we go here to the movies, or used to go to internet cafes, those of us who are older. Over there, people go to VR arcades. The gaming ecosystem is super well developed. And of course, everything is changing really, really quickly. I don't know if you read the news that a couple of weeks ago, the Chinese government decided to regulate the gaming market in China, and Tencent stock dropped like over 20% pretty much overnight. Like, that's unbelievable. And this is where we're heading with the technology world right now, because we've truly made it. We've become mainstream. We're the incumbents. Anything we build has huge, huge intended and unintended consequences. So with having a government that regulates how many games can be built or how many games can be released, like, that's incredible. Like, no company had to think of that before as a risk. But when people are spending so many hours and so much money on the tech products they're using every day, this is the rational next step.
We've only got a couple of seconds left, but Nico, I wanted to ask you a simple question. You've been investing for a little while now in this space and others. How has your bullshit sensor evolved over the last couple of years? Because I feel like there's been a lot of bullshit.
Well, it has been a ton of bullshit, and that's part of the reason why we have not invested really, really big dollars in the space so far, right? So for us, we really want to find individuals who are domain experts and want to do the right thing, understand their customer deeply. So when you ask people, who is your customer, why do they want to buy your product, how many of them have you talked to, how are you going to get to them, you can easily figure it out. If they know what they're talking about, they're complete BS. Of course, once in a while, you're going to stumble upon somebody who's bipolar, can paint a very detailed picture of how the world is going to look like in a few years, and you're like, shit, if this comes true, it better be part of the picture. And after you write the check, you're praying, is it going to happen? Was it the right person? Is she or he going to build it? I mean, I have to say, I've made that mistake before. All of us have. I hope it's not much. We'll find out over the next few years.
Well, I think that just about wraps it up. We're over time. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me.
Thank
you. Look forward to seeing what comes out of your companies.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, gentlemen. Okay, as a kid, I moved around quite a bit, and that was because my dad kept being relocated. So I'm particularly interested in this next panel. Please welcome to the stage from Topia, Bryn Kennedy, and your moderator, John Schieber.
Thanks, Anthony. I knew I could count on you. How's everyone doing this morning? How's everyone doing this morning? Was everyone at the party too late last night? Jeez.
I know, it seems a bit empty, huh?
Yeah, come on. All right, rocking that hangover. So, Bryn, thanks so much for joining us. I'm really stoked to be talking to you today. I was hoping for the audience you could give them a little bit of an overview about what Topia is and what exactly you're working on.
Sure. So I'm the founder and CEO of Topia, and we work with the biggest companies in the world, and they use our software to move their employees between all their different offices. So you and I have both worked in many different places around the world, you in China, me in various places in Asia and Europe, and you would use Topia, if you were you or me, to help organize everything to get to your new office location.
Yeah, well, I mean, personal experience, moving across the globe is kind of a nightmare.
Terrible, huh?
But so what?
Because you didn't have Topia.
Well, I mean, at that point, no one had Topia.
Yeah.
I won't reveal how old I am, but that wasn't a thing when the internet wasn't really a thing when I was moving. So what inspired you to dedicate like 10 years of your life to a business focused on relocation? Was it really just the personal hassle that you had?
Yeah, so I went to college, learned Chinese, moved to Asia, and spent the first part of my career working in finance across Hong Kong, Singapore, India, and lived in the UK also. And literally every time I moved, I was like, this is terrible. Like, I would go to a restaurant with all these other people, and we'd have drinks, and we'd all be like, this is so bad. It's so hard to move. Why can't my company figure out how to do this better? And so when I went to business school, I was like, this is a big problem that has to be solved for people like me. And then 2 years of analytical good MBA work, I uncovered 3 big trends: globalization, demographic change in the workforce, and AI disruption, that made this idea of what we call today talent mobility, so moving between teams and locations, really core for companies.
And I mean, that's the sort of where the company has evolved into. But when you started, was that really the thesis when you started, or did you sort of grow into this understanding of the broader sort of workforce marketplace? And
yeah, no, my initial motivation was like, it sucks to move. I've done it so many times. I've met hundreds of people that say it sucks to move. It's like doing it in the 80s. This should be as easy as travel.
Right.
And so that was my initial thesis, was like the human problem, which continues to be a big part of what we do today. But then the analytical piece and sort of the $30 billion technology category that every enterprise on the planet is talking about today, that came with a lot of work thereafter.
And you've raised, what, like $91 million to date for this business. How large is the total market for relocation services?
So it's about a $30 billion market, actually. Every company in the world is moving their employees today. You say relocation, we probably first think, okay, someone permanently moving from point A to point B. That's a relocation. That's just a small part of what we do today. We support any employee who's mobile. So it could be you going from LA to Berlin and spending a month here to put on this conference. We could help you with the housing, the taxes, the immigration, managing where Jonathan is. That's all managed in our software.
Amazing. I think my parents would actually love that, to manage where Jonathan is.
Yeah, to check where you are.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not buyers.
How do you parse that market out? So $30 billion breaks down into what's the largest category within that?
So the way that you need to think about it is everything that Workday and SAP do in HR, they administer benefits, they do workforce planning, they do performance reviews, they track employee data, they manage payroll, they have an employee interface. All of that stuff we do for anyone the minute they leave their home office.
Okay.
So there's all kinds of different applications. So it's really a much broader HR and finance platform and employee relocation platform than kind of probably you initially think when you hear about our business.
Now, but how much of that actually then encroaches on what's happening with SAP or with Workday? Is that sort of the ecosystem that y'all slot into? Are they partners? Are they competitors?
Yeah, they actually, so Workday is a partner of ours, and we do integrate with SAP as well. So we integrate with all of the big HR platforms, payroll platforms, finance platforms that are customers. So none of them have solutions, though, for talent mobility.
Right.
So it's real new. You know, we kind of developed the category. Now everyone's kind of excited about it. But I promise you, 8 years ago, when I was driving up and down 101 in California, everyone thought I was like an insane person. But now everyone needs this. So we do work closely with those companies and integrate with them, and we are very complementary.
How does that work to sort of carve out a category? Because I think about like the recent acquisition of Qualtrics, right?
Yeah.
Which was a $9 billion deal in a category that they kind of invented, right?
Yeah. Turns out category creation's kind of good.
Yeah. So for entrepreneurs that are in the audience that might want to start a $9 billion business or raise $91 million or, you know, be able to gallivant around the world and have homes in various locations on the East Coast and buy art in fancy places, like how do you recommend they go about thinking about what could be a category to develop? Do you know what I mean? Like how does that work? How does parsing a market or slicing it up into a new sort of category actually happen?
So the way that I think about it, and what I did is start with what you know. Start with something that's a really big pain point in your life, and then the question is it a pain point in other people's lives? So if it is, then that's how big of a pain point is it in how many people's lives, and therefore what's the math behind it? So that's what I did initially, and I did kind of all my own analytics around that. That was kind of the early rounds of financing, and I think people like half believed me in the Series A that this was a big round. People say nice things and people say not nice things when you fundraise, but I think like generally people half believed my math.
Right.
Then when we got to be a big enough company and have enough money, I actually paid people who had worked at McKinsey, this firm Teneo, to actually do a proper market sizing.
Right.
And they came back with about a $30 billion number, and I was like, hey, VCs, guess what? Their math actually is higher than my math. So, and everyone was like, oh, wow, this is interesting. I'm like, you didn't believe me.
Right.
So a little bit of it is kind of sales, deductive reasoning at the beginning, fundamentally a little bit of a bet based on personal pain. And then I think as the business evolves and you need more sophisticated math behind it, you get some professionals to do that.
Given the window that you have in so many different aspects of sort of operations at a business, if you were going to start a new company today, where do you see pain points that still exist for Fortune 500s that could be new categories that other people might develop?
Oh gosh, Fortune 500 companies have a surprisingly large amount of opportunities for disruption in services. One thing that we see regularly is and this is not going to be news for anyone in this room, but is the financial flow of money between different places, right? So this is where technologies like blockchain come in. It's incredibly cumbersome for the companies that we work with to do real basic things, like pay you $5,000 when you're moving to Germany from the US, or get you on the right payroll and physically get cash to you when you're somewhere else. We do a lot of the calculation work behind that, but like the physical movement of money globally is such a huge opportunity in today's era. I think consumer as well as enterprise.
And when you think about the relocation market specifically, I want to get back into that. You mentioned that it's a $30 billion industry. Other people must also be recognizing this as well. And I'm starting to see like Airbnb kind of offering services like this.
Yeah.
WeWork is like a money pit in search of an actual business. And I'm assuming that they'd want to get into this too at some point. So how are you seeing the competitive landscape evolve? Are you seeing Airbnb sort of encroaching on your turf?
Yeah.
Are you seeing WeWork begin to like make moves in this direction as well?
It's a super interesting category right now because it's so tied to how you and I and all the millennials operate and how companies operate today. So what we see is, so when I started this, there were these really old, archaic relocation BPOs and the big four that kind of dominated the industry. And so they still exist and they're all trying to update their own businesses and become technology companies. So that's one area.
Right.
Then you have the WeWorks, the Airbnbs, those kinds of companies that have historically maybe played a little bit more in a consumer kind of travel space or office space, but those are really tied to the trends that are happening. So we see them sort of starting to dip their toes more in the provision of corporate services. And then actually there's quite a lot of startups these days doing various things in like the shipping market or the employee movement market. There's some that are starting to compete with us. And this is what happens when categories get big, right?
Right.
The first person, e.g. me, is the crazy person that gets, the door slammed in their face by 9 out of 10 VCs for 5 years. And then all of a sudden, you go to dinners and all the VCs are like, oh, why didn't I invest? And I'm like, because 3 years ago, you told me I was a crazy person. And then all of a sudden they're like, well, I'm investing in this and this and this. So we like that because it validates the category. We're far ahead of anyone else in this space. And it's really, really exciting because I believe fundamentally in this space and that it is the future.
Well, so I want to get into that for a second in a bit, but talking about how you build the company out for a second. You've just made a couple of acquisitions fairly recently, like within the last year, you bought 2 companies, right? What was the thinking behind those acquisitions? Was it geographic market expansion, or was it buying into a technology?
Yeah, so they were actually quite different. So the first company that we bought, it was called Teleport. They're headquartered in Estonia, and they had built some incredible technology for employees who were mobile. So they had defined cost and quality of life across 600 different algorithmic dimensions all around the world. So you could say, I like jazz bars in LA. what's the density of jazz bars in Paris and kind of rank all these different factors. We wanted that technology and that IP for our employee experience because we thought it was really unique and really valuable. We also love Estonia. We love the strategic location. We love the engineering talent. We loved the founders of Teleport, and we wanted them. So that was kind of the impetus behind Teleport. On the second one, which is called Polaris, a little bit of an older company. They had some real specific technology that we wanted. They had developed a global tax engine. The only people that had really automated what the big four do. And so it's kind of like boring, I guess I would say, tax, unless you're like, your blood gets running through by tax.
I know people who get very excited about tax.
I don't even like to do my own taxes, so I'm like, it's kind of boring. But it's so in this space, if you have a footprint across states, across countries, calculating tax and making sure you don't have some crazy bill is super, super important. So we needed that IP. And so we bought that along with a couple other things with Polaris, put that all together. All of a sudden, we have a full suite for anyone who's mobile within the enterprise.
Are there other holes that you'd like to fill? And are those things that you'd be building or buying? Like, are you shopping right now? Should companies sort of send, if they are...
This is such a TechCrunch Disrupt journalist question.
No, but seriously, I mean, like, are there things out there that you'd like to acquire that you wish were in your product suite right now?
So we're not actively looking right now. We're pretty focused on, we're doing a couple of updates to our suite right now on the UX side, modernizing that a little bit for the future. That's our main focus right now because we just have done a lot. But we're always opportunistically looking at different areas as the market evolves. And what we're seeing in the market is much, much, much more movement for shorter periods of time. So you spend 3 weeks in Berlin, 2 weeks in Moscow, 5 weeks in Tokyo, 1 week in California. Like, that's mayhem for you and an enterprise to manage from a tax, immigration, and business travel perspective. So there's like this convergence of business travel and talent mobility. So that's an area that is compelling to us in the future as to how we approach it.
How much of this gets eradicated as automation increases, as telepresence increases, and as companies look to localize and actually sort of work remotely becomes more of a thing?
That's a great question.
Well, thanks. I tried.
Yeah, good. Well prepared. He wouldn't let me sneak a peek at his questions before this.
Spoilers, no spoilers.
So it's interesting. So we define the category overall, so not the 30, but the kind of broader where is the talent mobility movement of people category going, as a spectrum that includes everything from fully remote teams to traditional expatriate and relocation. So it's like anyone out of the office and all the administration and experiences and data that's associated with them. So to your point, we don't really do much in our current product suite for the fully remote employee and integrating telepresence and those kinds of things. Those are definitely areas that I think if in the future, as we look at the whole talent mobility category, we would want to own that whole spectrum of administration of all.
Well, that's the 30 billion figure, right? That's where you get to that.
That's actually not. It actually doesn't include the fully remote because when we did the market sizing, we took our current suite, our current pricing model, and applied it to demand. Is how we got that number. So in theory, it could be even larger, but I don't think that we really know what that looks like from a product perspective yet. What does it look like to manage people who are remotely? What does the enterprise need around that? Everyone's still kind of figuring that out. I'm writing a book about this right now, actually. So there's some interesting things there. So we don't think it cannibalizes the category. We think it's one category of movement of employee, and that person can be remote, they can be traveling, they can be moving, and the reality is we all work across that spectrum at different points in our career today.
Well, so it's interesting because to me it seems like a lot of what's happening, or the most successful software companies or software as a service companies, sort of start with a very sort of clearly defined niche and then expand that over time to encompass more and more aspects of sort of ancillary categories. And it seems like that's what you've been doing. When you sized the market initially, what was the number that you pitched to VCs? Was it 2 billion? Was it 5 billion?
It was initially 11, which is the relocation piece of it, that you go from point A to point B once
Right.
as a transaction, and maybe like 10 years later, you
Right.
go from point A to point B again.
Right.
So that was like 10 to 11, and that was my sort of like Excel spreadsheet from business school. I mean, a $10 billion market is still huge, especially
Right.
in the enterprise contracts. So that was compelling. Then as we expanded the business, we added the short-term movement, the workforce planning, the payroll calculations, and that expanded it to 30. Again, like concentric circles, the
Right.
circle we haven't gotten to yet in terms of sizing or in terms of product is the remote worker and commuter, and what does that look like from a product perspective?
Does that sort of bump up against things like Zenefits at a certain point? And to really get to that full suite of services, do you need to either acquire or be acquired by another vendor to integrate all of that fully?
So it bumps up against a lot of different people, right? So that's the other thing about category creation is there's, to your point, points in the middle that one person owns, and then there's a lot on the margin. So there's a lot of points that people own, and then there's a lot of gray around the circle. And so the way that we think about that is, should we partner, should we buy, or is there another route? And so a lot of what we think about in our suite is how do we partner? How do we partner with not only the traditional parties like the relocation company, the big four, the immigration firm, how do we partner with the HR vendors, the Workday, the SuccessFactors, the ADP? And then there is a category of, for lack of a better term, new age kind
Right.
of people in this remote work employee movement space, like a WeWork, like an Airbnb, and how do we all work together to ultimately, is all of our goal, or is my goal,
Right.
help the customer move forward,
Right.
and the employee move forward for the future. So that's kind of more how I think about it.
Given the window that you have into mobility and remote workforces and what's going on with movement of talent around the world, there's been a lot of talk in Europe and the UK around Brexit and the impact that that's going to have both on the startup and technology ecosystem. Given your window into the world, UK or EU, which seems to be the better bet right now for a startup?
Well, I lived in the UK for 6.5 years, so the UK is very near and dear to my heart. But what I would say analytically as a CEO is we feel that the opportunity to recruit people in the European Union, particularly on the technical side, is much easier than it is in the UK today. I shared with you earlier, at one point, about 3 years ago, we had all of our engineering in London, and 70% of our engineering team was non-UK nationals. We got applications every day, I mean,
Right.
many of them from outside of the UK. That dried up overnight with the Brexit vote. And so we now have our engineering location in Estonia. It's a wonderful economy where you can recruit people from all over the world. And now I think 50% of our Estonian office is non-EU nationals,
Right.
let alone non-Estonian nationals.
And to further parse this now in the waning seconds that we have left, Paris or Berlin?
Well, this is my first trip to Berlin, so let me take a rain check and let you know on Monday after I do all those recommendations you told me at backstage.
Well, yeah, this city is remarkable. So is Paris. It's
But
hard
I
to
speak
choose.
fluent French, and I've spent a lot of my life in France, so I'm partial. So it better be a great weekend that you set up for me.
One last question for the entrepreneurs in the audience. You've raised $91 million. If you were to give a startup CEO one tip about how to approach the fundraising process, what would it be?
I have so many. I don't know how to say one.
Well, they can tweet at you after, and you can have a chat with them. But if you were to say like one thing, what should an entrepreneur keep in mind as they think about fundraising from VCs?
I think know your market really well and why it can be very large, and have a plan to get there.
Well, having created a $30 billion market, you would know more than most. All right, Bryn, thank you so much for the
Thank
time.
you.
I really appreciate it. And thank
Thanks
you all
so
for
much.
listening. Cheers.
Thank you. All right, let's move right on to the sexy, sexy world of fintech. No? Cool. All right. With that, please welcome to the stage from Tandem, Ricky Knox, and from N26, Valentin Stolf, and your moderator, Roman Delay.
Get a conversation going. Hey, thanks.
Hello, guys. All right, let's talk about fintech. And I named this panel Fintech Fever because I think the alliteration in F is pretty good, for one. And many people are thinking that there's a lot of money going into fintech right now, a lot of companies. So we're going to discuss that as well as your companies. So maybe let's start with you, Ricky. Because as we were just saying backstage, you started Tandem quite a few years ago. You were ahead of the curve in many ways. How did you feel when so many companies tried to join this space?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's really interesting because challenger banking, although people talk about it being super busy, and in the UK we do have some competitors. I mean, N26 sits as really one of the only European players in this space. So in the UK, because we had a change in legislation in 2012, we decided to set up a challenger bank. And at the time, everyone thought we were crazy because they were like, how are you going to take on these massive Goliaths? But actually, it turned out a few people were having the idea at the same time. So, I mean, Europeans probably don't know the story, but Monzo was actually born out of Starling. So it was actually us and Atom that started first, and then Starling started, and then they had a huge fallout, and the CTO and most of the management team left and formed Monzo. So there were sort of three starters, and that's emerged into 4 players. But it's still, you look at the UK market, £53 billion revenue pool in retail banking. It's the largest industry, full stop. So when you talk about fintech being a big thing and attracting dollars, it's also banking is one of the largest markets in the world. $2 trillion of revenues, and so it kind of makes sense if you're actually going to go after that revenue pool that this would be a bigger investment area.
What about Revolut? Because you name a bunch of names, but not Revolut.
Well, Revolut's not a bank. I mean, the interesting thing is beyond those 4, there are another 400 prepaid startups in the UK, and that was the way you guys started, N26. Revolut has chosen to go regulatory light, which has been a great advantage in terms of their ability to go multi-country. But they're already hitting some headwinds in terms of actually getting licenses, because when we went and spoke to the regulator, we were like, can we do prepaid first? And they actually said, we'd rather you didn't do prepaid because they'll prejudice your banking license. So I think Revolut is still, most customers are coming to Revolut for a foreign currency card, not for a bank account. So it's a slightly different thing. It does compete with us in the edges, but I'd say that's 10% of their base.
And at N26, you started in Germany, so a bit away from the crowd over there. Do you think it was an advantage?
So I think we actually started in the hardest market. I think like Germany, if you look at consumers, I think they're still more reluctant than in other markets to try new products, to try new startups. So I think it made us, in a sense, stronger. So we've started in Germany, Austria. We've then expanded to around 17 markets, where we everywhere, like in France now, we're in Italy, some of the fastest growing markets for us. And we've just recently expanded to 4 more markets, the Nordics and a couple of Eastern European markets, and last week into the UK. And And what we see is actually that we can really easily replicate what we're doing in our home markets, in other markets. And we've changed a little bit our vision over the last year from being a European player, first a German player, then a European player. And we now see we need to take this global, and that's what we're working on. Because as you said, Ricky, I think it's a $1 trillion market around the world, and I don't think it's crowded at all. I think if you look at how many challenger banks or how many fintech startups have really more than 1 million or 1.5 million customers, it's maybe a handful of startups in Europe, and I think that's much too less. I think there should be many more startups attacking the market, and I think the opportunity is huge. And if you go to the US, you don't have really any players in the banking market yet. If you look at the rest of South America, you have one or the other, but I think it's a huge opportunity for a market that is somewhere between 2 trillion and 4 trillion in value.
And at Tandem right now, you're just in the UK. Do you think you're going to expand beyond the UK?
Yeah, so we actually had a press release where we've announced our first partnership to expand into Hong Kong. So we think Asia is a really interesting opportunity. We actually had some limited operations in Germany, thanks to the good people behind Brexit. We've put that on ice a little bit to see what happens next March. But I think there's, this is definitely a global play, and it's also a really interesting thing because coming back to even there are some huge banks in the world, but there's actually no global bank. So HSBC is probably the nearest thing you get. But you look at HSBC, it's actually only active in retail banking in about 3 European markets. And each of those is separately regulated, and you can't even send money between one of those accounts and another one without having a hell of a lot of hassle. It's almost easier to get from HSBC to Citibank. I studied in France for a while, and getting money from my London HSBC account to France was a disaster. So, I mean, I think there is a real opportunity not just to access this, this $1 trillion market, but also to actually be the first of a wave of global industries. In the same way that Amazon is, one of the first global retailers, there's a really interesting opportunity there.
And before being global, would you consider Tandem as a British company or European company?
I'd like to consider it as a European company. I mean, I've actually lived in France and Spain. Sadly, not Berlin, but and I would say we, more and more, we were talking about this off stage as well. Like the European market used to kind of be, from a VC and startup perspective, the UK and little bits and pieces. And in the last 5 years, we've seen a real transformation where there are loads, of tech hubs appearing, and actually it's becoming a really exciting, unified European market.
Yeah, and I think it sells a lot. The European regulation has been really great. For N26, for instance, you got a banking license in Germany and you were able to launch everywhere, basically. Do you think it was a great help to get started and get so many customers so quickly?
Definitely. So I think getting a European banking license, enabling you to go to all these markets is definitely a huge advantage. We are now live in 22 markets, and it's obviously great because it's one regulation in the background. On the other hand, you still need to adapt to kind of local verification laws and a couple of complexities in the background. Yeah, high level, it always like, okay, you launch in all these markets, but there's still a lot of complexity going from market to market, not on the regulation side per se, but on consumer protection, on verification, on these steps. So it's not all the same for all the markets, but you also build up some kind of expertise. Yeah, so I think because we have started in one market and now in 22, we actually know how to enter new markets, and that has definitely helped. And we have the capacity within N26 now, where we have more than 550 people here in Berlin and around the world. That capacity obviously helps us to drive this global expansion.
I'm interested, though, Valentin, as well, because also there, from how I understand it, obviously a deposit-taking license that you've got allows you to passport in all European countries, but that doesn't cover credit in the same way in each country, does it? So credit licensing is slightly variable across the region, isn't that right?
For N26, we have a full banking license, so we can do everything from credit to deposit taking. So we can basically do everything any other bank can do.
Yeah, and that applies in all European countries?
In all European countries.
So it's consumer protection.
So also we'll be actually, I think the week after next, we'll be also launching. So we've launched last week in the UK with like the first product, and we'll be launching in 2 weeks, or in the next month. Let's see, it's always product timelines. We'll also be launching a credit functionality in the UK, and then we do on our own balance sheet. So like we can do most of the things from a regulatory perspective.
It's great because I don't have to ask any question. You're doing my job. So you focus on credit. Let's talk about credit for a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Why did you focus on credit where everyone is focusing on current accounts and
Yeah, so I mean, look, there's two different sides to this problem, to the picture. One is, what problems you can see solving for customers, and that's obviously the first one you think about as a startup. And if you want to get consumer adoption, you've got to be solving problems for customers. And so from that perspective, some of the most urgent problems that exist in the market are things like running out of money at the end of the month. It's one of those things that banks have never really addressed. Overdraft is a really sloppy product to address a few days shortfall. And indeed, in the UK anyway, there's a lot of penal charges around that product. But there's another perspective as well, which is ultimately, we're talking about this $1 trillion market, about 80% of the banking revenue pool is in credit. So, you can talk about banking and from a customer perception point of view, banking's current account. But from a actual revenue perspective, banking is credit. So, I mean, I think it'd be fair to say that while we're more credit focused, we think it's a competitive advantage. We spend a lot of time on underwriting and data, and really data sits at the core. My co-founder founded Capital One, and that was their big thing, was the use of data for credit better underwriting. But I think you'll see that the market, while from a sort of consumer entry point, has sensibly started with current account, a lot of players will be moving increasingly towards credit over the course of the next few years. I don't know how that fits with your strategy.
I think we have a slightly different perspective. Yeah. So I think we see that most of the banks reduce themselves to credit. I think in the end, it's all about the daily recurrence. And we see N26 as the opportunity of being an app that is open daily by our customers. So that's what we see already today, that the people that use N26 actually open our app daily. And if you think about how many apps on the smartphone you are actually opening daily, it's not too many. It's maybe 4 or 5. Yeah? And I think as the future bank, you need to be a problem solver. And credit is only one problem. There are other problems. There is like you have subscriptions running on your account where maybe you're paying too much. There is maybe, you book a very risky activity. Maybe you want to get an accident insurance for 4 days. So I think most of the banks are limiting themselves to financial problems where based on the trust of the consumer and the data set that you have, and also the closeness of being able that the user pays for a new product quickly with one tap. I think that things where you as a bank, if you build a great brand, can solve many more problems for customers than just only the credit problem. And I think if I think about the whole industry, I think in like the next 5 to 10 years, I think you will have certain players that really specialize into one niche product. Maybe credit, maybe savings product. And then you will have other players.
Like you?
Maybe us, yeah. I think we have a shot to be that are open daily where the decisions are taken. And I think there are both ways. I think the traditional banks more in the having a special product, having a huge balance sheet and maybe getting a better a price on some of the products, but they will be integrated, I think, into the platforms that are commonly used. And I think with N26, our vision is really to build an app that you love to open daily because it solves your problems. And I think that's how we think about the whole thing, not so much about the financial
But you
products.
don't generate revenue from someone opening the app. Do you think you're focusing on revenue now enough, or do you think it's going to come down the road in a couple of years?
So what we have seen actually, that we've built a traditional banking product from a sense where we are replacing a traditional bank account as a subscription business and daily recurrence. So all our revenues are coming from how often do you use our card, how often do you
interchange fees.
Yeah, interchange fees, how often do you interact with us. And our beauty is that we have a cost base that is a fraction of the cost base of a traditional bank. So we don't need to do all these complex financial products and have a big balance sheet to be much more profitable than they are. And I think that's the key. And I think the more engagement you have, the more problem-solving opportunity you have. And if you solve problems for customers that are valuable to them, then you naturally can also build revenue streams out of that. And that's what we've been doing over the last 2 years. And I think in the next 2 to 3 years, I think we'll continue to do that.
Yeah, and to be clear, I mean, I completely agree on the engagement front. So, for example, our card and app users are 90% weekly active 6 months after coming on book. Now, that excludes the people that don't actually activate, but that includes all activated users, which is super high.
So when you start, these
guys are, once they start, they keep using it, and also they continue to active, and our average opens right now is at 1.2 per day for that segment. So it's like we're at a super, super high active daily usage, and I think that is really important. I think I think there's always two perspectives to a business. There's a consumer perspective, which is that one's absolutely right. And I think for too long, the big banks have been super focused on the back end of the business and are not enough focused on the front end of the business. So, but there is a question, because there's a big thing going on in the UK. There's a lot of chat about marketplace banking, particularly Starling in the UK has really set out, I think they're on stage later today, have really set out their stall as marketplace banking. And the interesting thing about marketplace banking, what we found actually with real experience, because we've got about 72 sort of nudges that can bring people into a discussion about either some money they can save, they've got 2 subscriptions, they've got, they might want insurance, all this other stuff. But what we found is the more we try and push revenue in that area, the less customers love it. So, the challenge with marketplace is if you build your business model around it, you've got an inherent contradiction between customers loving you less when you make more money. And so I think there's a really interesting, and that somewhat informs our credit perspective, which is we want to just do the best job for consumers, which often for us means making no money in those interactions. Because actually, if we're selling free product, or indeed if we're doing things where we're finding the best price, then we actually get more customer response at that front end. And actually at the back end, we're still making money the same way a bank makes money. So we're able to fund, if you like, all this great customer stuff at the front end. So it is a different perspective, but I think it's quite an interesting differentiation.
I saw you were saying no with your head.
Yeah, because I don't think that it's like, I think what we see with our customers is, I think if we have a great product, they're normally also willing to pay a little bit for it. It needs to be transparent, and it needs to be a good value to consumers. But I think it's untrue that customers are always not choosing a product if you price it. Yeah, so I think that's a learning for us. I think maybe one more thing, I think what we have really focused on is on these products that have a lower or a shorter repurchasing cycle. So if you think about a mortgage, for example, we might be doing that at some point, either on the platform or ourselves.
We do that already, yeah.
But the repurchasing cycle is maybe, you need a mortgage every 5 years. But if you really want to build like a viral product, if you want to have people talking about it, you need to focus on the products that they choose maybe weekly, maybe daily. And that's what we focus on. And so I think one product that is going to be great, it's coming in the first quarter, is you will be much more able to share also our accounts. Yeah? So you will be share them with friends. You will be able to invite friends to use account together. And we're much more thinking about how we can improve daily financial interactions in terms of managing your finances, sharing them with friends, having a shared account. And I think that's where we've seen, if we do that, there's a lot of virality around it. It creates a lot of loyalty to us, and we solve real problems for our people. Yeah.
That's very true.
So shared accounts coming soon.
Yeah, and that's something, for example, in the UK, Monzo's done a great job of, to talk about our competitors, but they've really focused pretty much singly on solving shared problems, and they've done that for customer acquisition reasons, which has been super effective for them. Obviously, they've got just over 1 million customers. They're smaller than you guys, but in one market rather than many. Yeah. So, I mean, it is a matter of focus, and it's interesting. You're hearing the sort of different levels of focus. You're primarily focused on engagement. They're primarily focused on virality. We have focused earlier on credit and therefore on revenue as well. So we're making £45 per user per year on average across our 500,000
more than
users.
Facebook.
Yeah, well, that's the average bank makes more like £250 per user per year, but we're already doing 45.
Yeah. But I think what is also important, for us, one number that I brought for TechCrunch today, I think we were always talking about the last number we announced in October was 1.5 million customers.
New numbers, I love numbers.
Yeah, I know, that's why I brought some. And then we now have more than 2 million customers already.
Wow.
And we have more than 1.5 billion euros in transaction volume a month. Yeah, I think next year will be far beyond like 20 billion euros in transaction volume in the year. And also, we have more than 1 billion euros deposits. Yeah, and that is important. So because the deposit number also shows kind of a little bit, at least, how people. It's not everything, but it's a little bit of a number that is shows that people also put money there and they use this as a real bank account. And that combined with like very sticky customers has been tremendous for us. And for the UK especially, we've launched last Monday in the UK, and it has been actually a very cool market, because always before you enter a market, there's some question marks. Yeah, there's maybe a little bit more players out there and so on. But this has proven completely wrong. I mean, we've launched. It's one of the most successful launches we've had as N26. If I compare it to the French market, for example, the French market is one of our most important markets. But
that was 3 years ago.
3 years ago. But when we launched it there, if you look at the pickup now in the UK in the first week, I mean, it's even much stronger than in the French market. The French market is one of the most important ones for us today.
How many accounts do you have in the UK?
So in the UK, I think, I don't know the exact number today, but we're growing with around, so I think yesterday we were growing with around 1,500 to 2,000 customers on that single day. We've seen, like 3 days ago, it was 1,000. Yeah, so I think it's a great growth that we're seeing, and we have a couple of 10,000 accounts now after the first week, and I think that's great.
And what about Tandem? How many users do you have?
So we're just under 500,000 in the UK. So, and I think the interesting thing is, and we launched in January, so that's obviously a pretty rapid growth rate. And actually, what we're seeing, which is super interesting, is that actually, last year. Monzo was growing very quickly. We weren't in the market. Starling was growing very slowly. Adam's not really relevant from a UK perspective, and N26 wasn't there. This year we're seeing everybody's growing really quickly, and it's an odd phenomenon. Obviously, we are seeing quite a lot of overlap, so we allow you to aggregate your different accounts. We don't yet aggregate an N26 account. We should chat about that afterwards. But you can see your Monzo account inside your Tandem account. And because of that, we can see that actually quite a lot of users are multi-accounting at the moment. But what we're also seeing is some early signs of people picking a horse. So what tends to happen, particularly with the early adopter audience, is they will open an account with everybody because they want to check it out. They want to get the best product. And then what you'll see is over time, them kind of picking a horse, depending on the functionality they like, depending on the service they're getting there, and settling in. But that happens a little further down the road.
But
I
also think this is more for the early adopters.
Yeah.
I think what we've seen, especially in the markets that we're in now for longer, you obviously have a tech community, maybe most of the people in the audience that check out more products, compare them. I think what you need to understand for the UK is that more than 98% of the people are still banking with a traditional bank, paying high fees, having a bad experience. And in the UK especially, you have, I think, 60 or 75% of the people bank with 4 banks only. Yeah. So with 4 big banks, 75% of the accounts are, and it normally leads to high prices, bad experience, and not a lot of customer focus. And I think in the end, we'll have the early majority that are the early adopters that compare more, and it's also fair, and you need to have the best product. But I think in the long run, it's about tapping into these, 60 million customers or more that are still banking with traditional banks. And it doesn't matter if you have 6 million customers, we have 6 million customers in the UK, someone else has 6 million customers, and maybe we do it in 10 more markets around the world. I think that's bringing us to what we want to build, a company between 50 and 100 million customers over the next 5 to 10 years. Yeah.
And it's interesting that you just announced that you would launch in Hong Kong as well, because many companies launch across Europe, in the US. Why did you choose Hong Kong, and why did you choose to do a partnership?
Yeah, there's a couple different pieces. I mean, obviously, I suppose most people in the audience are aware, but China in particular has been one of the fastest movers globally in terms of disruption in banking, and it's happened in a very different way because ultimately, the 2 big tech giants, which both started from chat interfaces, but for example, WeChat has moved into WePay and then into WeBank, and actually now. Actually brings in like a remarkable, it's north of 50% of short-term lending in China comes in through that one bank. And they've actually been forced by the government to actually resell those loans onto the rural banks because they got lots of savings there, but they haven't actually got any lending. So, I mean, what they've done is they've come in very much via a payments route, but from chat rather than coming in from a current account perspective. But one of the exciting things is there are a load of massive Asian markets, and my previous 2 businesses were both payments businesses, both working in the developing world. So Asimo and Small Financial Services, and there is okay, it's all very well to look at Europe and the US, which certainly if you're looking for US VCs, going to the US has always been a good trick because the US are amazingly short-sighted about actually going and investing outside the US. Some of them have opened European offices, even here in Berlin, but that's really a small cadre. And the exciting thing here is the opportunity, as I said, for a global bank, and some of these Asian markets are really ripe for disruption.
Okay, one last quick question. Do you think we're going to see some sort of consolidation in the market? Let's say you launch all over Asia and N26 launches in the US. Are you going to work together at some point, for instance?
I mean, the truth is, you look at the global banking market and there are, hundreds of huge banking players right now. Even in the UK market, you mentioned, there's like 4 pretty similar sized players. So I'd say there's plenty of room for the existing cadre of neobanks to be incredibly successful on a global basis without any mergers and acquisitions. I mean, I think what you will see, probably not now, but in 3-5 years' time, is some big offers going down on the table from traditional banks trying to buy into these guys. I think you'll find some people, particularly us, I would say, that's not a route we want to take. However, there are other players out there who I think will be open to some large valuations and taking money off the table. I think it's less likely that you see, I don't know, tell me if I'm wrong, Valentin, but an N26.
Yeah, I think there is a couple of players that are set for being global a global bank. And I think we're trying to take the shot to be a global bank. And I think it's about building up 50 to 100 million users in the next couple of years.
So are you going to get acquired by Deutsche Bank or Barclays? Yes or no?
No.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if you want to dig a little deeper into the fintech scene, Ricky is going to be on the Q&A stage at 11:30 a.m. So go ahead over there and hang out with him for a little bit. If not, we're going to get into language learning. One of the best success stories out of the European tech scene is Babbel, and now they're moving into the US, which brings about all kinds of new challenges. So with that, please welcome to the stage from Babbel, Marcus Witt and Julie Hansen, and your moderator, Frédéric Lardinois. Clapping won't kill you. There we go.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
So we're going to learn some languages today. You're going to teach me something. Today, Babbel is pretty much the top-grossing language app in every store. You've been around for 10, 11 years, depending on who I ask. Didn't start out that way. You were pretty close to the brink in the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. No, it wasn't like that. So we're definitely in a good place today, I'd say, and just starting to be really great. But when we started off in 2007 to build a language learning app, or better, a language learning website, because that was pre-App Store, we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. We were basically four arrogant tech guys thinking, this is a tech problem, this is a product problem. Language learning is pretty much solved, so how hard can it be? And the beginning was actually easy. So the day we launched the first beta, we got a post on TechCrunch, which was amazingly impactful.
It's awesome. Still helps today.
Yeah. Yes, I know. I do know that. But back then, it made a ton of a difference. So we got quite some interest, quite some traction. But we found out very quickly that you couldn't learn a language with the thing that we had built. And
what was the thing you had built at the time?
It was basically a vocab trainer. So what we did was we looked at products that were available at the time, and we made it a little nicer and online and a little more modern, but that didn't cut it at all. So after a time we found out, number one, you don't learn a language with this. Number two, you will never make money with it. And the combination of both didn't feel like, yeah, we're on to the next big thing.
Why would you never make money with it?
Because it's very hard to make money with a free product. So we started out without charging, and we had the idea of eventually selling ads, but with an unsolved value proposition for the user. It's really hard if your customer is not your user. And over time that dawned on us. We went through a brutal learning curve, almost went bust in that time. So we just needed to do two things, but we didn't know what they were. It turned out, number one was getting the talent on board, people who actually know how you learn a language. And to our surprise, there's pretty good research about that and pretty good knowledge that we didn't have yet. And number two is the customer and the learner need to be the same person. If you try to monetize from somebody else, it's very, very hard to build a good product for the actual learner. So that we learned that in a very, very rough way.
So you decided to charge?
Oh yes, we did. Fortunately, we never promised that the product would be free. We just didn't charge in the beginning. It still was painful to turn that around. So what we basically did is we recreated the product from scratch, and we basically launched something new, and then said, okay, for this new product, because it has a different level of quality, we are actually charging. And it was not a crossover or freemium or whatever. It was clear. If you want to use it, it's something you have to pay for.
Absolutely. Your biggest competitor is Duolingo, I would say. in the language learning space. Do you agree?
Yeah, kind of. It's one of the big competitors, definitely. Yes.
They're free.
Yeah, that's their problem. That's fortunately not ours.
Why do you say it's a problem?
Well, we've been there. Again, it's very, very hard to make money with a free product. And make money is not becoming filthy rich. It's paying your freaking bills and making sure that your people get their bills paid. So that's really hard. And then from a user perspective, it's also you're working with a partner who doesn't make money with you and needs to monetize somewhere else. So there's a trust issue, there's a quality issue. So I'm really skeptical that this works out.
You say there's a quality issue. You're saying Duolingo isn't that good?
Well, it's always hard to say your competition's not that good. But I think they're still in the phase that we were in before, where they think it's a tech problem. And it is not a tech problem. Language learning is a human problem. It's human learning, it's not machine learning.
Right.
It's not me saying machine learning doesn't change our world. It does. It changes language learning, but the problem is not machine learning. And to get behind that, we have hundreds of people at Babbel who are language learning experts and who have experience in that. And that makes the difference, and you need that.
Absolutely. And you seem to be doing fine these days. You've got 700 people.
Yep.
I think you just rented a giant building in Berlin for 1,000-something people, so you're doing all right. One market that always vexed you, though, was the US.
Yeah.
Until you hired Julie, who's now your CEO for the US. Why was the US so hard to crack? Julie, you might want to take that one. It's you.
Well, I think it wasn't once we went about it the right way, but I think the company started in a very different orientation.
What was the wrong way? Tell us about that first.
Well, I remember hearing the first marketing slogan of Babbel in Europe, which was, "You can learn a language online." And every time I tell that to an American, they're like, "So what?" So in America, that's not our challenge. I want to learn a language. Where do I do it? It's our marketing challenge is more so to convince people you should learn a language. You can do it. It's a worthwhile thing to do. So we're trying to stimulate demand for language learning rather than respond to it. And I think so. We're getting the messaging right, the positioning right, understanding that an American audience doesn't necessarily need a language the same way, a second language the same way you might need it here or elsewhere, and understanding that in fact most of America does not study a language, ever in school. The majority do not do that. So they're not coming from a place where they're used to language learning. So we're starting, it's just a very different orientation. We had to get that right first.
Absolutely. In Europe, that's not that much of a problem for you, right? Who are your users in Europe, and maybe we can compare those to your users in the US today?
I would say in Europe, it's a lot more learned that language learning makes sense, and we have still the intent, so the actual demand that's out there correlates strongly with the languages spoken in a country. So Switzerland is the best country for us to sell into, not only because Switzerland is the best country to sell into, period, but also because they speak a lot of languages and they're used to the fact that you learn languages and it's worthwhile. So those are the easy market. The hard markets are markets like the US, where the message is also needs to get people into that and convey the meaning and the necessity of language learning.
Right.
So I think that's a big difference in terms of audience. I would say here we might skew a little older in audience in general, and in terms of demography also. Here we have more travel, so you have people going to Italy for 2 weeks, and when they come back, they want to learn Italian.
Right.
And that's an interesting thing, by the way. They don't learn before they go; they learn when they come back.
Sure. I would assume in the U.S. you get a similar market, though. People who travel to Europe and then want to learn a language as well, right? So.
For sure, travel is definitely one of the key motivations, and it's some degree of travel of learning after, but there's very much I've heard so many times from consumers, I'm going to fill in the blank in 3 months, and I'm going to get ready with Babbel. Like that's a very common kind of American motivation. But I have another example for you of why it's so different. This was actually very timely. This week, we were featured on the Today Show, which is the biggest morning show in the U.S. 4 million
You wouldn't think
viewers.
so, because who watches TV still? But plenty of people do.
A lot of people do. 4 million every day. And the host used Babbel, and he tried to learn Italian, and he went around to an Italian restaurant and didn't do that well with his Italian, but but it was fun and funny, and the host said, I liked using Babbel. It was fun. And I came to the office like, whoa, victory, this is awesome. And my colleagues were like, what? Why is it exciting that Babbel was called fun? Because in the American market, the idea that learning a language isn't like intimidating and scary, but that it could actually be fun, that's huge.
How much did that reporter learn?
He learned some Italian. I mean, he was at it for a week and change, so you're not going to be fluent at that point in time.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Early on, you mentioned you have to stimulate demand, basically, in the U.S. How do you do that? And maybe you can generalize a little bit for the rest of the market as well.
Well, through marketing, of course, but one of the key ways is by creating a strong social presence, as I like to call it, from the New Yorker to BuzzFeed in terms of the content. So travel, culture, but a lot of word nerd stuff. And it's all about helping our potential audience understand that language learning is rewarding and approachable.
Now, we talked about travel a little bit. I know you guys acquired a company here in Berlin. I think that's news. Tell me about Babbel and travel. What's your plan there?
So the plan is definitely to offer more to our learners. So some time ago we understood that people learning with us don't use the app alone. They very often use other means of learning. And after we got over that phase where we were jealous and thought why we're not good enough and what do they have what we don't have.
Who were you jealous of?
Like everybody else, of course. Then we understood that we will, as an app, will never be able to compete with real humans. In language learning, it's about humans. If you can get FaceTime with somebody, that's better than any app. And I say that as somebody who lives off apps. But how can we make that easier was our question. So. If you want to book a language travel, it still feels like the general travel world before it was digital. Mm-hmm. So it's still phone calls, going to travel agents, looking at it's old, and I think we can make that a lot easier. So from a learner's perspective, to go from using the app to use language travel as a booster. We want just to make that an easy journey and make it more transparent and put it in front of people a little more. And on the other hand, of course, I think there's a lot of people who would profit from it and who are not using it, but also the current market is already very, very big.
Mm-hmm. So to do that, you acquired Lingo Ventura.
Lingo Ventura is right, yes.
Small startup here in Berlin. Mm-hmm. They weren't able to make it. Well, why do you think you can?
Well, they did a pretty good job in the first leg of the journey, so it helps us to leapfrog a phase where we try out a lot of things, build the site and the app and all that, get some schools lined up. I think it's very hard to do that standalone because language learners today, and anybody who wants to learn a language, turns to an app first. And whatever other means of learning they use, they stay with the app. So we're always in the game. Mm-hmm. And for a site, for travel, language travel site, it's very hard to attract the users in great enough numbers. Sure. if you don't have that bridge. So people are with us anyways. From their perspective, it makes a ton of sense to have other options. Mm-hmm. And from our perspective, that's a big opportunity.
In the US, language travel it's not really a thing. Are you going to try to make it a thing?
It's not really a thing yet, but there are. It's not non-existent either, you know. So, in that sense, it's almost more ripe for LingoVentura's help because what does exist is extremely fragmented and hard to find. So we will try to make it a thing, but first we'll let our colleagues in Berlin make it a bigger thing here.
And so that's your focus right now for language, and it hasn't launched yet. We should stress that.
Well, LingoVentura is online, so you can book your language travel there, and we're boosting that a bit, and we're starting to blend that in a little more. But of course, an actual integration takes time. And before you can see Babbel in it, it will take a little.
Is it going to be part of the Babbel language learning app, or what's it going to look like? Like a family of apps, or?
In a way, it will be accessible through the apps, but it's not that we want to make the app a marketing tool for something else. The app is the app. It's something you use to learn a language, and that's our core business. So you will probably have options within the app where you can jump over to LingoVentura, but that's not the strongest link, because if you are at the point where you're interested in it, you will find it.
Mm-hmm. Talking about the US market for a second again, is there something you guys learned from the US team that you're applying to Europe now?
Oh yes.
There's some round trip here?
Yeah, good.
You're surprised? So definitely. I think.
Did I sense some tension there?
In the big no, not at all. It's actually cool. We are a learning company. We love to learn, and if we can learn from our US team, that's fabulous. And we do, especially because if it comes to marketing, then whether we like it or not, the US is ahead of Germany. It's just more sophisticated, more aggressive. It's just further down the development curve.
I give you aggressive, but more sophisticated?
Yes, I would definitely say so.
Okay.
Not on the messaging necessarily, but on how you do marketing, how you think about marketing,
okay.
how you think about creating value and all that. I think that's more advanced.
Okay.
And I think that helps. And also in the US, we have a small team smaller team that's has way more gravity and coherence. So Julie can move a lot faster in what she does, and than we can with close to 700 people in Berlin. And we can learn from that. So she's our avant-garde in a lot of senses.
Good for you.
Oh yeah.
How many people are you in the US now? You've got one office in New York, right?
We have one office. We're about 36 in New York, which is about twice what it was a year ago.
And the US is becoming one of your bigger markets, even with a small team like that.
It is the biggest country now.
It is bigger as country. It's not bigger than Europe as a whole.
No.
Not yet.
It's how many subscribers do you have in Europe?
A lot.
Okay.
And way more than in the US.
Like a 2 million, 3 million lot, or what we're looking at?
A lot.
A lot of millions?
It's
I see it's not
quite a bunch of customers out there.
What about the US? Do you have some numbers you can share there? He's not listening. He's not here. Just ignore him.
No, it's been a very big, 2 solid years of very big growth in the US. So by the time this year is over, we should have sold 1 million subscriptions in the US.
1 million subscriptions at an average price of?
Well, the average subscription duration that we sell is 3 months.
Okay.
So that's in the 30s. But then it's obviously a renewal. So.
Right, got it. Have you learned something in moving to the US? There's other markets for you probably want to get into as well. I know you just got back from China. Is that a market you're looking at?
We're looking at it. Are we going into China anytime soon? I don't think so. how many pure play digital companies are than a start of a market entry. Our current strategy is really to go deeper into the markets that we're already in and leverage what we've built and offer more to our learners than spread it further. And we're growing in the core market, so we don't have the huge pressure to add next countries.
Since you're saying you want to offer more, you've got the core app, you've got travel. What else are you looking at? What else can you offer?
Well, there's online tutoring, which seems to be a market, and
the market nobody has really cracked yet.
Correct. So that makes it even more interesting.
Okay.
Because
You're picking the tough ones. Language travel, nobody has really cracked yet. Tutoring, nobody has cracked.
yes, because I think a problem there is to crack it as a standalone product, as a standalone solution, and yeah. So that's definitely interesting. We're looking at certificates. So we launched a certificate together with Cambridge English. That's, I think, very, very interesting, and I think that has a very interesting perspective as well.
Got it. Let's look ahead even a little bit more. When I told some of my colleagues I was going to talk to you, their answer was, why even still learn a language if I have a built-in translator in my ear in a few years? What's your take on that? Julie, you were sighing there, so I'll take.
Because it can, I mean, having real-time translation in your ear on your phone is awesome. It's a great tool, but it's not truly a communication, the richness of communication that you can achieve while pausing to listen to a translation and then having the same going back and forth and not having the nuance. And you can't whisper sweet nothings in someone's ear that way. Like, it's just not the right kind of connection. So it's fantastic for small. It's an assist. It's great, but it doesn't replace being able to do this at a conference.
Oh, and just having returned from China, I have been in meetings where there was a human translator, and it will take time until machines are that good. So she was really good at her job. Did I like it? Did I like the situation? Not at all. I was so happy that the people I talked to had at least some English to bridge that. And I think if we look at what language does, only a small fraction is conveying information. Most of it is rather on the social and other aspects. And so it's not really about having it translated. It's about speaking to each other. That is what we want to do. And the more we have to do with people of other mother tongues, the more we want to speak their language.
What about that other part? You mentioned, there's the learning of the language, but there's a whole cultural side of it as well. That you just hinted at that. Is that something you focus on at all, or you want to?
Yes, we do. So if you look at our courses, they always transport a lot of the culture that's mixed in with the language. So you would learn around a lot about how the culture works and what's self-explanatory in a country and whatnot, which by the way is my definition of culture. So that's key, and it's also, if you learn another language, you open up a new world. You start to think differently and understand new things. And you of all people, of course, know that. So I think you speak at least 4 languages, right, fluently?
Most days, yeah.
So that is something that makes your horizon a lot broader.
Absolutely. Now, Julie, you came in 2 years ago, year and a half ago?
Yep.
You came from Business Insider.
I did.
I'm not holding that against you. It's fine. Why did you even go to Babbel?
Well, it was I was employee number 5 at Business Insider, and it was an amazing ride. But after the sale, I knew it was time for me to move on, and I knew I didn't want to compete with Business Insider, which had grown from just business to like a mainstream consumer publication, and it was just time to do something new. And I actually knew Babbel. Someone had given it to my daughter as a gift, and I thought it was a great product. And then when I met the company, I thought, this is just an incredible group of people. And it's a hidden gem in the US. Like, no one's heard of it. I could do something here. This thing has real potential. So I just felt really kind of lucky in terms of the timing. And also, I wanted to do something back in the startup world, entrepreneurial. And while the parent company is now hundreds of people, we were a dozen people in New York. And I just felt it was raw potential. And I was right.
Nice. And have you been using it to learn some German so you can talk to these guys?
Ja, natürlich.
It's been working out?
Ein bisschen.
Ja? Klar? So nächstes Mal machen wir es dann alles auf Deutsch?
Vielleicht.
Okay, very good. So next time we'll do this whole session in German. And we'll test your how well. We'll have one person learn on Duolingo and one person on Babbel, and then we'll see who does better at the end.
Super.
Okay, that's a deal.
All right.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, adoring fans. Yeah. I'm getting tweets that are like, oh, you're funny and stuff, but like you guys are completely dead out there, so I'll just have to take Twitter's word for it, which is dangerous, trust me. Okay, so I made a mistake. Actually, I didn't. I'm going to blame it entirely on Richard Smith. He told me the FinTech Q&A was at 11:30, and it is not. It is at 11:15, so there's the correction right there. And with that, we're going to get into our next panel. I'm sure you're all familiar with Instagram, and our next guest needs no introduction, so please welcome to the stage Robbie Stein and your moderator, Josh Constein.
Okay, so Robbie, you went from being Marissa Mayer's first big acquisition at Yahoo with your last company, Stamped, to now suddenly running product for Instagram, one of the most popular products in the world. How did you pull that off, and why are you so good at this product thing?
Well, I mean, honestly, after the acquisition of Stamped, I was looking at new things to go do, and one of the things one of the things I learned was that Instagram was hiring and looking for someone to work on some new products. I ended up meeting the team, absolutely fell in love with the people that I met, and just decided this is something I'm going to take a shot at. I was actually living in New York in the time, moved with my wife to the Bay Area, and we got started working on new consumer products for Instagram. And then over the last 2.5 years, it's been a wild run. We've launched Stories, we've redone Direct, we launched Live, we made big changes to Feed, and really now I've created almost a new Instagram, which has been really exciting to be a part of.
So what is your superhero origin story? Like, what made you care about designing products for people like in social in the first place?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think there's a couple aspects to this. One is I've always been kind of far from my family. I've done long-distance relationships for a while. My now wife, we did long-distance for 5 years, cross-country. I currently live in the Bay Area. My family's in DC. So I've always cared a lot about bringing people closer together and how technology can make that much easier for people. The other element is, I think, just caring a lot about product and design. Actually, growing up, my grandfather was a publisher of a graphic design magazine called Print. So I've always cared a lot about design and thinking through how products get made. And maybe bringing those two things together probably led me to product.
So there's been a lot of changes at Instagram lately. Kevin and Mike, the co-founders, they left, and they said that there's always reasons when you leave. What do you think those reasons were?
I mean, Kevin and Mike are amazing people, amazing product thinkers, amazing leaders. And they were at Instagram for over 6 years. And that's a pretty amazing run. I think it's pretty hard to think of another founding team that's been at a company that's been an acquired company for that long. So I think for them, they're entrepreneurs and excited to do new things. And I think they said it best in their announcement. I'm excited to see what they do.
But they did say that there was stuff internally going on, and especially with our sources said that there was tension with Facebook. What do you think that was about?
I can't kind of speculate to what's going on exactly in their minds, but I know that as entrepreneurs, when you work on something for a really long time and you care very deeply about it, it's just time to go do new things at some point. And I think they got to that point.
What was the atmosphere like inside of Instagram after that? Like, how's morale?
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough when founders move on to new things. Like, we love them, and I love working with both of them. But I think what it did was really motivated us to really think more around institutionalizing their ideals and culture that they brought to the company. Because really, they're two people that I think did an amazing job curating how Instagram built product for so long. And now it's incumbent on us to to bring that to the company and really institutionalize their thinking. So we've done a lot of work recently to really write down our values much more strictly, and it's been really important for us to do. So that now every person at the company, whether they were in a room with Mike and Kevin or not, can now go through the same thought process that they would have put product teams through.
So there's been this whole philosophy at Facebook. I know they changed it to be about stable infra, but that whole move fast and break things, that's Facebook. That wasn't Instagram. And Kevin kind of acted as this firewall between the companies. Now we're seeing like more Facebook notifications, more ways to share from Instagram to Facebook, contact sharing with Bonfire and Messenger. Do you feel like you guys are, Facebook and Instagram are coming closer together?
Well, I think what's interesting is that Instagram has a distinct set of values, and we really wrote them down. And there are three things. They're being people first and really caring about really solving problems for people and making sure that the user is our North Star for all the decisions that we make. It's simplicity, focusing on the most important problems so that you have a simple product that makes sense. And it's craft and care, so that you sweat the details, you care about what you're building and take pride in it. And I think there is a distinct kind of Instagram product culture that we're maintaining. But obviously, we share a lot of infrastructure, and that's a good thing, too. Like, without Facebook, we wouldn't have been able to launch live as quickly as we have. We wouldn't have been able to achieve a lot of the things that we've done. So there's good things with being a part of Facebook.
I will certainly say that Instagram is a lot more simple than Facebook, which seems to just throw everything against the wall and see what sticks. And a lot of times those things end up kind of flopping, especially some of those standalone apps. Why is it that with Instagram you guys have a much higher hit rate with the success of your product launches?
I mean, I do think Instagram has a very specific way of building, and I think it's built off of the values that I mentioned. I think everything starts with the user. So we go very deep with understanding user concerns, motivations, problems, for what's really preventing them from using our products in the ways that we hope that they do. I mean, Instagram's mission is to bring you closer to the people that you love and the things that you love, and there's very clear ways that it's hard for that to happen. And so we really try to understand those deeply. The second thing that we do is we rigorously and analytically look at the main barriers and try to prioritize them ruthlessly. So there's usually one or two things that really drives whether or not the product's going to work or not, and we have to isolate those. The third area is around design. And so how do we build something that's intuitive, it's natural to use, it reuses both the patterns and UI that you're already used to, you're not teaching you new things, where we draw from things in the real world and we implement it. And I think combining those things together has allowed us to build products that I think we've been really fortunate in the last couple of years have been things that people have loved to use.
Yeah, I mean, certainly sometimes you guys have taken a product and turned it into something much more popular than the original version. But how do you contrast that with Facebook's strategy? Because they rigorously test things. They use lots of analytics. They look deep into who is using things and why. But you guys have this much higher success rate. So, like, what's different about your strategy compared to theirs?
I mean, I think Instagram's way of building is to spend much more of the time before you launch and think much, much more about the why and around how we want it to fit into the Instagram system. And I think that that's just a unique thing from Instagram. I think people are surprised to hear, particularly with some things that we've built, that we've spent months, literally just thinking about the product and thinking about different versions of it, throwing some things away, and actually not launching. And then when you launch, you learn a lot. And then you have to very quickly see what's working and what's not to troubleshoot it. But I think it's probably the time we spend pre-launch that really makes the Instagram product culture distinctive.
One of the things that didn't quite feel like that, though, that didn't feel quite as loved as the rest of your guys' products was Instagram TV. Why?
I mean, it was a loved product from the process that I saw. I don't know what drove you to think that maybe it had less, but that was something Kevin was very deeply involved in. Obviously, he gave a
Oh, no, I know that you guys put the care
it,
into it, but why haven't users responded the same way?
I mean, I think it's just an early product. It's a big new product category for us, looking at how to bring you closer to creators and making sure that it fits really well into the system and making sure that people really are liking it and enjoying it is just something that takes time, especially when you have a product like Instagram that's so deeply used by so many people. Whenever you're adding something pretty fundamentally new, it takes time for it to evolve.
Okay, so Mark Zuckerberg has recently said that he views social networks' role kind of like a government, where the government is expected to keep crime in check, not necessarily eliminate crime 100%. That seems kind of infeasible. How do you think about that when you're dealing with opioid dealers, bullying, misinformation, election interference. How do you find the tolerance level for how much of this you're going to allow and how much you're going to continue hunting for?
Yeah. So there's two things that we look at here. 'Cause ultimately, the goal of what all we're trying to do here is to create a community that's safe. Because our mission is to connect people so that you can feel close to friends and loved ones when you can't be together. And that's hard to do if there's a lot of stuff that's getting in the way. And so it is really mission critical for us. And we've really taken an approach to solving this, I think, has two elements. One is being much more proactive than I think we have been in the past. So there's certain things that we know are harmful for you. And we can, if the more that we can identify things like harassment or bullying and pull it off before other people even see it, which we built classifiers to go do now, that's great. And we should be much more proactive in protecting and safeguarding the community from that way. However, we can't find everything. And also, if you were to find something with even the remote kind of feeling that it could be bad, let's just pull it down, you may actually go too far because we're also trying to protect people's rights to share and produce and connect with people. And so it's also important that you just provide control because we're not going to get everything perfect, and we haven't. So how do you make sure there's transparency and control for if you see something, you can report it. We now have thousands of people looking at this 24/7 so that things can come down. We can understand things on the product and things on the platform that may not be able to be there. And make sure users ultimately have the control over who can contact them, what content they see, and then have something that they can go do about it.
Is there ever a point where you're like, we've done enough on this and it's just not economically feasible to keep pouring more investment into trying to get to 99.9, 99.99? Like, how do you know when to stop?
I think as long as we keep hearing, hey, this was a bad experience that I had on Instagram, and that really prevented me from having the positive experience that we are trying to foster as a team, our job's not done. And I think that when you have a community of 1 billion people, it's probably never done. I do think we have a long way to go still. And as long as we keep hearing that from people, from anyone, we're going to keep working on it.
I feel like a lot of those problems have gotten better solutions over the last year. You guys have rolled out AI for detecting bullying in photos, done these big sweeps of fake accounts, and you've also done things to get rid of bullying and opioid dealers. You really cut down on people trying to share their contact information in that way. But a year ago, it didn't quite feel like that. Why was that?
I mean, I think every aspect of a new product creates a new set of challenges. And I think it's hard to predict what those challenges are a priori. So when you start, you just want to network and you want people to connect, and your biggest problem is saying, hey, it's hard to find my friends, and my friends aren't on Instagram, and I'm trying to share my life with them, but my sister who's in high school, it wasn't on the product. So you really focus on getting those problems right and cracking them, and then you realize, wow, the thing that's going to define us the next year is actually completely different than what defined us the previous year before. And because of the things that we've built, actually created a whole bunch of new things that we got to go fix. And so I think it's just very hard to know long-term exactly what you're going to have to go do. And the process that we have to follow is just really, really doing a great job listening for these problems and being good listeners in the world, and then having a great and structured process for going to being problem solvers and actually making a change to the system when we see one is needed.
So Instagram has kind of become this lifeboat for Facebook's brand. It's kind of wild that 57% of Americans don't actually even know that Instagram is owned by Facebook. Does that play to your advantage?
I don't know if it plays an advantage, but I know that Instagram is a distinct product to people. And I think one thing that we try to focus on is, why do people use Instagram? What do they love about Instagram? And what can we do to solve the problems that are Instagram focused in terms of our product? And that's where we spend our time.
Does it ever feel like you are sort of winning because there's all these users who are shifting away from Facebook?
I think that what has been the root of Instagram's success is just being focused on a specific problem that a lot of people really care about. It's, we want to help you feel close to people that you can't really be with every day. And that focus, and through the visual medium, which helps you feel that sense of closeness, has been why we've been successful, in my opinion, more than anything.
So you must see these scandals that happen at Facebook and be like, man, that's not us. That's them. That's their problem sometimes. But with things like hiring opposition research firm, the Definers, how did you personally feel about that?
I mean, Facebook's been in the news a ton, and obviously it's tough to read stories where you're like, oh, wow, okay, that's interesting. But at the end of the day, we know internally that people are operating with the best intent possible. And on Instagram's side, we focus on what we can do to improve things. Like when I read the news and I'm like, oh, whoa, there's like some real problems in the world, it just motivates me to want to go fix them. This is what we did with authenticity and a bunch of the things like taking down inauthentic content with the API, to just actually problem solve and fix. And so honestly, that's been my reaction.
You said that you read that news and sometimes you think it's interesting. Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, it's just when you read about your own company in the news so frequently, I don't think a lot of people have that experience. It's a very like surreal process to have your company be narrated externally.
Do you guys ever think about how you're hiring along these lines of thinking of maybe we should be hiring more skeptics? Like, is that something you guys are actively trying to do? Because you said it's hard to predict what these products are going to do and how people are going to use them. It's really tough to understand what the people are going to do with these products sometimes. So are you guys purposefully trying to hire those kind of skeptics who think pessimistically and to balance off some of the idealism that I think is a good thing for the product?
I think it's less about hiring a specific type of person and more about creating the right culture internally where everyone's thinking about the whole set of problems and understanding that, hey, we have a new set of problems now that may have not been as big years ago when we were really small, and now they're absolutely essential to get right. So for products that we've built and some of the new ones that we're actually talking about, we have in the room had discussions around, hey, how could this be used to like hurt people, or how could a bully potentially use this? And we're actually pushing ourselves way harder because we know now that we're so big, this is much, much more of an issue, and it's our job to protect our community and anticipate those needs.
So along those lines, you guys have been building new products to try to focus on this concept of authenticity. Kids are growing up these days quantifying their self-worth through likes, and I think Instagram might emblemize that more than any product with its little heart, which really gives you that sense of self-assurance and feedback, that little dopamine hit. But why quantify likes in the first place publicly? Like, I understand why you show them to me, but why show them to everybody else?
Well, I think what's important to know is that Instagram in the last 2 years has fundamentally evolved. And I think the feed was the only product that when I started the company was being used at scale. And I think our job has been to create new, different ways that you can share that allow for the type of expression and sharing of all of your moments that you can publish and not have to be concerned about something like the like count. So for me, something like launching stories, relaunching Direct, which is a private messenger for your closest friends, they create different ways you can share based on what your needs are. And so for Feed, it's actually a benefit that everyone sees certain types of things. Like when there's special moments that happen to you, you want everyone to see them, and you want people to be able to comment and like them, and it makes you feel really great and connected to those people. And so we're trying to focus Feed around those types of moments where those kind of parts of the system are really valuable. And things like stories where it's just about discussion. You want to post your life. You don't necessarily want people to like it or not. You're just like, hey, this is a thing that I'm doing, thinking, or feeling. And it may just generate some discussion in Direct because it's just about connecting with people.
Have you ever considered just not showing how many likes my photo has to other people?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that we've thought through, and I think it's something we continue to think through. But I think overall, having different ways you can share your life is the solution, because usually the things that kind of have taken off and been successful have been successful for a reason. They're adding value to people in some way. And so for us, the balance of Feed plus Stories plus Direct and Live, which is really in the moment even experience that then just goes away, gives you the full Instagram experience.
So you guys have actually built something pretty cool to help focus on this, to give people new ways to share outside of that like-driven ecosystem. Do you want to share with us what you got?
Yeah, absolutely. So today I am very, very excited and proud to announce a new feature we've been working on for quite a while in testing. And it's been built off of Stories, which has grown in the last couple years to be a product that most Instagram users use every day now, and 400 million per day have access to. So
can we get that presentation up on the screen?
So we're going to show you a quick presentation that talks about a product called Close Friends, which helps you share with an inner circle in your stories.
And so why don't you just, here we go. cool. So it's a way that you can add people to a small list of friends and just share your story with just them.
Yes.
So tell me about the idea of how this offsets this kind of social pressure we have over time to just add anyone who sends us a friend request.
Yeah, so I mean, ultimately, because stories grew to be quite large, it's great that now you can share with lots of people and keep in touch with them. But it also means that it's harder to go deeper and share the more personal moments with your inner circle. And so Close Friends allows you to create a list of people. It's one simple list, and add as many people as you'd like. And usually, from what we've seen in testing, it's people who really they would kind of describe them as, these are my real friends and people that I see and talk to pretty regularly. But if you add them or remove them, we don't notify them. It's a completely private list to the creator. And what happens is when you share your close friends story, people just see a little bit more from you. And it allows you to share more deeply with a set of people that you're closer to on Instagram. And so we think that's going to help balance the things that may be for everyone with the things that may just be for a small inner circle.
So there is one concern that I have with things like this, which is that you could create this sort of little safe haven echo chamber where people can share offensive content, the kind of things they would be afraid of sharing publicly because they might get in trouble. You know, is that a concern for you guys? And like you said, how do you predict and build to prevent that?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's important about Close Friends is it's connected content. So it's people that you are following, they are people that you're friends with, and they're people that you've added or they've added as saying, wow, this is someone that's a close friend of mine. The other piece of it is that it's just shared to, let's say, a couple dozen people that you might want to add to, and it's just added to your story. So it's not something where it's going to generate a bunch of like group discussion, and you're just sharing more of your life, and then people may reply to you on direct from a one-on-one basis. So in usage and in testing, we haven't seen that use case as used, but something we definitely want to look out for and be careful of and make sure that people are having a good experience with the product.
So is this your nail in Snapchat's coffin?
I mean, this is honestly solving a product problem for us and Instagram, which is how to go deeper with the people that you care more about, and that's why we built this. And I think if you look at the arc of what we've tried to do, I'd say the first year at the company was around building new ways to share to help round out things like feed. So that was stories, a new direct around visual was live, making feed a place you could post multiple posts so that you could really live for your highlights. I think the last year has been much more about deepening your relationships with friends. And so if you look at things we built in stories around interactive creative tools like questions or polls, which typically get replies from friends and create direct threads with actual friends, all the way to live hangouts and direct, I think this is an extension of that. So you can have this deeper connection to the people that you care most about.
I mean, from Facebook friend lists to Snapchat groups to Google Plus circles, if you guys remember those, this is pretty much a cemetery of features. But I think you guys have actually really finally built this right. And so it's incredible to see someone whose ancestors made a print magazine about graphics, who just wanted to build things for other people and went from Yahoo, which I don't think most people think is a big product leader, to Instagram, which is just carrying this on. And even though your guys' founders have left, you're carrying on those values of craft and simplicity and putting people first, and you're doing the deep research before you launch so you don't have to worry about these flops that some other companies end up doing when they try to push new products. And I've seen that you guys become more proactive about fighting the problems, and there's always more work to do, and I hope you guys keep up on it and say the societal impact is more important than the profit. But there really seems that the scandals are motivating you guys to work harder on these things, and I hope you really do develop this culture of foresight where we can trust that Instagram is going to do what it was always really meant to do, which is give us a window into the lives of the people we love most. So thank you very much for talking with us, and thank you everyone for watching.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Robbie and Josh. Quick reminder that there are going to be food trucks out there at lunch, and you can also take advantage of that right now during a break. We've got lots more in store, including Threads, Excel, and the Battlefield Finals. So we will see you shortly after the break. Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's a peanut sensor. How did you land on this idea?
Yeah, so this is a portable sensor that detects peanut in your food. You can carry it with you anywhere you go. It's really accessible. Started off with gluten. I have had a bunch of food sensitivities, allergies, thought it was really hard to eat outside of the home. Wanted to empower people with one extra data point before they're about to take the bite. So gluten's been on the market for about a year, and now we have peanut.
And what's the science behind it? How does it detect if there's a peanut in the food?
So it's a chemistry-based test, and what you do is you have a one-time use capsule, You put a sample of food in the capsule and then put the capsule in the sensor. And then you wait a few minutes and then it'll tell you if that sample contains a very trace amount of peanut.
And how accurate is this?
So the accuracy, we've done a lot of internal and third-party lab testing, which will all be available when we launch. We found that if there's a trace amount, 10 parts per million of peanut in that sample, we have a 98.8% chance of picking it up with the device.
So as I mentioned, I'm deathly allergic to nuts. It's like been a whole thing my entire life.
Yeah.
And oftentimes I'll read labels, on the back of a label say like, may contain traces of peanuts. Do you think Nima would be able to pick up those traces if they are in there?
In one of our beta testing that we did with the peanut sensor, we found a lot of people were testing those packaged foods with that mislabeled or unclear labeling. And they were able to pick it up in some of the samples. It totally depends on the sample you're putting in. So if it's not gonna obviously guarantee that everything you're about to eat is gonna be peanut free, but at least it gives you that one additional data point. So the point is, if there's 10 parts per million in that sample, there's a really, really good chance, close to 99%, that we're gonna pick it up. So it's a connected device, so it's Bluetooth connected on your phone. You can actually record what you tested, where you tested, whether it's a packaged food or restaurant food, so you can get access to this huge community of other Nima users that are testing all the time.
Okay, so are you saying that maybe if I'm at a restaurant, I might, there's a Nima app?
Yes.
So I might open the app and then see, oh, someone tested this dish
Exactly.
last week or something?
Yeah, someone tested this dish, it seemed okay, seemed to check out. We find most people want to test themselves anyways, just to be sure. You never know what would happen.
Conditions could change in the kitchen.
Exactly. We see a lot of people using it for packaged foods too. So they go to Trader Joe's. A lot of people have tested a ton of packaged foods at Trader Joe's and use that to make a more informed purchasing decision.
Nice. This is awesome. Well, yeah, can we get a demo?
Definitely, yeah. So what you do is you have like this sample of food. You take a little, pea-sized amount here.
Yeah.
So really, really small amount.
Okay.
Put it in here. This is the capsule. And then the action of closing the capsule grinds the food. And then you close it all the way and you hear that pop. That sort of initiates the chemistry in there. Test strip right here is coated with these antibodies. So there's a whole little lab in here.
Okay.
You pop that right in here, you turn it on. I'm gonna just turn it on there, and then you should start to hear it processing. It should say testing for peanut, yeah. And then it's gonna start processing and starting to make a little bit of a noise. That noise is basically mixing, and then you'll hear some mechanical action, and it's basically releasing the sample to the test strip, and then we're gonna see whether or not that sample contains peanut.
Okay. Cool.
And it takes less than 5 minutes, but if there's no peanut, it takes longer. If peanut's there, it'll detect it faster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Peanut! Wow, we've never tested that.
They did say there's probably a million nuts in here.
And actually, I should mention, I did say, and I also had some, potential remnants, so that could have been picked up, but it's super sensitive.
And then how much does this cost?
So the sensor itself is $229, and the capsules, if you subscribe, they come out to about $5 per capsule.
So when can I get this?
This year.
This year?
Yeah,
okay.
It's coming out soon.
Cool. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah,
I can't wait
think
to
this
get
could
it in your
be
hands.
this could be really awesome to use.
Awesome.
Cool. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Oh my God, look at that sausage. It looks so good. Covered in onion, jalapenos, cheese, and a pickle on top. But guess what? These dogs are 100% vegan.
Vegan? All right.
There are 7.3 billion people in this world, and that number is projected to jump to 9.7 billion by 2050. How are we going to feed all these people? Is a question a lot of smart folks are starting to ask. You good? All right, don't be nervous. Just kidding. So tell me, what is the problem that Beyond Meat is trying to solve?
Human health, heart disease, diabetes, cancer, climate change, natural resource use, things like how much water we use, and then animal welfare. all four of those things converge around the protein choices you make at the center of the plate. If you make a choice to put plant-based source of meat at the center of the plate, you can affect all those positively.
This is an alternative meat. It's not created the traditional way that most meat is created, from what my mom.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage TechCrunch editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
What's up, squad? All right, we're going to keep things moving, and we're going to dive into the wonderful world of fashion. So with that, please welcome to the stage Sophie Hill from Threads and your moderator, Ingrid London. They're wild for you guys right now.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Hey. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming back from the break. We've got an amazing guest here. I'm a big fan. Sophie.
Hi.
Now, hi. Thanks for coming. Okay, so you guys are doing something that's actually quite common in some markets, for example, in Asia, but it's kind of like a novel approach for here. So what we thought was it'd be a good way of introducing is for you to kind of give us a kind of 1 to 2 minute run through of how Threads works. Yeah. And then we'll go into my probing questions. So we're going to run a video, I think.
Yes.
Sophie's going to narrate it.
Okay, so this is walking you through our customer journey. So our mission at Threads is inspire, acquire, deliver. So it's very content-led commerce. So this is the inspiration part. So our team makes content that clients engage with and consumers. And we have quite a big team that are making this content every single day.
On messaging apps?
Yes.
Only messaging apps?
Yeah. So in China, that's WeChat, Weibo, Little Red Book. Here it's Instagram, Snapchat, WhatsApp Stories.
Yeah.
So this is an example of the content.
You don't have a website, right?
Yeah, so we don't have a website or an app. We really believe about spending time where the customer is, and our consumers are across all direct messaging and social apps.
Which should be a very interesting message for the Amazons of the world.
Yeah.
I think.
And then here is where that content leads to. So it's an example, and this is actually a real conversation with a consumer following a piece of content that went live. So this would be, it kind of shows a complete journey of how somebody would share the content with their personal stylist and then how that would actually lead to a transaction. I think this conversation was about a £33,000 transaction.
How long is the whole turnaround time from the moment that you guys start the conversation and they actually buy the thing?
I think this example was a matter of hours.
Hours?
Yeah.
Is that average, or does it go over sometimes over a week, or like?
No, I'd say relatively within 1 or 2 days, but we have had conversations that are as short as 5 minutes.
Right.
I think this particular one was actually very short. I think it was definitely under 2 hours, but it was obviously quite a large purchase. So.
Yeah, we're going to get to the basket size later, but do you ever cut people off? I think you're doing too many. I think we got to cut you off like a bartender.
I think it's
because it can probably be quite addictive.
Yeah, I think for us, we are a luxury retailer, and I think it's really important that customers have either items they need or items they love. So we very much make sure that our team are giving the customers what they absolutely love. So if we thought that it wasn't right for them, we would definitely recommend something else.
Okay. Okay, keep going.
And then this is just a video of, our customers are also our community. So this is the kind of feedback and loop of them making videos of opening their parcels.
Do they do that a lot?
Yeah.
Or do you ask them to? Or you're like, hey, unbox in front of us. We want to post it on social media.
We have quite a big community, and so a lot of people will do it without any prompting.
Right.
We also look after a lot of influencers as well, and they will absolutely start making videos of this. But I think our customers naturally do it, and they are constantly sharing feedback with us every day.
Okay, cool. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think that's the end of our little walkthrough. Awesome. Okay, so you guys are a very interesting company because at your core, you're doing something quite traditional, which is that you're selling. You've got a salesperson connecting with a buyer, a consumer, a shopper, and offering them things and selling it. But you call yourself, you are a tech startup, right?
Yeah.
You guys raised $20 million in August. Congratulations. And you're going to be using that money to invest in the business. So tell me what you're doing that's tech in the Threads ecosystem.
I think the whole business has really been built on technology. So yes, we are a retailer in a traditional sense that we sell luxury goods to consumers. But I think what we are as a business has been very much asking the consumers how they want to shop. And how they've told us that they want to shop is very much through messaging. So whether that's all direct messaging platforms and social media. So for us, we were leveraging all of the technology out there to directly talk to the consumers in the environments that they chose. So the business was built on technology. I think the next steps is how do we build more technology to increasingly make it a personalized experience. So data is very important. I think there is so much choice for consumers. I think technology is going to play a really key role in how do we personalize this? How do we make sure that we are only showing our customers things that are relevant to them, that are exciting to them, that we think they would love? And ultimately, that just enhances the experience.
Do you think that it will be something when you build, for example, an AI to help source and tailor, personalize a set of handbags for me, for example? Do you think that will be more for your assistants to then present to them, or do you think you may push the human out of pull back the human out of the equation and just offer it as an automatic choice before a human gets involved?
I think with technology, you've always got to start from the consumer's perspective. So everything we do, we think, would that be right for the customer? And I think if we're really able to pinpoint what the customer wants and really feel that it's very relevant, I think there could be definitely a blend of full automation. But I think there will be certain, the reason why I say a blend is because I think there may be, a conversation that starts on a £400,000 piece of jewelry, which is rather more complex, and actually they want to make sure that they're speaking to somebody.
Yeah,
who
The
has
higher end it
expertise.
is, the less you want to put a chatbot
Yeah.
in connection with it.
And I think as technology evolves, I think it'll be, it's how much that natural language will be able to be part of that conversation. I mean, the conversation itself is key to the experience. So I think we will roll things out as and when we feel it's appropriate. And I actually think we will involve our customers. I mean, ultimately, convenience is important creation, and if they just want the price of an item and how fast it will get to them,
right,
you want to automate that as fast as possible because that's convenient. If they want to have a long conversation about, do I purchase this or that, then the technology would have to be ready.
Okay, now I wanted to switch the other side of the tech. So you guys are on messaging platforms now, a pretty wide variety of them, sometimes kind of tailored to the region that you're selling into. Have you? What is that? How does that play out for you guys as a business? Do you think that you might, at one point, try to build your own standalone messaging platform? Because do you worry about being dependent on third parties as your channel?
I mean, I think for us, we say we're channel agnostic, and the business has been built on asking the consumers how they want to shop and where they want to shop. And I think that each social channel or messaging channel is a customer preference. So for me, I feel it's slightly more dangerous creating a silo ecosystem that's ours, which ultimately means they have to come to us.
Yeah.
I really believe...
Much harder to be discovered, right?
Yeah, I really believe it's our job.
You don't think that would happen even as you got bigger? Because you're only going to grow in importance.
I mean, our ambitions are very big, and I still don't feel that it's necessarily the right move for us to be doing this. I think the technology we're building is very important, that it just allows that communication to be anywhere the customer is, and the technology that we're building behind has to be able to facilitate that.
Right.
And that's not straightforward, but it means that the customer ultimately gets to move. So, 1 week it's Snapchat, the next week it's Instagram, then it might be, WhatsApp today, it could be iMessenger as more features roll out here in Europe and the US. So we just have to be agile to be able to move.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting because I do feel like it's a pretty fickle world, the messaging world. And I mean, all you have to do is look at Snapchat and see how the rug has been pulled out from under them to know that you never know what will be the next big thing.
Some of our customers actually are still very loyal to Snapchat.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I agree.
As
I
in,
agree.
yeah, absolutely. We did see people move towards Instagram.
Yeah.
But, there's this small group of customers that are so loyal, and again, it's
always
us, having to be on each platform in different volumes as well.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Now, you guys now are you really started out. Targeting, as you would expect from a concierge service, a pretty high-end buyer. The woman, usually a younger woman, who's already shopping for luxury goods and that sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
Average basket size,
about $3,000.
So slightly out of the price range of a journalist, but $3,000, which is impressive. But inevitably, you must be looking. Do you think you're going to stay high end? I know I've asked you this before, but I think it's always important to revisit these questions because I think people change their mind. But do you think as you guys grow, because you've got 20 million in funding now, you do want to get bigger. Do you think you'll stay at the high end, or do you think that will mean trickling down? I mean, look at Farfetch. They haven't really changed from being high end, right?
Yeah. I think
you can get very big by staying luxury.
I think you can get very big staying in luxury. I think what's really important to Threads is that we're experts, and we are experts in luxury. We understand how to create and talk to consumers. And we actually say millennial mindset because it's not just millennials, but it's people that want to shop or interact with us this way for retail. But I think for us, we would potentially go into other verticals. So, we're already starting to look after a lot of men. I do see that we would...
Are you going to buy Threads? I can't believe there are 2 Threads.
I mean, they're focused on high street, so that
I know. You could go down market.
So I think for us, staying in luxury, going into new verticals. You know, we only launched fine jewelry about 18 months, 2 years ago. And that's a huge category for us, and it's really exciting. So definitely new categories versus is.
So there's still
lower
much
AOV.
more to tackle in luxury before you start considering how do I take on my former employer?
Yeah. There is,
which is
Yeah,
Topshop,
yeah.
basically, Arcadia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think absolutely. Our expertise is in luxury, and every time we roll out a new vertical, we absolutely want to be the best at it. You know, the way our retail is set up, it might feel slightly less conventional here in Europe or even the US, but our standards of retail and that customer service level are very much.
Okay, now you guys, in the fact that you're targeting the luxury market, as anybody who is working in e-commerce but in fashion probably knows, Asia is very big. Chinese market is very large for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't know if you've been following what's been going on with Dolce & Gabbana.
So I was in Shanghai.
Yeah. The short story of what's been going on with Dolce & Gabbana is, do you want to say it?
No, you say it.
Okay, social media, just short version. Social media campaign massively backfired, super offensive. People are boycotting the label or trying to get other people to boycott it. So tell me do you work with them?
So yes, we did have a relationship with Dolce
No more?
& Gabbana. I mean, what we're doing now is talking to our consumers. I think that incident in itself, one, shows how powerful social media is. And two, just actually you need to talk to your consumers. And, you know, we're constantly having very open dialogue. A lot of our customers got in touch with us after that event.
Oh, really?
From all over the world expressing their point of view about it.
Interesting.
I think for us, it's about just, you know, I think that particular incident just shows that actually, you know, it's really important any market that you work in that you really need to understand and get to know that market. So for us, yes, we are very focused on the Asian market, but we've been spending the last 2 years talking to ambassadors, consumers at absolute length to really understand.
Are you pulling back from selling them at the moment, though? So if somebody calls and says, I really want this beautiful dress I saw Carey Mulligan wearing at the governor's ball.
Our view is that right now we're not necessarily creating editorial content.
Right.
But equally, we look after consumers all around the world and will potentially view it case by case.
The thing is that you guys are in a luxury position of you don't have a website, you don't have an app. So you're so individualized that if a customer says, I don't want D&G, you don't have to. And then if somebody else does, I suppose, but you guys don't take like an ethical stand on that?
I think what we do is, again, we had a lot of conversations really listening to customers at the time of that event, and we will, you know, we openly appreciate how everybody was so upset, and equally, yes, it wasn't great. I don't think it was great for the industry. I think, again, you should not be moving into a market just because you see opportunity. You should be moving into a market, getting to know that market, you know, really understanding what's important to them. And actually, as we
Maybe you should have a talk with Dolce & Gabbana. They seem to have forgotten this important lesson of marketing.
But, you know, we've spent a lot of time with Chinese consumers asking the same question. And ultimately, the only question we ask our consumers or future consumers is, how do you want to shop? What do you want from us? You know, what type of content do you want? What do you find inspiring? How do you know, what's the checkout process like for you? I mean, WeChat is an incredible ecosystem, so it's actually very easy for our business model to be in Asia. But, you know, really importantly then, because that ecosystem exists, is actually what content do they want from us?
Yeah.
And our customers are actually our editors-in-chief.
Right.
Because, you know, it's really important to us. It's not so much about what our buyers want. And yes, we do have a strong point of view on styling, but actually what we're styling is very much dictated by them as well.
Okay. I want to ask you one other very quick question on this general subject.
Yeah.
And then move on to one last one before we run out of time. But you've got, I mean, you know, in the fashion industry, you've got a ton of these other issues going on. And another one that I've noticed is, you know, just the ethics of clothing and how clothing gets wasted and so on. Do you guys see yourselves as playing a role in any of that? I know Burberry's been under a lot of attack for basically, destroying clothes when they don't sell. What is your view on all that, and how do you guys think you could play a role in that?
I mean, we're in luxury, so everything we're selling is ultimately kind of usually handcrafted or made to the highest quality. And the two principles of Threads are curation and convenience. And if you just talk about curation, again, when you're saying, do you just oversell to people that potentially like to buy a lot of luxury goods? And we say, well, actually, no. If something is going to be associated to Threads in their wardrobe, it has to be because there was a need, there was an event, they had to go, something that they needed something for, or because they absolutely loved it. So again, I think by really focusing on people buying less but highly curated and really wanting to wear and use the things in their wardrobe, actually, we are playing a positive role into that, in that we're not saying be wasteful, we're saying really be selective.
Do you think that I know we talked a little bit about can you go down market, but do you think you can scale that? Do you think that that's the sort of buying tendency that more people could shift to? Do you think that consumers on a wider scale, do you think Amazon might ever try to do something like this?
Something like Threads?
Yes.
I mean, they may.
It goes completely against the economy of scale.
I mean, we don't believe it goes against the economy of scale, because ultimately, you're looking at, okay, let's look at Harrods, let's look at Net-a-Porter, let's look at Farfetch, Matches. There is globally a high volume of luxury consumers, and equally, 35% of those consumers today are millennial and Gen Z, and it'll be 45% by 2025. So I think the volume of consumers is there. Again, I think it's about helping people make good choices.
But do you think that volume will ever wholesale want to shift into this type of shopping?
I mean, I think curation is really important, and I think dialogue is really important.
Yeah.
So I think for retailers to really meet the needs of millennials or Gen Z, I think they have to put curation and dialogue back into the retail experience. So how and what they do with that, I think, is to be TBC.
Do you worry about, do those luxury stores, retailers, are those your main competitors now, would you say? Or do you worry about an Amazon making a move into this space?
I think
Walmart.
Definitely. I think definitely, you've got to be aware of what's happening in the retail landscape. I think, yes, people could move into this space, but I think we like to be the best at what we do. So it would probably just make us even more ambitious to make sure we are absolutely number one. And again, we really understand how to, we work really closely with brands on how to present their clothes and how to style them, how to create them for this new customer. So I think it would just drive us to continue to be the best.
Okay, cool. Thank you. We are out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, how many how many entrepreneurs are in the room? Seriously, that's it? I expected everyone's hands to go up except for these guys, and his hands up anyway. Well, then this is going to be surely very interesting to you, and I'm not sure that we've actually done a panel quite like this where we bring the partnership from a firm and have them all together on one stage. So with that, please welcome from Excel, Philippe Botteri, Sonali de Rijker, Luciana Alexandru, and Harry Nellis, as well as your moderator, Connie Loizos. They clap for the investors.
Oh, wow. Thank you, John Cheever. Hi, good morning, everyone. We are thrilled today to have four investors from one of Europe's most powerful venture firms with us. It was back in 2001 that Excel opened its London office with a separate fund to invest in European startups. And since then, the team has funded such breakout hits as Deliveroo and Supercell and Showroom Privé and Spotify and many others, becoming a go-to firm for founders in the process. Before we jump into things, some of you probably know who's on stage with me, some of you may not. To my direct right is Philippe Botteri, a native of France who spent numerous years in Silicon Valley with Bessemer Venture Partners before joining Excel in 2011. Beside Philippe is Sonali de Rijker, who grew up in Mumbai and spent 8 years with Atlas Ventures before joining Excel about a decade ago. Beside Sonali is Luciana Alexandru, who grew up in Romania and was with Summit Partners and Morgan Stanley before joining Excel in 2011. And beside Luciana is Harry Nellis, who is a former entrepreneur and I guess sometimes trumpet player, who is from the Netherlands and has been with Excel for 14 years. Thank you all so much for hopping on a plane to be with us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So to start, I thought we might just break down how Excel works, if it's possible to do that in not too long a time. You know, there's the Excel office in the Bay Area, Silicon Valley. You have your office in London. There's another office in India. To what extent do you work together and share investors? Harry?
Great. Well, so our objective as Excel is to invest in the best technology companies on Earth. And we aim to do that by sharing a global radar screen of interesting opportunities, whether they are in America, Europe, or India. So that's the objective. The way we practically do it is we use things called prepared minds to focus on particular areas that we're interested in. And then we ask input from our partners in Palo Alto or India or in London to come up with what we think is the winning hand in a particular sector. And then when we have determined that, we're going to look for companies, no matter where they're located, and aim to invest in the best ones.
Great. So you start with a thematic focus, and then you sort of go from there.
Correct? Yeah.
And what happens when there's a company like Spotify, for example, that's interesting and very promising? How do you sort of decide, I guess, how big a check you'll write versus one of the other offices? Or is it sort of all one of a piece? Sonali?
Yeah, so, I mean, Connie, just to the previous question, I just wanted to say that, you know, the fact that we decided in 1999 that the world was not just about Silicon Valley, I mean, look how far Berlin has come, was really far from obvious. And we know VC and venture capital is probably the world's most unscalable business. And the fact that we're still here 18 years later, plus India, is sort of a testament to the fact that we did it in a way that was very different, as Harry described, because we have our local teams. We invest in Europe, and I'll get to the answer to the Spotify question. The Indian team invests in India, and then depending upon the company and the situation, we'll all pool in if we think it makes sense. And for Spotify, which was at the outset, so we invested a bit more than 7 years ago, so really quite early. The company was 1.5 million paying users, and it's something like 85 million paying users, just to give you a sense of the size. The real thinking was, how do we help them not just go global, but how do we help them go to the US? And in that particular case, we worked very closely, and we shared some of the capital also with our US colleagues, also because we were on the board of Facebook at the time. The Spotify-Facebook relationship, because that's how they launched in the US, was of sort of primal importance.
Okay.
So it's really case by case, but the way we kind of carve up the world, if that's the broader question, is that this team and our broader team, all based in London, we invest across Europe, and that's really across Europe, including Eastern Europe, Southern Europe, Nordics. The India team invests in India, and then the US team invests in the US, and there's a sort of a global fund on the growth side, and we work very closely together.
But if I may build on that for 1 second, I think that's a really important point that I know I take a lot of pride in, which is that Excel was a very early believer in Europe at a time when most US venture capital funds were still just looking at Silicon Valley. Excel really thought globally, and really at a time when it wasn't obvious that there were going to be
$5 billion companies and $10 billion companies and $30 billion companies coming out of Europe. So I think it's one thing that makes me very proud, at least about Excel.
Sure, but do you share the same investors, or these are discrete pools, just so everybody understands?
Well, a lot of our investors are investing across the entire continents that we have. I think that's about. I mean, we're for our entrepreneurs, we're one platform, and for our investors, we also want to be one platform.
Okay, great. Well, tell me a little bit. So obviously you're in London, and I think the majority of your investments are in London. What percentage of your investments are not in the UK, and maybe in what countries specifically are you interested in? Harry? Oh, sorry.
So you can answer it.
Yeah, anyone can answer.
No, I was going to say, I'm happy to take this question because just to give you a zoom into my calendar these 2 weeks, I just flew in from New York yesterday, where one of my companies moved commercial headquarters, so where the board meetings take place. I flew to Berlin. I'm going to Helsinki next week, and then I'm going to San Francisco for another board meeting of a European company that moved commercial headquarters there. So all this to say, the European market is actually very fragmented. And if anything, with the rise of really interesting enterprise companies, I think the ecosystem is becoming more and more fragmented rather than less. If you think about big consumer outcomes, many of them had been around the UK, Germany, France, Nordics. But some of our most interesting enterprise companies are really starting in unusual locations. Instana, an hour outside Cologne, UiPath, Bucharest, Romania, and so on and so forth.
I would say about 70% of our companies are not in the UK.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do they need to move their headquarters to the US at some point? And it's interesting. I don't know if enterprise specifically is something that...
I think with enterprise, a lot of times it does make sense. It really depends on the model. But if it is a global company that wants to win on a global scale, it's important to win in the US. A model that we've seen work well is where the technology team stays in Europe and the co-founder/CTO stays here and continues building the technology team here, while go-to-market, or at least the key part of go-to-market, is built in the US.
Why is that?
But one thing just to add, which is interesting, is that if you're enterprise software, and this has been the companies that have been emerging from Europe, for the past 15 years. I mean, this company will need to go to the US. That's where the US market is. But I think one thing which is very interesting that we're seeing right now is that with the depth of penetration of technology in our daily lives, I mean, this really widen the markets that we're seeing in Europe. And now we're seeing a new breed of companies, software companies, which are focusing on specific segments like SMB, for example, so small businesses, where they can actually build a very big business just staying on a couple of countries or 3 countries in Europe. I mean, I'll mention Doctolib, for example, which is a technology service provider for doctors. They're just in France and Germany, but these markets are just big enough for it to be a very large business.
Right. Well, one company that's branched out is UiPath, which is one of the fastest growing companies that I hear about quite often. Luciana, you grew up in Romania, and you had sort of found that company, I guess, for Excel. Can you tell me a little bit about how that came together?
Absolutely. So we're very happy to be UiPath's Series A investor. We invested early. At the time, actually, most of the company's employees were in Romania and actually some in India, but it didn't really have feet on the ground in the US. But what I thought was very intriguing was that blue chip customers from the US were finding them in Romania and buying their product. So there was a flag that went on there. I was like, wow, that's really interesting. And on top of that, the entrepreneur has a very big vision. So when you meet him, it's impossible not to get excited about robotic process automation. We met him for the first time a couple of years ago. Since then, the company has expanded to 16 global offices. Commercial headquarters have moved to New York. That's where I flew back from yesterday. They went from the smaller company in the space to the clear leader based on Forrester analysts and customers alike. So it's been a really special journey. We're thrilled to be part of that journey.
That's fantastic. To your point about traveling so much, how do you keep from spreading yourselves too thin, I guess? Sonali?
Yeah, so just to quantify that, we checked. We've invested in the last couple of funds in 20 cities and 15 countries. I mean, just from the London office. So that gives you a sense of the scale and the scope. And if anything, what we found, back to some of the other discussion we're having, is that there isn't a ton of signal. So we looked at the fact that we've backed 50 plus entrepreneurs in the same sort of period, and they went to 44 different schools, came from different universities. After that, then they worked at different places. So the reality is the only way to, especially with the pace at which deals and venture capital is moving, you really need to be in market, but you really need to have a global filter. So we believe strongly in concentrating in London because that's how we make good decisions, but we have to be in the market. And so I think the way we do it is that we're very thematic. We think hard around, what is Europe good at? And there are some sectors that we've identified around enterprise automation, around financial services, and we go very, very deep. So by the time we've seen a company that looks interesting, we actually have a blueprint of what is defined as interesting for us, and then there's a sort of a click and a match. So it's a bit of outbound, but also it's a bit of very kind of deep thinking around how the category is evolving and what we think constitutes a winning hand. So if we didn't have that sort of deep approach, and of course there's some bottoms up of just being in the market, I think you could get lost very easily. So that's how it's a very fragmented market, and we need to navigate it in a coherent way.
It's very fragmented, and I also wonder how sort of uniform or not startup culture is across these countries. If you're sort of noticing that founders operate differently in certain regions. Sonali, you'd mentioned once to me that you thought there was something special going on in the Nordics.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll watch the time here because it's one of my favorite topics.
Oh,
but
got 30 seconds.
My partners will kick me if I talk too much. But look, I think there are great businesses everywhere. But the truth is that not all great businesses have great cultures. And we found there was something quite special in the Nordics because these were places that truly the cultures were, best places to work at, incredible loyalty, low churn, a level of transparency that we just didn't see so often. So we thought, okay, let's dig a little bit deeper. And as it turns out, the reality is how startup culture evolves has so much to do with how the culture in that country evolves. And we sort of sat down and talked to some of these Nordic founders, so Supercell, Avito, which was a big success story in Russia, but a Swedish team and a very Swedish culture, a company called ClickTech, just to name some examples. And we sat down with these founders and said, why is this the case? And what we unearthed is that in the Nordics, and it's not universally true, but the socialist society is that people are truly equal. So guess what? The founder or the CEO, the management team, they don't work, the employees don't work for the CEO. The CEO works for the employees. There's no question that the employees can't answer. They're completely accountable. And what that means is that there's this culture where people are really empowered to make decisions. At Avito, if you go to the kitchen, spray painted everywhere in the kitchen is their motto and their mission statement, which is, don't F it up. Because you have the responsibility, it's your decision, so just don't mess it up. They then tried to do something more politically correct, and then it kind of fell apart. And at Supercell, the reason the word Supercell was chosen is because the organization is all around cells, and it's the cell that makes the decision. So that, Ilkka, who calls himself, is a founder and CEO, who calls himself the world's least powerful CEO. It's a fascinating interview. If people have a minute to read about it, talks about the story of how the game developers who are in the cells had to make decisions of whether they kill or make games. And they were working for months on a particular game, and they have this rule of it has to reach a certain set of metrics. And this game that everyone really believed in was nearly there, and he came back from a business trip, and the game was canceled. They didn't even call him before deciding whether to kill that game. And I think it's that team that went on to sort of either make Boom Beach or Heyday, I don't remember. But there's such empowerment that you really give it up at the very granular level. It doesn't always happen that way, but we think it's sort of very special, and we keep seeing it more and more in the Nordics.
So Supercell never changed its headquarters. It was always based in Finland, is that correct?
Helsinki, yeah.
Helsinki. So I did wonder, my understanding, and it could be incorrect, is that sort of in the past, Excel has sort of invited founders to maybe live in London in the same way that Bay Area firms have sometimes sort of said to founders, why don't you come so that we can sort of help manage you more closely and help you. Philippe, I'm wondering, first, if that's correct, and also just how Brexit potentially changes the equation for the firm.
honestly, I can't remember a single situation where we ask a founder to move to London.
Oh, is that right?
I mean, I've been here 8 years. I don't know. Maybe there. I mean, probably I've been in the past, but I can't remember.
No,
So
not really.
Clearly not something that we would push. I think
We
we're-
sometimes beg for the board meetings to happen in London to have one less trip, but no, never.
No, because I think now in every ecosystem in Europe, I think you have the depth of talent to be able to create great product in engineering team. So there's no reason why should they move specifically to London.
Well, one of the key
But
things,
surely
though,
Brexit
is
will-
with
I'm
the
sorry.
U.S. With the U.S. is different, right? So,
Yes.
especially in software companies, in software in general, every dollar that gets spent on software on Earth, 50 cents gets spent in the U.S. So, if you want to win globally,
You have
you've
to
got to
be-
be
yeah.
there.
Mhm.
So then we help people move to the U.S. And we've been doing this for 35 years. We have offices in all locations. So, in many ways, we're best positioned to help these kind of companies do that.
Okay, great.
So now you ask about Brexit. So
Right, I
I'm not going to
combined two
dodge the
Thanks.
question.
I mean, it's such a massive,
It's interesting. So 2 years ago, we're asking ourselves, so what are the areas where Brexit is going to potentially have an impact on startups? I mean, first one is, of course, immigration and hiring talent and movement of talent in Europe, because even if companies don't move their headquarters to London, they'll often have, at some point start to build a team, local sales operation, or open their site there. So that's one key area. I mean, for fintech companies, of course, there is a passporting of the licenses, which is going to be critical. I mean, London has been a hub for fintech, and it was very easy for them to operate across all of Europe. What about that? There is a question of data residency. I mean, a lot of our business are more and more dependent on the use and leverage of data, and where that data is stored is obviously very critical. And you have laws in the EU, and then if obviously the UK is out of it, then does it mean that every company will need to have a separate data center in the UK, or manage data differently? So that's another areas. And then there is the fourth area, which is probably a bit less important, but you can't ignore, which is there are a lot of investment and subsidies from the European Union, as well as from the UK, subsidized R&D. So how all of this is going to impact startups? And the reality is, like, we're sitting 2 years down the road, and we're still no clue on what's going to happen on these four areas.
Right.
So the answer is just, I don't know. I mean,
Well, I appreciate your candor on that, because I talk to so many people who downplay this and say nothing's really going to change. There's so much money flowing into UK. It's no big deal. But obviously it is. But to your point, there's many question marks.
And by the way, it's not only for the startups, but it's also, I mean, like, I'm not a UK citizen, right? So
right,
I'd love to know at some point what's going to happen to my visa.
Sure. Another thing I wanted to talk about today, it's such a big story in the U.S., and I imagine that it is here as well, is SoftBank's Vision Fund, which is kind of, very fundamentally changing the way the venture industry works, especially with talk of potentially a second fund being raised at some point. I'm wondering, I guess, whether you think it's sort of, on the whole, a good or a bad trend to have this sort of $100 billion fund plugging so much money into startups. We've seen over recent years companies staying private longer and longer as it is, and this sort of just exacerbates that trend. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
So overall, I'd say it's a great thing to have more money for the European ecosystem, for the European VC ecosystem. So if there's more money, there's more opportunities for great businesses to be funded. I think it changes the dynamic in the market, and the way in which it changes it is as follows. So they're more later stage oriented, so they start to compete with other funds that are oriented at later stage. And the typical thing for these funds to do is to go a little bit earlier. So there's a little bit of a chain effect where everybody now needs to start to go earlier in order to accommodate this big amount of money. For some companies, this kind of capital is a perfect fit, and for others, it's not. I've been involved in a company that is a fintech business, and for them, transparency was very important. And they had the option to take money from a very later stage investor or to go public, and they chose to go public because going public brings with it the requirement to be more transparent, and that actually was good for their business. So in some cases it's a perfect fit, and in other cases companies will say, you know what, I'll go public instead because that actually fits my business model.
Right, that's interesting. There's so few companies that seem to welcome that transparency. Of course, related to SoftBank, another sort of topic of discussion in Silicon Valley has been, where is the money coming from? You know, it used to be that founders didn't really need to think about who was backing their venture capitalists because it was pensions and endowments and sort of more, you know, traditional means of investment. Now we're seeing more sovereign wealth funds come in. Saudi Arabia specifically has been in the headlines because of this murdered Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi. It's raised questions about whether or not to take money from SoftBank because Saudi Arabia is basically representing like half the fund. Is this something that your founders are talking to you about?
Connie, no, I think the answer is that not at all, actually. I think these questions are not being asked yet. No, because for the right kind of company, as Harry said, SoftBank sort of can anoint you as a leader with a war chest, especially if it prevents them from investing in a competitor. So, you know, the world is right now in such a race. Everything is moving so fast that leadership and category leadership and capital matters so much. And I fear to say that maybe for not all the companies, for certain companies, it matters at the expense of some of these core questions around, you know, where is the capital coming from and what does that mean for your direction and kind of, you know, who you're accountable to. So the reality
so you're
is...
saying it's impractical, basically.
I don't think it's just not... You know, the world is in a place where everything is moving right and it's all kind of moving up and to the right and people haven't seen a cycle. A lot of the great companies that we're all involved in have management teams that have barely seen a cycle. And so there's no concept of, you know, it might fall down, then there are questions going to be asked. Like, look at the difference in what's happening in the valuations in the private market versus what some of the turmoil in the public market has been. And I think it's all pointing towards there's a bit of a frenzy in the private markets. There's a lot of capital. And if you can go forward without asking too many questions, why wouldn't you right now, especially if you get a lot of capital at a very high price?
Do you feel that way about Excel? Is there anyone from whom you would not take money?
Oh, no, we absolutely wouldn't. I mean, we're 35 years in business. I was calculating, we've raised 40 funds. So we very much think hard about the charities and the pension funds, the foundations, the endowments, which is the primary, you know, it's primarily our investor base.
Okay, great.
And the vast majority of our investors continue to invest with us over all the funds. So when we raise a new fund, typically 95% of the investors are our old investors.
Great. You know, we're running low on time. Another trend I wanted to ask you about, and maybe it's too soon in Europe, but a sort of very common path to liquidity now for American investors is secondary sales. You invest in the A or the B round, SoftBank or someone else comes in, invests the later round and buys up some of your shares. You provide liquidity to your limited partners. Are you exiting more of your deals through secondaries? Is there a secondary market up here?
There definitely is one. But typically the secondary market provides some liquidity to founders. So our objective is to... We're very long-term investors, so we typically are invested for 8, 9, 10 years with companies, and our objective is to exit these companies when the founders do. So we want to our main objective is to build big, valuable businesses, and then good stuff happens. So typically that liquidity goes to founders, and typically it's good. Because if they can take a little bit of money off the table, they are willing to really go and build a big company rather than sell it halfway through the process and get an exit there. And our business is all about building very large companies. So in generally, it's good.
What's a sort of an appropriate time to do that? Another thing we've seen in some cases is founders taking money off in the first year of operations when they have a hot enough company, which seems awfully soon to me.
So we look at some stats on that within our portfolio. And if we look at the past 5 years and the amount of money that we invested in primary versus secondary, and we invest in early stage, so typically Series A, this hasn't really changed in the past 5 years. So we haven't seen a big increase on that front.
Okay, great. Almost out of time. Sonali, tell me, what has been the firm's biggest miss, and what did it learn from that screw up?
Why did I get that a minute into it? So clearly, you know, we care a lot about the great entrepreneurs we back, but we also care a lot about the ones that, you know, we made a mistake on. Probably for us as a group in London, the one business that we really wish we'd been part of, and it's the second largest outcome in Europe, because we were in Spotify, the second largest is Adyen, which is an incredible business. And the reason we did not invest at the time was really because we're a global platform, and there are lots of advantages of being global, as we've discussed, and we sort of feel it very strongly. But one of the disadvantages is that sometimes you're in a competitive business. So we were early in Braintree, which is a business that we sold to PayPal after the fact. And as a result, we sort of were confused. And I think we've worked very hard as a global platform to really understand when there is a conflict, because it's very rare that there really is a conflict, versus just assuming that companies compete. So it's something we've kind of really exercised that muscle since then, because that was a big.
Well, at least Braintree sold to PayPal. It could have been worse, I guess.
It could have been. Thank you, Connie.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was great.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, food truck time, lunchtime. We'll see you at 1:05. Thanks.
The Pro 2 is the next iteration of our popular professional camera series, and it's basically got a lot of features that our users have been asking for, we delivered on. And it's important for us to take the feedback and really give them a solution that's going to be easy to use both on the capture side and on the post side. Our biggest challenge until this point has been, how do we create a super smooth and seamless workflow that will make users happy and they don't have to pull their hair out and waste time with the stitching and the post-processing. So we really have to find that delicate balance between adding new features and still making it a simple process. We've upgraded the sensors and we've upgraded the internal motherboard to allow for 8K stereo capture. And we've also upped a lot of the other resolutions where you're able to now record higher resolution at higher frame rates, making it more in line with what the expectations would be from a traditional filmmaking standpoint. The defining feature of the camera now is the dual antennas that pop up from the top, and those are to enhance the GPS and the Wi-Fi, and you'll see that you can now record to 6 micro SD cards. The reason we shifted to the 6 micro SD card option is to allow up to 120 megabits per second on each card, so the bit rate is much higher than recording just onto one SD card. Now it has the ability to stabilize in camera. So we've upgraded the gyroscope from a 6-axis to a 9-axis stabilized gyro, and we've also rethought and redone our algorithm on the digital stabilization side. So it's now going from just catering to a strictly VR audience to also traditional filmmakers who just want to enhance their tool belt a bit. We'll be pairing the Pro 2 with our Farsight system, and it's the first ever long-range wireless transmitter built specifically for a 360 camera. Ultimately, the Farsight will be available on its own, but together, both systems are around $5,000.
So this glorious beast you see before you is the Trek Supercommuter Plus 7. It's an electric bike with pedal assist, but the pedal assist maxes out at about 20, so it can still stay within the range of an electric bicycle. And my favorite part is that it looks like a I don't know, some kind of urban assault bike. Let's take a closer look. I really like how this bike is put together, and I really like the replaceable battery. That's massively important for a bike like this. If you can't swap out the battery, especially if you're at work, it takes about an hour or two to really charge up. It's got these massive 2.4-inch tires, Shimano Dior shifters on the front. You also have a Shimano HG500 10-speed cassette on the back. So there's no throttle on this thing, so it actually assists you as you pedal. You can go from Eco, which is a little bit slower, gives you a little bit of a boost, to Touring, which gives you sort of a general overall boost, Sport, which makes you go a little faster, and Turbo, which makes you go really fast. It's a little expensive for what it is. You could probably have somebody push you around town for the same amount that you would pay for this thing, $3,700. But if you're into bike commuting and you have a long commute, this is the way to go.
What's up, TechCrunchers? We are at Skydio HQ, where we're going to chat with a group of startup employees who are building autonomous drones that can track your every move. We're going to chat with their CEO and see what they're up to. Let's check them out.
The basic idea for what we're doing is we think fully autonomous drones are really the future of the industry. And we've believed that from the beginning, and we've also believed that the core technology and the core enabler there is the software system. So we've really been focused on building that from the very beginning.
So I'm seeing kind of a lot of prototypes behind us. You want to just kind of give a long overview, kind of stretching through the process of where this idea started, translating into your new product, the R1.
For almost the first year of the company, it was just my 3 co-founders working in a basement, self-funded. So the prototyping at that stage was very, very scrappy. So we started with just off-the-shelf quadcopter frames and putting media center computers and USB cameras on them, and essentially starting the core of our software system. And there's been a pretty steady evolution since then to get to the R1. So we built more sophisticated rigs that let us have multiple cameras to develop more and more of the software. And then at a certain point, when we had kind of answered enough of the questions there about what was going to be possible, what we really wanted the product to be, we started developing the custom hardware platform. And the basic idea there has been pretty constant from the beginning, but we've been through a number of iterations to get everything dialed in just the way that we want for R1. Yeah, so we started this first prototype, AirCam 1, aptly named, was using basically a media center computer, which was not very power efficient, not at all designed for this. The cameras are plugged in over USB, so there was a lot that was not great about this, but it allowed us to get something in the air and start developing the software system. And then, I think we're just fortunate to kind of be doing this at the right time. So after we started the company, NVIDIA announced the TX1, these sort of perfect embedded compute modules that have really powerful GPUs, and that's what we started using. So we did the sort of off-the-shelf computer thing for a little while, and then started working on NVIDIA dev boards.
What's up with this monster? How's this one
doing? This is a team favorite.
the prettiest of the bunch.
This is the triangle rig, is what we called it. So this is when we had one prototype engineer who was awesome, and he designed this kind of superstructure, but it's still fairly clunky. But this was the first thing we built that had multiple cameras kind of facing in every direction. So this was the first prototype that was basically all our custom hardware. So you can see the form factor is pretty close there.
Sure.
It's not exactly the final thing, but this is pretty close to, all the big ideas were in play, and this is pretty much all our final custom electronics.
Was 6 pairs of cameras pretty much that was at least what you had to hit for the most part in your mind from the beginning?
Yeah, that was a fairly early design decision. We wanted, the key thing that we had in mind for basically every product decision is we wanted trustworthy autonomy. We wanted you to be able to trust the device to fly itself without you needing to pay too much attention to it. And we felt that one of the real keys, one of the real building blocks to making that happen was having stereo pairs looking in every direction, which has a bunch of other challenges associated with it. Like that's one of the reasons why we developed this this perimeter structure out of composites to hold all the cameras in the configuration that we needed, and be super rigid.
Yeah. Yeah, I was curious about that. Was it a decision from the beginning not to make like the wings fold or anything? Because I know there's some drones that have a similar form factor that fold up.
Yeah, so it's something that we explored, but we thought that this was going to be like a superior product experience. It still fits into your backpack, and it doesn't have the added complexity and weight of folding, which, especially for having the cameras around the outside, just wouldn't really solve.
Cool. So around the launch, a lot of people were talking about the camera as kind of the self-flying selfie cam, which for a $2,500 product, I think that you can see a lot more potential in what the one-liner about it could be. So as you kind of look to the future, are you a selfie cam company? Like what how do you characterize it?
We probably have like a mixed relationship with the word selfie. I mean, I think that if you just think about cameras in general, first of all, cameras are just everywhere in our lives, right? Every smartphone has one. Actually, every smartphone has at least two now. Some have more. The major use case for phones is taking pictures. Most social media is driven by people taking and sharing pictures and video. So cameras, pictures, video are just like a core part of our existence now, and it's becoming more central. And then if you think about what are people taking pictures and video of, most pictures and video gets taken of people. Like people are the most interesting subjects.
Yeah.
You can call it whatever you want, really, but we think of this as just like another sort of evolution of the camera. It's a camera that understands the scene it's looking at and has the ability to move itself. And our first use case is targeted around capturing amazing content of people doing cool stuff that you would otherwise not be able to get. When people take pictures of themselves now, almost by definition, they're not doing anything interesting because they have the ability to stand there and pose, or their buddy is holding the camera. Whereas this thing allows you to capture the stuff that you're most excited about without having to think or worry about it. It's hard to say what the category is going to be called in the long term, but we think it's a real thing and it's going to be pretty big. And the kind of consumer market questions. That's not a drill. That's a prototype. That's a R1 that's strapped down.
The R1 with the Hailfire integration.
A lot of these things sort of look like drone torture chambers where we have the thing strapped down and then beat it up.
Got to do that testing.
We're here at Creator, a new BurgerBot restaurant, with the founder, Alex, who invented this crazy machine we're standing in front of. Maybe you could tell us, how did you get into the idea of building a BurgerBot?
So I grew up flipping burgers, and parents got a restaurant. I've made maybe tens of thousands of burgers in my life, and when your job is to make something like 400 of the same burger every single day, you realize that there are a lot of opportunities to make it just a little bit better, except didn't have the means. So I thought, okay, if better kitchen tools help me make a much better product, why not just take that to infinity? And this is kind of like the ultimate kitchen instrument. We just spent sauce down to milliliter. We just spent seasoning down to gram. There's 11 sensors to watch the temperature of the beef and some AI to make sure we lock in the doneness. When we grind the meat, we literally align the meat in the patty to go along with your bite kind of vertically as your incisors come through, so you get a lot of advantage on the texture side of things.
So the burgers are tasty, and I'm absolutely surprised that they only cost $6. But my question is, what is this going to do for the future of work and all the people that already work in these kind of restaurants?
So, I grew up making burgers, and that type of job is really close to my heart. And so I thought, okay, if I'm in a position where my job is to do something repetitive all day, how can I make a place of work where I can move from that into doing something that's either more creative or social? And so this place has a decent sized staff, actually. We're paying everyone $16 an hour. On top of that, we're able to give people a 5% time, meaning 5% of the time on the clock, they're spending that reading a book or doing something that's going to benefit them in the long run, as opposed to what I was doing growing up, just doing this over and over all day. And so I think what we're going to see is an enhancement in terms of our collective skill set.
moving into things that are just generally more fulfilling.
So if you want to go try this new burger, come out to 680 Folsom in San Francisco, and hopefully we're going to see more of these creator restaurants, even kiosk forms, or the full-size version like this around the country soon.
That cheese just melted right in. Eat burgers all day long, or like, are you sick of burgers yet?
Peak Design has a pretty interesting founding story involving Kickstarter. How did you start all this?
Man, I didn't start, I guess it did by a result start all this, but I just wanted to make a thing, which was the Capture camera clip, and it was a small aluminum device that would let you take a camera, a SLR, and attach it to a backpack strap or a belt or something like that. It was a cool idea I had. I thought I could get people to buy them.
Then you got that funded on Kickstarter, and then a couple more different products on Kickstarter, and then eventually the bag.
Yeah, it was like the first product, Capture, was a hit. It was the second most funded project of all time, and that just got the ball rolling, like profitable year one. And so I was able to hire some people. And then what we did is we solved the problem that came up. Once you had your camera not on a strap, it was kind of like, well, it's sort of dangerous, it's hanging out there. So the next product was, let's make a strap. And so we invented kind of a way of attaching and removing straps, because that was the main pain point there. Then we went back to Clips again, did Clips V2, and then we did Straps V2. And it's like 4 years in, we've got a pretty good following. And a famous photographer named Trey Ratcliffe said, I want to make a bag with you guys. So I kind of opened the door to bags. Fortunately, our lead designer is this magical, incredible, literally one of the world's best bag designers. And so we were kind of off to the races on bags, and now we're 4 years in and loving it.
Tell me about the design process here.
Yeah, so at Peak Designs, we really think of ourselves as a design studio first, and you know, bags are a large part of our business at this point, but we really take a ground-up approach, just like we would if we were designing any other product. That starts first and foremost with a lot of research into the needs that we're trying to solve for the user, and then we go and we sketch. The backpack was an evolution of the messenger bag, so really kind of trying to pull some of the same hardware cues that people really responded to that product with, and kind of bring them into this backpack form.
And then once you guys have it designed, what you want to make, do you guys test material and, you know, sewing and things here in-house?
Primarily, the development we're doing in-house here is the development of all of the materials. Like you said, we do a lot of ground-up development on our fabrics. Our hardware, we have a really robust hard goods design team here, so we've got 3D printers and a whole shop and everything like that. So we're doing a lot of CAD work in-house here. Sewing-wise, we're sewing either like really rough prototypes or working through complex problems, but the more kind of final production level prototypes we're doing in Vietnam.
So speaking of the final, how's that process? Where's that process happening? Tell me more about that.
It starts with basically you're making these prototypes and you keep revving and going through these different rounds and exploring different things, and eventually you start to really refine the general design that you think, like, yes, this is the one, this is going to solve all our problems here that we're trying to address. And from then it's kind of this subtle refinement process until we get what we call a golden sample, and essentially that's a master sample that that's what we're going to go to market with and go into production with.
What does the future hold?
We build products that we want to use as people who work for this company, which is kind of an odd way of approaching things. We're not looking at the market and saying, what does the world want? It's kind of like, what do we want? And we're just hopeful that enough people will continue to have sort of the same set of problems, needs, and wants that we do. Certainly there's going to remain a focus on camera gear. I mean, we've got a great toehold there, and a common thread amongst us is that we love photography. So I think that you're going to see some really core elements of any photographer's setup. We're not making cameras, but we're making the accessories for cameras. So if you can think about what might be the most important accessory to camera users, we're heading that direction. And we're also very cognizant of the fact that the camera that's inside your pocket, which is an iPhone or a Galaxy or a Pixel, is a pretty damn good camera too. That hasn't slipped our notice.
So we might be expecting a little camera case or little
phone
case.
We'll see what ends up happening, but we're thinking down those lines.
So tell me about your latest baby.
Yeah, well, this is the 30-liter black backpack, and really
Looks
this
slick.
is kind of by popular demand. Thank you. It's kind of, when you put things in all black, it just slick is kind of what comes to mind, and I think this is a great interpretation of that. But a lot of people were getting our 20-liter black backpack. They loved it. It's kind of become our most popular color. So we were kind of, our hands were tied. We had to make it in a 30-liter version, and this is it, finally.
Awesome. What is this going to cost?
Same as our other ones, so $289 for the 30-liter backpack, which, frankly, for me as a consumer, I balk at a $289 backpack. It's not something that I would gravitate towards, but when you actually get into this pack and you look at the features, and it feels like the right price once you get into it, and that has been the resounding opinion of everyone who owns this product. So we feel real good about it being priced there.
Beerbox is an innovative experiential vending machine that dispenses and opens cans of beer at events and venues where we really focus on eliminating long lines. It's a pain that we've all felt at these events, whether you go to a concert with friends or a festival, or you go to a Knicks game. It's like, do I really want to go get that drink? I might miss the third quarter, but I really would want that next drink. So you basically pick out of a hat, like, okay, or do rock, paper, scissors with your friends. It's like, all right, you go wait online for 20 minutes, get as many beers as you can. These venues would love to sell more beer at the end of the day, but they're limited with real estate. They can't build more bars in the arenas, nor, do they necessarily want to hire more people to staff that. So the beauty of the design is that we could have 4 or 6 of these together, and you could have one worker there to check IDs. So it's kind of like a self-checkout at a grocery store or a Home Depot. For us to actually open the can, it's actually a requirement at many of these venues. If you've ever been to a ball game or a concert with your favorite artists, a lot of musicians actually won't perform with closed container. If you ever bought a beer at these venues, you either get it as a draft, or they take the lid off, or they open it for you. That's because a closed can is actually a projectile. From a design approach, we don't want to do something that was already out in the market. Can we actually make a bar out of it? And we've watched people hang out at the machine at festivals. They eat food on top of it and stuff. They almost attract, more consumers to the machine. It's almost like a magnet, because people are like, what are people doing over there hanging out? So it's like the tabletop almost becomes a great marketing channel for us as well.
Common Sense Robotics is the first robotics company that was designed with the last mile in mind. We do micro-fulfillment centers, smaller than 10,000 square feet, that do fulfillment for e-commerce and grocery space.
There are a lot of moving parts, literally.
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit about what's happening when you order some eggs, for instance?
Sure.
What are they going to do?
What's going to happen is you're going to order your eggs. We're going to get the order into our micro-fulfillment center, and then the order is immediately going to send tasks to robots. We have multiple types of robots that work in a marvelous dance together in order to get your order picked. So for instance, if your eggs were part of a 60-item order, that would be picked in as little as 10 minutes. And the facility would also be located in the centers of cities so that it can get to you, the end customer, within an hour easily.
Tell me more about the ground robots in particular, because obviously it's quite cute to see them moving around. Are they smart? How do they know where they're supposed to be?
The ground robots are actually kind of stupid, and it's by design. And that's true to all of our robots. So our robots have sensors, they know to drive straight, they know not to hit objects, etc., very basic things. But really, the brain is in what we call the base, which is where we actually have a virtual site and we manage all of the robots, prioritizing all the tasks. So that brain sends the robots tasks and instructions on what to do, go straight, go left, turn right, and they just fill the tasks.
And when they fill a task, they pick up these big blue boxes filled with products. How do you know where the products are and where they're supposed to pick them up?
This is obviously part of the beauty of automation, is that any product that goes into our facility gets scanned and located within a specific tote, and also even within the tote within a specific bin. And our system at any given time knows for every product that came in exactly where it's located, as well as additional information like expiration dates. And it can constantly manage it and move it around to optimize for the movement. So it can think, oh, you're a fast mover, I'm going to put you closer to the touch point so that it takes less time and robot efforts to get to you.
How does it work when you're a new customer? Are you buying robots? Are you buying a service?
Our model is a fulfillment as a service model. Customers would come into an agreement with us, and they would pay us on a per item, per order basis, and we would just fulfill it for them. They'd send us their inventory, they'd send us their order information, and we'd take care of all the rest. We'd take care of the labor, the facility, the robots, the maintenance, everything that's involved to make sure that the customer gets their perfect order.
Why did you originally think about the service approach instead of the technology approach, as you said?
I think it's really to do with where we can bring the most value to the market and how we can expand the market and enable players that otherwise can't.
Two years ago, DJI transformed its consumer drone business with the foldable Mavic Pro. Since then, the drone giant has added a number of additions to the line, including the lightweight Air and super portable Spark. Introduced at an event last week in Brooklyn, the Mavic 2 Pro doesn't represent a major upgrade from its predecessor, but it does bring some important tweaks to the premium product. The camera is the biggest focus this time around, so much so that the company opted to provide two different SKUs. There's the Mavic 2 Pro, which is the first DJI to sport a Hasselblad camera, and the Mavic 2 Zoom, the first in the line to offer optical zoom, as the name implies. Unfortunately, the swappable gimbal didn't show up this time out. The image and video quality is solid on both models, and for most users, the cheaper zoom is more than sufficient for AV needs. It also includes some cool tricks like the dolly zoom feature, which creates a Hitchcock-like effect. Flying the drones is fairly similar to the predecessors, and while there have been some tweaks on board, you likely won't notice much of a difference, save for an extra couple minutes of battery life. Obstacle detection works pretty well, though we did manage to crash into a tree once the drone was out of our line of sight. The Mavic 2 isn't a revolutionary improvement, nor is it enough to justify an upgrade for Mavic Pro owners, but it's enough to keep it at the forefront of consumer drones. The Zoom and Pro are available now, starting at $1249 and $1449 respectively.
Ison Triple Thread is a made-to-measure platform where we specialize in building wardrobes based on lifestyle and musical preference. I was that kid that, in terms of style and color, I was super deliberate about what I wore. I was a kid that collected Jordans and wanted to be fashionable because I just cared. And that fueled my desire to go out and learn pattern making. Start traveling the world and meeting with suppliers and just really figuring out how the process kind of was done at a high level and a respectable level. So there was an attempt at building an enterprise software company in 2013. And that didn't go as planned, which was good, because it put me in a position where I said, hey, you got to figure out what you could do best and what feels natural and kind of comfortable and you can guide this process without relying on others to make your dream come true.
Hey, that's it. All right. So, this is the look that you chose from the Fits app, with a few updates per your request. So, the lining of the inside of the jacket, this is nice current color. The last buttonhole sleeve thread matching the inside lining. Drop down back.
The music aspect came up about a good year ago. So we were just trying to understand, what is it that people, what are they grasping on when they say, hey, I'm looking for something, but I just don't know what it is. Like when there's impulse buying, there's something driving that. So the music piece is what we've determined drives a lot of our cultural understanding, our purchasing habits, emotions, things of that nature. Spotify allows us to learn what others are doing in real time, and we can access that information. So that's very valuable because it's a discovery tool. We can understand a little bit more beyond your transactional data, or, oh, you're buying something that looks similar to another group, let's recommend. So it puts a little bit more onus on us to then be an actual taste-making platform. Where we're going for it. We're swinging for the fences every single day, strive for perfection in product. Over time, we're going to grow and just become more technical, more product savvy. So, Team 5 in San Francisco.
Guy tucked in. Carry on. Man. Ready to go.
Thank you. She's walking out here with a suit.
There it goes.
About 4 years ago, Fetch started. We kind of came into the market with a big vision, a long-term vision of not only transporting goods with a mobile robot, but eventually doing picking with the robot. And for the last 3 years, we've really focused on the mobile part of it, being able to move pieces, cases, and pallets. That means we have a 100 kilogram robot, a 500 kilogram robot, and a 1500 kilogram payload robot. And all of this basically creates a suite of options for our customers to pick and choose and mix and match, because we have different modules that go on top, to really provide an end-to-end solution across multiple business units. We built the hardware as a platform so that we could build different accessories on top of it. So we have different modules. We have a RFID module that allows you to find inventory in a facility. And we have one that's just a fixed shelf, and that's used for moving goods around, but we also have newer accessories like putting a conveyor top on top of the robot. We call it a roller top. And then a cart attaching device so you can move carts around in your facility. And then we eventually made two large robot platforms, the 500 and the 1500. The robots have their own onboard intelligence, which helps them avoid obstacles and things like that. But all of the cloud robotics software that we've built basically allows us to deploy systems to customers in less than 8 hours, and allows them to configure it without knowing anything about robotics. Amazon Prime has really ratcheted up the market, fiercity for getting product to people very fast, and that has a lot of implications on how much labor you need, how fast that labor needs to be able to provide units per hour to ship out. And so there were a lot of market factors that really made manufacturing and warehousing an ideal market for robotics. And like I said, the problem is solvable. It's what robotics is called a semi-structured environment. you kind of know what it looks like, you kind of know what all the factors are, and then the people inside that environment are financially incentivized to behave themselves. So if you have a robot driving around, no one's going to jump out in front of it and say, "Hey robot, did you find me?" or do things like that. And so it's really an ideal area to deploy right now. Manufacturing and warehousing just looked like a really tractable problem from a robotics perspective, but there were a lot of other strong market indicators that drove us towards it, like a labor shortage. I know everyone talks about robots and jobs, but there's a massive labor shortage in warehousing and manufacturing. There's about 600,000 unfilled positions. If you go to any conference today for material handling and logistics, all you're going to hear is, "I can't find enough people to do the jobs." It's the #1 factor that people talk about when it comes to robots and jobs, or just labor in general.
Why don't we have something like a dishwasher for folding? We have a dryer, we have a washer. Where is the dishwasher for folding? And that's what inspired me to start working on Foldimate. Folding laundry with a machine is a pain. Fabric is really, really difficult for engineers. And if you think about it, you have so many types of items in your laundry and so many fabric types, and you need to make a technology that will handle all of them together. Not only handle them, but fold them in a reasonable quality, at speed, and don't forget the part of cost and size, of course. So you have a lot of machines today that are industrialized, but they are room-sized. They cost tens of thousands of dollars, and usually they can fold only one item very well. We're doing the majority of items that you have in an average laundry load. We can do shirts, we can do towels, pants, even pillowcases. But we said these are the most laborious items, and for example, all the small items like undergarments and large items like linen, right now they're not in our focus. The large because the machine will have to be larger, and the small because I think we can do it faster by hand. We've had multiple prototypes along the way and multiple models that go to different markets. And the last one, the home version, we've been working on it for 2 years already. We're aiming to launch Foldimate, or at least the first units will ship towards the end of 2019. It's very, very challenging, and we're really trying to make that deadline. But as you know, this is a development stage, so we'll keep everyone apprised. But right now, still on target, end of 2019.
Sparta is a human resilience platform that we started to really reduce injury risk using analytics and hardware, a force plate. And that force plate measures how much force, pressure is put in the ground in different directions. And from that pattern, we've been able to both identify and predict and subsequently reduce injuries, initially in athletes. Then we moved into the military and now moving towards medicine. Most of what we do is dictated by how our feet interact with the ground. So we use a jump. And actually from that jump test, the force in the ground, that pattern, we've been able to standardize through software, and that's what allows us to predict injuries to the upper body. There's a lot of balance tests that are out there, and force plates, the hardware we use have been around for decades. And so it's really the data science that's really allowed us to provide something unique. We're looking for somebody that can make us better and not just, provide us capital. And so Playground's expertise, particularly within hardware, was something that really, appealed to us. And so that was the reason why we started a relationship with Playground.
you have all of these negative stereotypes against all the people from Oakland. They're looking beyond that to actually help the community. They make sure your school is first. They make sure you're doing good in everything. They check up on you if they see you're down.
It keeps me out of trouble, you know. It keeps me occupied instead of doing other things. I could be doing the street. I could be here working out.
Guardian's a 501c3 nonprofit gym that gives free boxing and jiu-jitsu to kids after school, as well as affordable adult memberships. I was doing jiu-jitsu for maybe 8 to 10 years at the time, and the thing that kind of converged with that at the same time is that I was doing the Big Brothers Big Sisters program, and I had a little brother. He was 11 years old, and he was a great kid. What I kept thinking as we were doing those events was, wouldn't it be cool in this case if he really loved to do jiu-jitsu and we could meet at the gym? That was really the other reason that I think the idea kind of took off, was the combination of realizing people couldn't afford it and also realizing that people like me really wanted to volunteer and give back. So by kind of merging their passion, it makes it really easy for people to volunteer, mentor, and give back. Yeah, I worked at Twitter for a little over 3 years. I absolutely loved working there. I was there before the IPO, and I worked with some of our largest clients, folks like Comcast and Beats by Dre and people like that. It was really a tough decision, honestly, to quit or not. What it really came down to for me is once we started to hit that critical mass, I just felt like it was kind of that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that I had to go all in on. I learned so much at Twitter about the culture, and I think that's one of the reasons Dick Costolo is such a beloved CEO, is because he talked to the people, he made everyone feel important, everyone thought he was their friend, and I realized that we needed to build a similar type culture here if we wanted to be here for the next couple of decades, right? I felt that was something that I really
Gentlemen,
had
please
to kind
take
of
your
be here, and I
seats.
wasn't able to fake.
The program
I
will
couldn't just throw
begin
money
in
at
10
it. Like,
minutes.
I had to actually put the hard work in to do it. I have really mixed thoughts, honestly, about what the tech world has done to the Bay Area. I mean, I think there's the obvious things that we all worry about, specifically things like the price of housing going up. In general, tech's fine, it's great, it provides a lot of decent middle-class jobs, but there definitely is that element that it's changing our communities, and it's not necessarily good for everybody. And I think in some ways, this is our small step at making a small impact on that, right? As so many people in tech talk about today, one of the problems and the reason there's not diversity is because so much comes from referrals. And when you don't have that network to refer you into an internship or a job or whatever it may be, it becomes very hard for you to get in front of the right people and get that job.
One of the guys that practiced jiu-jitsu here, he had a restaurant and he comes and donates food for the gym for the kids. And it was summertime. I didn't have nothing to do, nothing better to do, just train. And he offered me a job, and I took it. And I was working with him. I was a prep cook at his restaurant for about 2 months.
Children here are so eager to learn because they weren't raised as athletes, or they weren't raised as like they've been boxing since they were 10 or 11. A lot of them are walking in and they don't all have the same level of comfort walking in. But the thing with Guardian being free and being so convenient is way more welcoming than any of the other gyms I've been or even seen. So I think some of the kids, they walk in from different walks of life and they want to embrace it more.
We're teaching them how to punch, or we're teaching them how to grapple, but simultaneously we're dealing with immigration issues in their family and their community. We're dealing with their poor academic performance in school and helping to strategize on how they can improve that. We're dealing with teen pregnancy, we're dealing with pressures to join gangs, et cetera, all the things that you would imagine somebody might bring into a space like this, we've seen.
I actually started competing in jiu-jitsu last year. I did 3 tournaments and I have one coming up next month. I had 2 second places. I used to want to like a long time ago, but never did because I have to pay. And when I found out about this gym, it was great.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most common things we hear is, oh, you're teaching kids how to fight. And that's true, but it really has the opposite effect on these kids where they come in here, we see it over and over again. You take a 16-year-old boy, for example, and they come in here and they do a few classes and they realize like, holy crap, like I don't know anything. And it really sort of shaves that misconception and that false confidence they have off, and they have to start building from the ground up.
When you give a person who has nothing, when you give them something, they're much more in tune with that, and they want to develop that, and it takes their focus off of the negativity, as opposed to taking this tool and running toward, okay, now how do I go mug somebody? That could be on the cover of the Wheaties box. I don't have to spend 5 years in jail or things like that. I can be what I want to be because I found this, I unlocked my potential inside me.
It's about self-control, it's about respecting yourself, it's about respecting your neighbor, and it's about putting expectations on the daily performance of a young adult and saying, you will be this thing, this embodiment of integrity, or you will not be a part of our community.
We do have a food program right now for kids, so we have a couple of local restaurants that donate food, and our kids can eat those healthy meals after training. We do have a small tutoring program, which is essentially at one desk, at 2 to 3 kids maximum per time. We want to take that to 100x level, and we're really trying to do the same thing that so many other nonprofits and schools and parents are trying to do, which is get kids better grades, make them healthier. We're simply just using martial arts as a bridge to get there.
So about a week ago, I found this very cool blockchain project. It's the blockchain terminal, and I have with me Demo. You're the head of product for this this monster over here. Why don't you tell me a little bit about the project and how is this different from online platforms that you guys have?
The whole scope of the project is trying to build an industrial, institutional grade terminal similar to what the financial services marketplaces are used to today, and also provide a consolidated view of a very decentralized market right now. The lower panels all around the trading technology, the trading apps, the messaging apps, which are much more prevalent now in how people are communicating about what they're willing to do within the market. And the upper panel is more around a app store similar to like the Apple App Store, where ourselves as well as other vendors can put their applications in, whether it's news, social, charting, Excel apps, and
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
So we wanted
The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Of the cryptocurrency marketplace as best we can.
Why wouldn't you just do this in a website?
I think part of it has to do with, obviously, the compliance guard aspect of our application is logging all that information into the ledger, into the private ledger via our CG blockchain application, and that's why the hardware is key to this application.
So this is fully compliant, so any keystroke I type on here is recorded somewhere?
That's the goal, yes.
Okay. And that's the only way you could get it on a trader's desk?
Yes.
How is this different from something like a Bloomberg terminal or a Reuters terminal or any of these other tools?
Both firms are showing certain aspects of the marketplace, maybe not to the level of depth and breadth that I think an institutional trader would want to have. Doesn't mean that they won't. I just think that they're focused on their core competencies, and this is our core competencies, really bringing transparency into the crypto exchanges around the world.
And you talked with the traders, and they said they really wanted a sweet curved screen setup. It looks like something out of a gaming rig.
We're always gathering voice of the customer feedback of what they want, where they want. Again, it's early days for us. We have conceptually understand kind of what traders and institutional traders want and need to have. We're getting feedback back, and we're kind of modifying the roadmap as we go based upon kind of voice of the customer and how we're validating things.
I believe that sidewalks are sacred, yes, and that we need to create technology that interacts with people in the best way as possible. My name is Felipe. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Kiwi. In Kiwi, we build robots for last mile delivery. Right now, we are the company that have delivered more meals with robots in the world, and the only one doing it at scale. We are based in Berkeley, and we have delivered more than 10,000 orders so far in the last month. We started with one robot going from the restaurant to the customer house, and we found out pretty easy and pretty fast that was pretty inefficient. Like, restaurants tend to be clustered, and as soon as you send a robot from the restaurant to the customer house, like the second or the third order arrived late, and we created a multimodal system. So we actually have 3 robots. We have a robot inside the restaurant. We also have a semi-autonomous tricycle that goes in the streets. Right now we have humans driving them, and we have the Kiwi bots. So Our operations work like this. We have robots deployed in the city, like depending on the demand on the zones. And then with the trikes, we pick up orders, we pick up dozens of meals from restaurants.
Ladies
and
and
then we load
gentlemen,
the robots.
please
The
silence
robots
all
make
mobile
the last
devices.
So
The
we
program
actually
is about to
divided
begin.
logistics, and right now it works. The technology is based mainly in cameras. So our main sensor are cameras. So we don't use LiDARs, or we don't use like high-end sensors, and that have allowed us to like go beyond, like to move in a safer path, in our opinion. So right now our solution is like humans plus robots. So with that we can actually offer like a more affordable delivery cost for the society, and make sure that like these delivery companies and that society can order food delivery like in a sustainable way. So the robots, for example, if we are going to start to have more orders in a specific zone, the robots can move to that zone. And depending on the demand, like we try to optimize every time the trike route, yes. So like the robots will try always to make sure the trike route is as fast as possible. One of the concerns right now that like we have in the space is what is that point where automation doesn't make sense. Right now having humans plus robots makes sense. As soon as we start to we are pretty sure that we can automate things, we will do it, but by now we are using both.
Hello, I am here with...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage TechCrunch editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
Sorry about that. I'm here. Oh, yeah, I'm feeling real big now, yeah. I'm just kidding. Okay, we're gonna talk cars now. We're just shifting gears so often. I can outweight you. There we go, thank you. All right, still weak. Please welcome to the stage from Sono Motors, Laurent Hahn and Ole Harms from Moya, as well as your moderator, Kirsten Korosek. Butchering name.
Okay. Thanks for everyone. I hope you had good lunch. Thanks so much for coming. Lauren and Ola is a veteran of the Disrupt stage, so thanks so much for coming back.
Thank you.
I wanted to kick things off with you, Lauren. Sono Motors is an unconventional car company with a lot of really interesting features. So I was hoping you could just give us an update about the project, where it's at, and when we're going to see a car.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Lauren, and I'm the founder and CEO of Sono Motors. And what we do is two things. We are a OEM producing cars and selling cars, but on the other hand, we are a mobility service provider. And the first thing is what we have here is the Scion, our first car we launched in 2019, which is obviously a solar car. It recharges itself through the sun. So it's an electric vehicle, 250 kilometers range, 16,000 euros, affordable, family-friendly car. But it recharges itself during stand time, and that's a pretty interesting feature.
I think we actually have a photo of it, if we can get that up on the screen.
Yeah, that would be cool.
And you also have a ride sharing element and a power sharing element to it.
Yeah.
So explain that a little bit.
Well, what we said is there are a lot of cars produced per year, approximately something like 80 million cars a year, and that's just it's a number, it's incredible. So what we said is launching an electric vehicle is the one thing, but the more important thing is to reducing the amount of cars in our city. So we integrated in every sign we launch, car sharing, ride sharing, and power sharing. And that's pretty interesting. I think I even brought a picture with me, a second one, where we show power sharing. Power sharing is obviously putting electricity back from the battery to the grid or to other vehicles. So you are a portable power bank where you can recharge other electric vehicles, electric scooters, even power up a house and everything like that. So this is a very new thing, what we call power sharing.
So that's interesting because your goal is, in a way, similar to Moya's, which is to remove cars from the road. But Moya is taking a completely different approach, which is ride pooling. So I'm wondering if in the Moya universe, there's room for a Scion vehicle.
Yeah. That's an interesting question. So yeah, we are not an OEM, obviously. We are working together with an OEM, our brothers and sisters in the Volkswagen Group. But we are a mobility on-demand company. Ride pooling is our first product, and it's a very sophisticated one. We think it addresses very much like the most urgent needs in cities to better utilize assets and vehicles. So we always talk about that we want to get rid of empty seats in the city. But obviously, we are also working on other service classes. We call this service classes, where we would cover other and more use cases of people that live in cities. So we are very open to any kind of sharing and mobility on-demand services that might be out there.
So you are building a van right now, correct? What are these other services that you're talking about besides ride pooling?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, so we call it service classes. Yeah, I mean, ride pooling is a very efficient, a very affordable, democratized service. But you could think about more services that you would potentially need some assistance in certain cases. Or you would love to travel alone in a smaller vehicle because you have to do some work or phone calls or whatever. And these kind of things we are currently working on.
Okay. So the basic premise is still under that ride-sharing platform, but different form factors, basically. Okay, interesting. So last year when you were on stage, you said that there was a goal of removing 1 million cars from roads by 2025. So I'm just wondering, have you made a dent in that yet? What's your we want a progress report.
Yeah, so I can understand that. Obviously, we are now in our second year, so it's still early days, but we managed to bring our first commercial fleets into the streets. Started commercial operation, I think, in last August, where we now have like 50,000 customers, where we have like a sharing rate, and this is really encouraging to me, of up to 60% in peak times. So that shows that our system is working. Obviously, to achieve the objective to convince people more to share their rides, we need to build more fleets, we need to in-fleet more vehicles, and we need to convince people and legislators that this is a right service. But till 2025, there's still some room.
Yeah. So that 60% metric is interesting. That's just in Hanover right now, where you are, and then you're going to Hamburg in 2019. And any other cities that you've targeted?
Yeah, obviously we are in discussion with many cities all over the world. So I think it's currently the number it's above 50. But we first need to build the whole system. So Hanover was like our first start. But in Hamburg, the whole thing gets even more complex, because then the first time we will use our new vehicle, which is battery electric. So we are currently building up the charging infrastructure, high power charging, building up depots, training all the drivers, and prepare everything. So we really want first to make the whole system robust, to optimize the business model, and then start scaling. So we are preparing scaling now, but I cannot unfortunately tell you which city will be the next, but there will be next cities.
I think this is the perfect place to talk about the next.
Yeah, I know, that next year.
Yeah, next year. So Lauren, you mentioned that you were also looking at pulling vehicles off the road. So where do you think that the best markets are going to be to do that? Is it going to be in Germany and places like Hanover and Hamburg as well? Or is there a perfect city to achieve that goal?
I think the perfect city is in Europe and North America, everywhere where a lot of cars are in big cities, where we have huge problems with a lot of cars on the road. Their sharing makes sense, obviously. So I think there is now no really perfect spot in the world where you can say this is the sharing city. For example, Berlin is a sharing city, but it's already, they're all over the place sharing services. So it's very hard to start here, actually. Mm-hmm. So I think we will start in Europe, because with every car we sell, and we plan to sell 260,000 cars.
60,000.
260,000.
260,000.
And with every car we put on the road, there will be one shared vehicle. So what our interesting business model is the customer pays the investment, and then he uses the sharing services, and we have one vehicle more on the road, right? So this fleet is going to be huge, what we put on the road, and it's going to be all over Europe.
So who is your customer? I mean, that's a interesting business model. You have someone who's buying the vehicle.
Exactly.
But then you're building the platform, and then they would use this as a way to make money. Why wouldn't they just be an Uber driver, for example?
Well, because they earn money there. Imagine you have a car going, taking the car to work and back home. And the whole day, the car stands outside, just standing there, doing nothing, right? Mm-hmm. As soon as you get paid for sharing it, you would do it. People, 10 years ago asked, why would someone rent their room if they're not on vacation? Guess what? Airbnb is the biggest hotel chain in the world. Because it's, as soon as you get paid, you will do it. And that's the same what we see here is with every car we put on the road, we get one more shared vehicle on the road.
Mm. So Ola, I'm wondering who the Moya customer is, and you have some data coming back right now, and if it is similar to the Sono Motors customer in any way, do you see the person who's going to be using the Moya service potentially also, owning an individual vehicle, or?
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So I think, first of all, it's important to notice that no one single service can solve all the problems itself. So it's really in order to push forward this sharing movement, which is still in the very beginning. That's still a market niche, so we see the interest of cities to push that forward and then to bring that to the streets. But there's so many different use cases, and we talk about accessibility, we talk about certain things like shopping or whatever that needs to be covered. So therefore, I definitely believe that this market needs a mix of certain different services like ours. But it could be the same customers. Yeah, for certain events and use cases, they would potentially prefer to take a Moya. For others, they would use their personal car or a personal car that they can share. So there is a huge overlap. What I can see from the first numbers, it's only 4 months. It's not empirically relevant, but it's really a very broad range. It's not only the young tech affluent people, but it's really very much spread over the whole society. And we already see that we cover lots of use cases, especially in leisure, with regards to leisure time, and so even bringing kids to the piano lesson or this kind of things. So that's obviously something that we want to understand, and what we need to find out more. But this is the segment.
So I'd presume that you would take some of this data then and use it to inform what your next vehicle, maybe it won't be a van, maybe it'll be something perfectly suited for families or a date out at night or something like that. Is that what you plan on using the data for?
So that's what we do. Obviously, we are using this data. We are also sharing this data with cities or interested entities, legislators, and so on. The second thing is that we put a lot of emphasis on what we call co-creation. So the first vehicle that we will bring to the streets next year, that was designed together with our customers. So we invited, for example, 20 people in a paper box that somehow resembled like a seat box of a vehicle, and we said, so if you would sit here, would that be okay? What's with the leg room? Could you see the screen and so on? So these co-creation processes we use quite a lot. We do this with cities, we do this with people, with customers, and then we bring the data, and together we develop the concepts together with our friends in the group, because we are the product owners for ride-sharing vehicles in the Volkswagen Group. So that process goes back into the product development process of like Volkswagen passenger cars or whatever.
Did Sono Motors, when they were doing their design process, kind of take a similar approach, where it sounds like you're really tapping a number of different, cities, maybe even Volkswagen Group, which is your parent company. What about Sono Motors? What did you do for that design process? Did you bring in outsiders? Did you bring in sort of a crowdsourcing aspect?
Yeah, we have the very similar approach there, because we have a very strong community behind us. Already 9,000 paid reservations, down payments for our car, and so on and so forth. But what we did is actually going with a prototype in a very early stage on test drive tours all over Europe. And what happened is that we got a lot of feedback from our customers, and quickly changed that in our development process. So this is, not usual. Normally, you go out there with a, ready developed car and launch it with huge marketing budget. But we did it exactly opposite way, and we did let the community decide about seats, about color of the car, about charging infrastructure of the car, about a trailer hook, and so forth and so on. So we have a very close community approach there. I think it's quite the same there, but I think that's the thing to do. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So even in spite of doing that process where you're getting a lot of feedback, you're about to do something very hard, which is build a car. Building cars is hard.
Yeah.
And at the same time, there are giants out there. Volkswagen is one of them, which I believe just said that they were going to book production for, I think, 15 million EVs. So how do you compete against a company like Volkswagen at all?
Well, we have a totally different approach. We can start from scratch. We can start from a white paper and don't have legacy in the back, we could design the car from a very scratch and rethink really the car. What we did is, for example, putting solar panels on a car was never done before in a mass-produced car. So changing paradigms for, just rethinking the way we move from A to B. Because people are always asking, electromobility, what happens, what's different? And I see it the same way, like the generation which is coming is just want to get from A to B in a fast and sustainable way. That's the only thing. And for that, you need solutions. And I think that's basically the difference between us and other OEMs.
Mm-hmm. And you said 260,000 vehicles you're planning. By what target date? Do you want to be able to reach that volume?
Well, the volume is, that's the life cycle. The volume is per year 50,000 vehicles.
And you already have a factory and...
We don't have our own factory.
Okay.
That's one different strategy. We let produce here in Europe. Mm-hmm. Don't have an own factory, don't have stamping tools because of the solar cells, use carryover parts, just have one variant, don't have paint shop. And all those strategies is to save money, to save investment, and be quickly on the market with a low risk.
So I kind of have a similar question for you, except for that Volkswagen is MOIA is part of Volkswagen a little bit. But what is that relationship like? I mean, do you feel like you're competing against the business model of VW? And what is that? Is there tension there?
No, there's absolutely no tension, because it's fully understood that there are two effects. Yeah? I mean, we see with all the trends that we are all very aware of, like urbanization and so on, and all these challenges that cities are facing in the world, there is a need for new mobility concepts. Mobility, the demand for mobility is rising in emerging countries, but also in the very like countries like Germany and so on. And there is a need for new solutions. So that's the first thing. And so you can like that or you can hate it, but it's there. So, and Volkswagen wants to play a role here because it's not only a threat that car ownership is about to be decreased in cities. I believe it's not a process that's going very fast, and it will look different in rural and suburban areas. But it's also a big market opportunity. It's really a huge market, and we want to tap into that market potential. And it's also for a car manufacturer so interesting from a business model standpoint. If you see a normal like vehicle business is a one-time sale, and then you have a little maintenance things afterwards. Our vehicles create revenue and margin every day that they are working. They are much higher utilized, so therefore the life cycles are shorter. That means you need to renew these cars more often. And then there are also totally new things where we will earn money with in the future, and also the Volkswagen Group, for example, refurbishment, like in the airline industry. Yeah, you will potentially be asked to refurbish the interior after 2 years because it's run down, or you want to implement new features, new UX, UI components, and so on. So therefore, there's absolutely no tension. It's really like a very strong amendment, and then it should be like a new future pillar of the group.
So just to wrap up here, I'm wondering if you see a space, where geographically you see MOIA and Sono Motors working. Do you see it mostly working in Europe, or do you have a vision of going into the United States or in Asia, Africa?
Yeah, so we definitely are a global company. So the cities that we are talking with currently are not only in Europe, but also in the US and in Asia. I think it's also interesting to see where legislation is really supportive to bring these kind of things to the street, to showcase them, and then to create a domino effect that other cities then jump on to do the thing. And this is especially true when we talk about autonomous driving, where potentially certain regions are a little bit more like advanced or progressive and so on. So, but definitely our ambition is global.
And Lauren?
Yeah, same here. Basically, it's a solar car. I don't have to tell what that means. I think there are some countries where the sun is shining quite a lot. But I think those city problems with a lot of cars are not only in Europe, and they're not only in North America. They're also in South America, in Africa, in Asia. So yeah, we look at those countries.
All right, we'll look out for it in
very good
sunnier climates.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
Hello, friends. What's up? So I've got a friendly reminder. There is a lively discussion happening. I'm always afraid my flies down every time. There's a lively discussion happening on social media. The best way to participate in that is to go to twitter.com, search for Jordan R. Crook, and go ahead and hit the follow button. And that'll get you... No? Seriously? Some of my best stuff. God damn. All right. We're going to talk about space now. Please welcome to the stage from Promus Ventures, Mike Collette. From ICEYE, Rafal Madrevsky. From Endurosat, Raicho Raichev. And from the European Space Agency, Frank Salzgeber, as well as your moderator, Frédéric Lardinois.
All right. According to a monitor, we only have 20 minutes, but I think we have half an hour, so we'll just ignore that one. Space. Final frontier. Yet here we are. You were hoping to... You've got one satellite in space right now. You were hoping to have your second one up today. Well, actually, a few days ago. That Falcon 9 never took off.
That is correct. So we're ICEYE. We build micro-SAR satellites, and we've got one of those flying that we've launched on an Indian rocket actually early this year. January 2018 was a huge milestone for our company, and yeah, we were hoping to have another one up by now, and I wish I could say something more, but it's not there yet. And that's probably an excellent way to start this panel. That's what space is all about, actually. You've got to get used to delays if you wanna be part of it.
So you're a patient person?
I'm sorry?
Are you very patient?
I've learned how to be. I don't think I was as patient when I was starting this business, but all the rockets so far that we've had were delayed. We've actually had to come up with new ways of naming the satellites, because at first we would tie them up to launches, and then the launches would shuffle around, and then the one was after 3 and the second was after 4 and so on. So we've actually stopped naming them in the consequential numbers because it didn't make any sense.
Just never know where they're going to go. Rachel, you're actually building satellites. You're basically Lego blocks for satellites. Any of your satellites waiting to take off there on that rocket?
Actually, lately we have quite a few customers. So more than 40 companies around the planet are using satellite technology that we built for them. So it's quite probable that every next launch there is quite a few of our satellite systems on board.
But you don't actually know, do you?
We don't ever keep track so patiently about all our customers, because there are more than 40 now. It's kind of tricky. But in general, yeah, we started with the idea that we exist to simplify the satellite technology and operations. And I'm really glad that nowadays, only 3 years after we got founded, locally in Bulgaria, that there are so many companies using our technology for the benefit of their own business.
Absolutely. Frank, European Space Agency. I assume you push a lot of paper around, or what is it you do?
Yeah, I think people always believe that we are the big, slow giant, which sometimes it's necessary when you build constellations like Galileo, because that has really to work. But I have the pleasure to heading, I would say, always the aliens office. You know, we are the crazy one, the submarine, which pushes our organization, and we do that by tech transfer, by patents, but also supporting roughly about 160 startup companies this year in our incubation center. So you have to bring your own innovation from the inside in and pushing, otherwise nothing is moving.
So you're the Area 51 of the European Space Agency? So
yeah, I would say not the Area 51, rather the guerrillas, which don't respect so much the normal way of procurement. And when you have crazy ideas, my old director said, Frank, if you stop pushing, the agency stops moving. So we try to push wherever we can. And the best example is pushing by great ideas, by great entrepreneurs, by great technology and great business cases.
Sure, and Mike, that's your job, pushing the entrepreneurs as the investor. You're an investor in ICEYE.
I am. Yeah, we're privileged to be able to invest, in teams that we just feel are extraordinary and doing really interesting things that are different. And we were able to make our first space investment in a company called Spire about 5-6 years ago, which really taught us a lot about space. And we really wanted to invest all the way up and down the supply chain. So we are fortunate enough to invest in another 7 different companies, another constellation company, ICEYE. We're in Rocket Lab, which does small sat launches, as well as a host of other application layer companies that are using geospatial data, computer vision to go into different mature industries that traditionally don't get data in the way that they do, if that's oil and gas or agriculture, insurance. But for us, it's all about finding proprietary data in a way that traditionally you can't find. And if that takes us to space, then we're able to invest in these teams that are growing things to really be able to deliver things from the Earth to the terrestrial side in a way that's never been done.
What's different about investing in space startups versus the other startups you invest in?
Yeah, so I think there's a big fallacy out there in that Silicon Valley or maybe other traditional VCs see space as some insanely human capital intensive, massively far duration risk investment that just eats up hardware capital and never produces revenue. But the leverage, although that's probably true on the front side, the leverage is extraordinary once the satellites and sats are up. And you just traditionally don't need massive amounts of sales force where if you're putting in $200 million into a SaaS company, you're going to need that amount of capital to grow and leverage the sales side. You traditionally don't need that if you have a constellation like Raffle does or doing other things. So it takes a little more on the front side, but we find that the amount of capital, even today, because things are getting much cheaper with this flywheel idea and really space as a service, which has changed the industry around how founders are coming to market. So that's okay with us. It's like more for us, we're happy. But I do think you're going to see a drastic change, and you're seeing it now in the amount of startups already.
Sure. Now, Frank, you've worked with, what, 700 startups, I think you told me?
Yeah, with roughly 700 at the moment, and more to come.
That's a lot of startups in the space business.
And you have to see it's not only going upstream, it's also going downstream. And it's about navigation, it's about Earth observation. We have about, I think, 14 terabytes of data from our Copernicus satellites every day. And so it goes from human spaceflight to rockets to data to healthcare. It's all. It has to be a space relation. And it's not always that it's a rocket company, which is great because that's fun, but it's also, I think we have not seen any crazy area where we don't have a startup.
Let me ask our founders here. What made you want to do a space startup? Because that seems a little bit out there.
Right, and of course that's an interesting question, and I wanted to follow up on what Mike was saying. That it's, you know, when we were raising our first round of capital back in 2015, early 2015, we've actually discovered a very interesting dynamics. Every time we would come to a VC and we would say we are a space startup, they would say, "Oh, that's not my business. This is we don't know anything about space. It's a hardware-intensive startup, very, very difficult to invest in." And then we started saying that we are a data startup because ultimately that's what we are. I mean, we use sensors that fly on the low Earth orbit, but ultimately what we collect is data, and what we sell is information, and that completely changed the game. We actually managed to close the investment much faster, and we did, of course, tell our investors that we are using satellites, and so. But the whole starting idea, the first few seconds when you approach someone and you tell them, "Hey, so what do you do?" And we were saying, we are actually into big data and information services. It was a completely different starting point than when you say we're building our own satellites. The satellites actually, they added, this was this perfect frosting or like the cherry on top of the cake, but the starting point was definitely data and information services.
You didn't say AI and machine learning too? Because I hear you get money for that these days.
So there used to be a moment where that was the case, I guess. We tried to be a little bit more specific than that, if one can be. We, of course, do use AI and machine learning. I mean, everyone does in one way or the other. But I guess what's interesting about ICEYE particularly is the information services that we are going after are extremely niche products, right? If you go back to the beginnings when the whole idea of the company was conceived and when the name was created, ICEYE, you can already derive from there that from the beginning we were actually focused on extremely specific applications. So particularly ICEYE came from the idea of monitoring ice conditions within the Arctic territory in order to enable Arctic shipping through northern shipping routes. So we had the route, we had the vessels, we actually knew all the companies, we've started talking to them very early. So our business model, the way we've structured our business model in the early stage was probably substantially different than what Silicon Valley has done in the early days. We were not starting with a platform. We were actually starting with a niche application where the sensor was a way to gather data, but ultimately the business model was around the applications. So
interesting. Now, Rachel, for you, you're a little bit lower on the stack there. Yeah. You're actually building those satellites.
Yeah, actually.
Why?
Yeah, I asked that myself a lot of times. Having a space startup is like being a baby again. You wake up at 4 a.m. and you cry.
You're in Bulgaria. It's not exactly the hub of space
when we started, and we are still in Bulgaria, and it was really fascinating because for me, successful meeting with the investor meant that they don't call security immediately after I tell them what we want to do. But in general, more serious. Our company exists with the sole goal to simplify satellite technology and operations so that we can permit everyone, I mean everyone, to get easy access to satellite data. So we started with a simple step. Let's do satellite a commodity product. The way that you use your smartphone, you never care about the internal parts and how they interact with it. What you care about is the application, the end use of the smartphone. So this completely non-original idea, we embedded into the design of our satellites, of the spacecraft technology. I'm happy that now lots and lots of space organizations are actually using and leveraging this plug-and-play, really plug-and-play design that we did. In January, we are launching Satellite as a Service, which means that we operate, launch, and design the spacecraft for you. So what you get is data. But most fascinatingly, the end of next year, we are announcing a Space App Store type of service where you can literally create a mobile-like apps and run them on board our own spacecraft in orbit, which would really permit end user on the ground for the first time to have physical connection and interaction with the spacecraft asset.
So I can write an app and it runs on your satellite and just get the data back, because it's all about data.
No, it's. I think we need both. You need to operate satellite and spacecraft technology robustly and reliably, but you need to make it so much more affordable so that many more people could join the conversation and work in space. At the same time, simplifying it towards the data, which also Rafa said, and I completely agree, is the future, because at the end of the day, we are all just using lots of data and information from that data.
Rafal, you built your own satellites, don't you?
Right. So it probably, I mean, we can spend quite some time over here on how we build the satellites, but it's a relatively large satellite already. So our satellite weighs around 85 kilograms, and it's probably the size of your refrigerator. We build majority of the items. We do purchase some of the subsystems. We were actually in the backstage, we were talking with Raicho which subsystems we were purchasing and whether they are actually building something that we could use. And there seems to be a massive amount of complementarity. So we buy certain pieces. It doesn't make sense to build everything, actually. There are so many items that are used by a variety of satellites. For instance, we have actually particularly talked about the communication radio. Every satellite has to communicate with the ground. There is a more or less standardized protocol that you're using. There's a more or less standardized subsystem that you're using. I mean, if you start to apply the volume game to it, there is no way you can internally build it in a lower cost fashion than someone like Endurosat. But then there are those subsystems which are creating the key technological advantage that your company possesses, right? And in our particular case, it's a synthetic aperture radar sensor. And if we believe that ICEYE has to have the flexibility and the ability to adapt the sensor depending on what market needs, then we have to have the capability to make those cycles internally, right? We have to have the team that's capable of turning it around from whatever one design to a second design, and you can guys actually observe it quite well with the X1 and X2. It's actually a completely new sensor. We've launched the first satellite, we've learned how it worked, we've talked to the customers, they've given us feedback. And a good thing about new space is that the next thing that's coming up is just few months apart, right? So within 10 months, we turn it around because we have that internal capability, and we're launching something that's much closer to what the customers need.
I think what's interesting is you have two different ways of going about it. You have a full stack, sort of fully integrated company. You have another company that's doing it for others, and that's what's really changed over the last 3-4 years within this new space arena. 5 years ago at Spire, we were trying to work with different suppliers to get different antennas into certain ways, and we realized we just had to build the whole thing. But this idea of the democratization of space is really true, and you're finding the ability now for companies to start to use other people to possibly build those, to even host different sensors on different CubeSats. Spire does AIS and ADS-B and GPSRO for weather, and they've come out with a program that's also being able for others to host. So I've never seen the industry now be able to really pick and choose and get to space now with launch getting much better and ability to do things much cheaper and faster.
Frank?
in principle is we have companies building new launchers, private companies. We have companies building constellations, companies moving already on services. And the good news is, for all you here, you don't need your own satellite because we have challenges and we have colleagues that we're doing that already. So today you go online and download or even program the logic on the right services. So you're really only using the data. Space is becoming just a commodity. Navigation, Earth observation, telecommunication. And space will be the backbone of the digital economy. It's just like a fiber, it's a service, and we have companies building up these services. But really the big leverage is we're using these services, these data, these sensors, these capabilities. And maybe then the sexiest part, which I see it then, is what we do then on Moon, Mars, who's building the fuel station on Mars, who builds the hotel on Mars, or the power production, and how you can maybe pay that or tokenize that and finance it.
Now you've seen so many space startups. What's the craziest thing you've seen?
I think I mentioned it already. It's about how to build up the fuel station on Moon and Moon orbit, and what is the currency or cryptocurrency, how to pay with it.
You said cryptocurrency
how you tokenize the water you want to produce on the asteroid. And the other project is how you take small bots, hammer it into an asteroid, and make out of life generation, building out of that soil a spaceship out of it. So momographic engineering. So that is really far away, yeah? So what the gentleman's doing here is today. You only have to grab it.
You just talked about cryptocurrency and tokenizing. You're a government agency, basically. What's that like going into meetings, talking about those things?
Which meetings?
Yeah.
Government meetings.
The meetings with your superiors.
This is
Not these people, they know, but you.
Yeah, but you have to help us, you know? You have to push the space age into the next level. And you have to help the big corporates. You have to help the agency because I think you have the ideas. I learned there is no crazy idea and there's no crazy customer. Even the Vatican Library using our data formats. So therefore, there's no crazy idea, no crazy customer.
Rafal and Rachel, do you care about the European Space Agency?
I can go for a sec.
Actually, we already work successfully on a commercial basis with the Space Agency as well, and not only with the European Space Agency, but with a few other leading space agencies on the planet. But the idea, back to the idea that we just commented, for example, with the fintech and the cryptocurrencies, lately you'll be surprised how many organizations are approaching us, asking us for the satellite as a service, and could we provide them fintech solutions, and asking for their transactions and other concrete services that I wouldn't name.
Not a crypto wallet in space.
Yeah. No, actually, few of them are quite fascinating ideas, and this is where it comes from. Today, I think we are quite unique on the planet, delivering satellites from order to delivery in 5 days' time. So it's literally like an Amazon type of service that we have. Why? Because we want you to focus exactly on that, on the crazy service solution, on the crazy in a good sense, new idea. And this is where I think, and I hope we all agree, that opening to all other services and businesses easy access to the technology, making satellite technology really simplistic and seamlessly working without you having to have a group of engineers to understand it. I think this is what is going to drive the small SMEs, the next generation of entrepreneurs, to really tap into the space market directly and having their crazy good ideas commercialized successfully on the market, making profits for them and for the investors in a short term, instead of worrying about the whole infrastructure and how to build it.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess Rachel had to be a bit careful with his answer as he's sitting within the punching distance. So I've got Mike in between, so I can go a step further. I mean, we definitely do care, right? Is the space agency? I mean, I always try to read between the lines a little bit. Is the space agency ready and to support small space and work along with the new generation of startups. I mean, it's getting there. There's definitely a lot of work to be done, but we love we love ESA. I mean, a lot of people that started startups come from ESA and want to go back there at a certain point. And I mean, there's natural complementarity, right? No startups are going to do scientific missions because there is just no business over there, and ESA works perfectly for that. Right now, the question ahead of ESA and small startups is how are we going to shape both types of organizations so that for the European market they work in the most efficient manner.
Sure. Because as a VC, I would think you would like to work in a somewhat less regulated space.
Yeah, well, from a government sector, you know, traditionally VCs don't like the government sector because it takes a lot of time to get things done. If you look in the public market, the multiples for defense contractors who have most with governments are low. So, you know, generally VC 101 is commercial, but government's a very important piece here within space. And I think maybe one of the different things that we see as we you know, kind of go around the world talking to different space agencies, you know, ESA and NASA and JAXA and Australia and, you know, UAE, all are doing really fascinating things. And maybe some are different and are moving along differently, but it's very important source of revenue and grants in these early stage. And as a lot of new data streams are coming forth to corporates, they are slowly understanding what this actually means. So there could be a little later adopter if you're doing something, you know, very different. So even though that's an area we traditionally would not like to see a large portion of the revenue, within new space, it's a very important piece. And so, you know, guys like Frank and, you know, we work a lot with them and like working with them, and maybe they are a little too slow at times, but they serve a very important function within the market now.
Can you speed up?
Yeah, I think, yes, and our job is to help to de-risk in the early stage, and this is the companies we invest. There are 2-3 people, and this is where we give them the chance to grow. We chip in money. We are the nice uncle which is not taking equity. We open our address book and we chip in money. So in the Irish have a very nice saying. They're saying, on the shoulders of the giants you see further. Our role is to play the giant, and we don't take equity because that's not our job. That's the job of the VC community, and we have to help them growing. And I think it's like parents, and if they grow and we have done a good job, maybe we get a postcard at Christmas and say, "Uncle, how are you?" So this is our job, is to de-risk, providing technology, sheltering, and marketing, and open the doors. And I think we can do more. My program is homeopathic financed. I believe in homeopathic treatment, but sometimes you need.
We can argue about that, but that's different. Let's talk about to the entrepreneurs for a second here, and bring it back around from bureaucracy, because that's boring. But let's talk about building that company, because it's a risky business for somebody who wants to. If that first satellite hadn't made it into space, would that have been an issue for you?
It definitely would have been an issue. No, we were extremely fortunate and lucky that it worked. I mean, I believe, of course, that it also the amount of work and expertise helped a little bit over there. But it's interesting with space startups because they have those milestones that are extremely binary, right? You launch a satellite and it either works or it doesn't. And it changes a lot within your business plan. And it's really difficult because of how much it costs to actually launch a satellite and how much time it takes to build a new one. It's really difficult to sort of plan for the pessimistic scenario where your first satellite fails. It is really, really tricky. I guess an interesting thing from our perspective, and back to your question a little bit, when, you know, how did it come together, and when we were starting, did we think that it would be so large? In our case, we didn't. So we were extremely excited about even having that opportunity to launch the first satellite. And we made our peace with the idea that it might not work and it's going to make it very difficult. Of course, we've had plan B, but it was already so much has happened in terms of we managed to reach our dreams. When we were starting and we thought, okay, we were going to build something together, we haven't realized that it actually will go to space. So the idea of it going into space was amazing. And And then it worked.
You
And
built a space startup without thinking about going into space?
you know, we started it with the idea that, of course, it would go to space, but you haven't had that realization maybe back in the days. And it grows along with you. And as the company grows, you start to realize that it's bigger, and it's become more serious. At first, it's just a bunch of friends building cool stuff out of a garage. And then at a certain point right now, it's 80 people, and suddenly you're building several satellites a year, and they are all big, and you have to launch them. So it's actually a very interesting growth path. And we were chatting with Raicho how it changes significantly between 10 and 30, and then between 80 and so on, and how it's just completely different worlds, right? So yes, it is difficult because of this binary nature of launches. It's a little bit easier if your satellites are smaller. That's probably the trickiest part about a space startup. The fact that with your first launch you are proving so much, and the key thing is for you to find investors that will understand that it doesn't mean that you can't do it. The fact that the first satellite has failed doesn't really mean that your team is wrong, right? Or you've made something substantial. I mean, if you can't build 10, if you have 10 failures in a row, of course you've got to start wondering what's happening. But the very important part is, have someone that will understand that there are going to be good times and bad times within the space industry. And probably the bad times will be much more significant at first. Once you have 10 satellites and one fails, it's not that bad.
Well, you had to say something nice about your investment.
Actually, we had a completely different approach than Rafa in the sense that because we could not offer at the beginning our brilliant engineers too much money, we were all the time bragging, no, forget about the problems, but we are going to space, right? So this is a little bit this methodology. One last word for me, I really believe space would keep growing like a crazy business. However, I tend to believe that we need to address sustainability early on. And because we started like that, our company is quite unique in the sense that we are a sustainable, profitable business almost from day one, which is for a space startup is very, very rare, if
With
anything.
Very little investment.
Yeah, very little investment, only from major investors. But this helped us because the existential threat, if we make mistake in space, if we make mistake to a client, we know that we are dead, that's it, that's the end game, really motivates the team to bring results early on the market. And you start listening the market. You don't start inventing what the market might need, but you start listening to the market. So I think and I hope there will be much more sustainable space companies early on so that we can leverage the data afterwards.
Since we're just about out of time, for the startups that are here, they're thinking about building a space startup. Sounds cool.
Yeah.
What's missing in the space? What would Frank and Mike, what would you like them to
Go
build?
first.
What's missing?
I think one thing is just an understanding of what it takes if you're going to go out to put a constellation together. We just are really privileged to see a lot of the deal flow within the new space area, and we have conversations every week with the teams that believe that they can put up a certain constellation for a certain price, which is basically about a fifth of what it really is. And again, we believe it's coming down. But I think just right now, just an understanding of what you're going after, how you're doing it, and trying to be very, very lean in the early days. Again, launches they tend to push out sometimes, and so when you're having burn and waiting for that satellite, sometimes it get pushed out 4 or 5 months. You have to understand what that means from a cash flow basis. So we have a lot of good conversations early stage about that.
I would say new business models. Shake the business model of the existing industry and find new business model. That is the exciting part. Technology is not the issue. It's the business model. And there you can really disrupt.
All right, we're out of time. I was going to talk about putting humans in space too, but we'll do that next time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I know everybody's really, really excited about the Battlefield Finals, as am I. Does anybody have a favorite? Want to shout it out? Of course not. So shocked. But before we hop into that, we have been running this show for forever, it feels like, and there are like hundreds of companies that have gone through the Battlefield before. Sometimes we like to catch up with them, see what they've been up to since they were in the Battlefield, and that's what we're going to do right now. So please welcome to the stage Mapify. This time clap. Thank you.
Hello Berlin, hello TechCrunch. We are really excited to be back on the stage. My name is Sebastian, and together with my brother Patrick, I want to share a quick update from Mapify. We want to tell you what happened on Mapify's product and business side since we were on stage at Battlefield Paris. For those of you who don't know Mapify, let me give a quick introduction. Aimed at being the 21st century travel platform, we are building a social network for travelers to connect, plan, and share travel experiences in a single application. 2018 has been a crazy year for us. We are now the fastest growing travel network in Europe, and Mapify features experiences shared by travelers in nearly every single country globally. We are even the most highlighted European travel app on the App Store, available in 14 languages. Just recently, we completed a $1 million seed round to launch our US base and accelerate global growth. This funding comes from entrepreneurs and funds with years of travel market experience. As an introduction to our latest product updates, we would love to show you a quick video of our latest release.
Everything of what you just saw is essentially designed to make the Mapify creation experience even better. And what we see is that on our iOS community, travelers around the globe are loving this new update. It's coming to Android very soon, and it's available on iOS right now. So let's look at what's next. We're amazed by how many travelers are already sharing their travel experiences on Mapify right now, and we want our consummation experience reflect just that. We see that next to creating travel plans, it's also super relevant for people to see what's happening right now, and that's why we will be rolling out Mapify Now. This is going to be an experience enabling each and every one of you to see the best hidden gems nearby, but also to have Mapify be your companion whenever you're on a trip. So it's going to be an all-in-one experience. You plan your upcoming adventure inside the app, and then Mapify will have interactive elements showing you an Uber to your next Airbnb, a restaurant recommendation for tonight, or information for the airport at which you just took off.
No other travel app has been as successful in winning high-profile creators to share their personal stories with the community. Mapify Guides will build on that. We want to enable for our most outstanding creators to share even more detailed, rich travel content in packages ready for purchase or booking. Mapify Guides will be launching in early 2019 for 5 to 7 locations globally. We are absolutely excited to see where Mapify is heading. It has been just over a year since we have launched, and we cannot believe how global this network has already become.
Thank you so much for TechCrunch for putting us back on stage. Thanks for all of our investors, supporters, but most importantly, thanks to all users of Mapify globally, sharing your experiences, planning upcoming ones, and making this the most awesome social travel network. Thank you so much.
Great job, guys. All right, we're going to hear from one more company. Please welcome to the stage Fairfleet.
Thank you very much, TechCrunch. Thank you for having us back on the stage. I want to give you a short update on Fairfleet and, of course, on our straight journey to the top. So as we thought, it's maybe not as straight for other people. I brought 2 or 3 topics which I wanted to discuss. First is business model. 3 years ago, we were here and we launched our marketplace for drone pilots. So what we want to actually do is connect the demand and the supply of pilots and clients. But we noticed this is not going to work. The pilots kept asking us, the clients kept asking us, so there was a lot of confusion in the market. It's a new topic and nobody really knew what to do. So this is why we, with Fairfleet, really developed our business model to a full service provider for drone-powered solution. What it means is that you can order a flight with Fairfleet very easily on our website, so it takes you about 30 seconds to order a flight with Fairfleet. We will find the right pilot in the right location with the right capability and equipment, and the pilot will conduct a flight and collect the data according to our requirements. What then happens is that the data also comes back to our platform and we transfer the data into useful information. So we are on the one hand managing all the data capturing part, but we are also managing the data analytics part, which is really important for our clients to get valuable information out of the data which they collect. This brings me to the second topic. It's the product upgrade. So this is where we more or less started 3 years ago. So this was the first big job we did. It was for Booking.com, and we flew all the destinations all around the world. And it's nice pictures, and it was a nice project, and we earned really, really good money. But actually, it's a drone flying around capturing some data, and this is not enough. That's not how we thought the business model would work in the future, actually. As I have 2 minutes, I'll let you guys watch this video for a short time. How this evolves now is a totally different story. So we are capturing, for example, thermal data with drones. We are then analyzing the thermal data on power plants. We are creating reports out of the data, so a very comprehensive informational analytics. We will then transfer this information we captured and the pilots captured into other GIS tools. So a maintenance team, for example, can really see where it has to go to change panels. That's the evolution of the products. That's what we do not only in the vertical of photovoltaic and energy, so in different verticals like insurance, real estate, and infrastructure projects, of course. Last but not least, update on the investors. So we started 3 years ago as a project of Allianz. And then we decided along the way that we will have a spin-off. And I think only 2 or 3 people in the world believed that we will manage to spin off a project out of the world's biggest insurance company. But we actually did. And this is how we are set up, how the setup looks now. So this summer we closed our round with the German High-Tech Gründerfonds, and just a couple of days ago we actually announced another round with our friends from 3E Capital Group, and we have a private business angel coming from ERDS who also joined the company. Yeah, since then, we could really grow the business. We have now 1,800 pilots active for Fairfleet in over 45 countries. We also served over 100 B2B customers coming from different verticals, and I think there are some meaningful names among them. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right through there. Okay, I know, Battlefield Finals, but before that, Matthew and Nisha are going to come out and talk a little bit about that. And we are going to check out a highlight video of some of the best moments from the battlefield. So let's throw to that video.
that time. The winner of the TechCrunch Disrupt 2017 Berlin Startup Battlefield, this is me delaying it so they can get the trophy out, is
Leah Diagnostics.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the finals of the Startup Battlefield. So what we're going to do next is we're going to give you a brief overview of the companies in the finals. Nisha, you want to introduce yourself?
Excellent. Hi, my name is Nisha Tombe. I manage our Startup Battlefield, and it's been an absolute honor and pleasure to work with all the teams that competed yesterday. So can we have one big round of applause for all of the startups?
All right, and now we're going to display on the screens here the names of the finalists in the order that they will present, which is alphabetical. Do you want to start us off?
All right, why don't we bring up our first company? Our first company is Imago AI. It is an AI-enabled autonomous agri-food quality inspection system.
The next company that we'll present is Calypso. That is a cybersecurity startup focusing on dynamic database encryption.
Excellent. And our third company is Legacy. Legacy is an at-home sperm deposit service with off-site storage and analytics services.
The fourth company is Politeia. This is a data-powered governance platform for city leaders for city planning and decision-making.
Excellent. And our final company, Spike Analytics. Spike is a smart mobile assistant for diabetes management.
Excellent. So those companies are going to come out. They're going to present. They're going to get grilled by our finalist judges, and then we'll choose a winner. So we'll see you back out here momentarily. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage TechCrunch senior writer and your Battlefield host, Anthony Ha.
Hello! So I think you've all figured out at this point that we are here for the finals of the Startup Battlefield. You all know the finalists already. You're going to see them come out once again. Just as a reminder, we get hundreds, I think more than 1,000 applications, and then our team narrows it down to the 13 startups who presented yesterday, and then from those 13, we've chosen this final 5. They're going to present for 6 minutes, and again, just as a reminder, there are live demos in these presentations, which often means that anything could happen. Then there's going to be Q&A. We have a whole new set of judges. We're giving them a little bit more time for in-depth Q&A. We're going to give them 10 minutes. And then at the end of that, they're going to go back. We're going to choose a winner, who we're going to announce at the very end of the conference. That winner gets the Disrupt Cup. They get $50,000 equity free. And of course, the most exciting thing is they get to say they're the winner of Disrupt Berlin. So that is all you need to know. Let's bring out our judges. First up, we have Sophia Benz. She's a partner at Atomico focused on Nordic sourcing activities. Sophia was Global Marketing Director at Spotify from 2007 to 2014. Next, we have someone who you saw at the very beginning of today, Nico Bonatzos, Managing Director at General Catalyst. In his 8 years at General Catalyst, he's been instrumental in investments in Snap, ClassDojo, Paribus, WAG, and others. Next, we have Luciana Alexandru, a partner at Excel. Prior to Excel, she was with Summit Partners. Next, we have Matthew Panzerino. He is the editor-in-chief of TechCrunch. Before that, he was a retail jockey. He founded a pro photography business and a news blog covering the Apple ecosystem. Next, we have Ida Tin, CEO and co-founder of the female health app Clue. Clue currently has more than 10 million active users in more than 190 countries. And last but not least, we have Matt Turk, Managing Director at First Mark Capital. Prior to First Mark, he was the Managing Director at Bloomberg Ventures, which he helped to start. Give it up for all of our judges. And with that, we're going to bring out our first finalist. That finalist is Imago AI. Presenting for Imago AI are Abhishek Goyal and Shweta Gupta.
Woo! Hi. So by 2050, we need to feed 2 billion more people. And yet, every year, $1.3 trillion of food is wasted due to substandard seeds, disease, and non-optimized practices. For seed manufacturing companies, determining the quality parameters of their crop is critical to plant breeding. Phenotyping helps these companies to develop new variety of seeds. By looking at these quality parameters, such as disease severity of crop, length of fruit, pericarp thickness, etc., companies can make key breeding decisions. Plant breeding is a very costly and complex process. It takes around 6 to 8 years to develop new variety of seeds. Currently, conventional methods used to measure these quality parameters are inaccurate, time-consuming, and laborious. Handheld instruments such as vernier calipers, scales, thread, and even mechanical sorters, they are not appropriate for that, which introduce human bias, decreasing precision. Introducing Imago AI. Imago AI proprietary technology does autonomous quality parameter assessment of agri-food products just by clicking an image. With high throughput precision phenotyping, we decrease phenotyping time by 75%, increase seed hybrid selection accuracy, and inform key decision-making parameter, increasing genetic gain. Hence, the phenotypic data collected through our software help these companies to produce better quality of seeds in lesser time. So imagine a rice breeder who is trying to figure out which crops to breed next, because this season crops had lots of disease. So let's move to the demo. Here, the breeder wants to calculate the disease severity of his plant, a highly critical phenotypic trait. So he takes photos of his multiple plants directly from the fields and enters the field details. So what you are seeing here is the AI system calculating exact disease severity percentage of each and every individual plant, and even highlighting the diseased tissues in yellow color. Back to presentation. Breeders can also do time series analysis on top of the results. Hence, our platform provides information on disease severity, progression of disease, and likelihood of infection for future plants from the same set of seeds. Next slide, please. Our defensible technology is built with AI, computer vision, and machine learning. So our AI is built with thousands of crop images collected from the field. So our technology is independent of the image capturing method, either by handheld devices or by drones, or even with hyperspectral satellite imagery to predict yield in advance. Talking about the competition, ImageJ does phenotyping by pulling the produce from the ground for just few traits, which is not sufficient for complete phenotyping. And they even ask for the manual selection of plants. And human taking measurements, it introduced bias, and even some of the traits are beyond human capability to measure precisely. Imago AI provides accurate, completely automated, in-field, and real-time solution. Within the seed industry, the market size is more than $10 billion. In fact, last year, a multi-billion-dollar seed company did 2 million field trials where they had to measure the quality parameters of millions of plants. While our initial target is for the seed companies, Imago AI is used by the food companies as well to inspect their quality parameters. And the AI market in this sector is growing at a CAGR of 42% from 2017 to 2022. We have already onboarded world's 3 largest seed companies, controlling 40% of the global market share. DuPont Pioneer is one of our recurring paid clients. We are already running 6 paid pilots with companies like BASF. We are in talks with Microsoft for potential partnership. We charge yearly license fee along with a variable fee per image processed by our technology. We have experienced computer vision and AI specialists as our core team from IITs and Google with combined experience of more than 50 years. We also have complementary mentorships from agri-food experts from multi-billion-dollar companies. Hence, seed manufacturing companies and food processing companies looking for AI-enabled quality parameter assessment, go to Imago AI today and save millions of dollars. Thank you.
All right, judges.
I had one question. Thank you for a great presentation. Super exciting what you guys are working on. So if I'm a farmer and you help me to diagnose the condition of the plant, are you also selling me the cure, like the method I need to use in order to make them healthy? Or is it just the diagnosis you're helping with?
Right. So along with the diagnosis, we also do the recommendation measures. And we sell a technology to the companies, and they provide it to the farmers.
OK.
So
but you don't sell me the product that will get the plants healthy?
Yes. So the company recommends what exactly is the pesticide that is to be used for that particular disease or insect pest, and the farmer can directly buy from the nearest dealer.
OK. Thanks.
So how does it work? Like, how do we acquire the farmers through the companies? How do we make sure they use it? Like, how much control do you have over that stuff?
Right. So ours is a B2B model, and we sell it to the companies. And the companies use this technology in their research field trials and for their commercial purposes as well. So our product for plant phenotyping, that is for their research field trials. And our product for their commercial purposes, that is for disease identification, that they provide to the farmers through their maybe mobile application and that sort of stuff.
Matt?
Thank you for a very passionate presentation. I enjoyed it. What kind of data sources did you start with initially in order to get your algorithm up to speed, firstly? And secondly, how do you measure accuracy of your tool?
Sure. So that is one of the interesting point about technology. So we are combining deep learning with Bayesian programming. So with traditional deep learning, it's not possible to build within 50 images, which we are doing. Traditionally, it requires thousands of images. And the companies, even the big companies, don't have huge amount of data set. Otherwise, it's become a separate project for them to collect such huge data sets. So this is where one of our advantage comes in. So we are able to do within less than, 50 images, just to train the models. And on the accuracy part, so we have already achieved 99% accuracy, and we already did pilot with all these companies which you mentioned. And so they already tested with the farmers or within the research with the breeders. So this is the kind of accuracy we are talking about.
So you only need 50 images to figure out for each particular type of crop what?
Yes, even less than 50 images. And we are further researching our technology to drill down the number of data points below 10. So it's below 10 images per model, per class.
So it'd be about 50 images per phenotype.
Yes, so that we can say per trait or per class or per model. So if we want to identify just for length of chili, then we would require 50 to 60 images for that.
Is it because there are just very few types of diseases that are 90% of the cases?
No, so our technology is independent of number of diseases. So it can be 1,000 number of diseases, it can be any number of diseases. So where the power lies in, so our models, they are very, very less data hungry in nature. And moreover, we are doing multitask learning. So what does it mean by, it's not like we need separate AI model for identifying length of fruit or for color intensity. So this way, we are making learning and prediction more accurate. And this is the way the human learns. We don't need separate training for identifying one object and another object. So we are mimicking really how the human learns.
Thank you.
I have a question around your customers. So you're a B2B, you're trying to get seed developers a tool to do better. How many plant seed developers are there in India or worldwide? Because I'm sitting here thinking, isn't Monsanto owning everything? Do you just need one good customer, or who's your customer really?
Right. So there are multiple seed companies. And so if we talk about the big seed companies that control, as we mentioned, 3 of the world's largest companies, they control 40% of the global market. And
40%?
So, yes, the big seed companies, the 3 of the top 3 seed companies. And so these sort of MNCs, they control the major market share, roughly 80%, 80 to 85%. And then there are regional companies in countries like India and everywhere. So they have very minority share. We can say 10 to 15%, that sort of share.
And who of them are you targeting?
So we are targeting the big multinational companies and the medium-sized companies, not at present targeting the small companies, because these big companies, they are early adopters of technology. And with
Then
time...
my next question is, because you say that essentially we need to feed more people in the world.
Right.
But if you are helping the big seed companies do better, will that actually trickle down?
Yes,
or
of
will
course.
they just get better profits?
No, so like using our technology, the seed companies, the kind of seed that they are able to produce using our technology. So one thing is that it takes them less amount of time. At present, it would take them 7 to 8 years to produce a new seed variety. And using our technology, it takes them less time. And second thing is that they are able to produce seeds which are more disease resistant and which can produce better yield. So when they produce better yield and more disease resistant, we produce better food for the people.
So for example, the pilot we did with last company, so earlier they took 2 days to do all this phenotyping, and using our technology, we reduced their timing from 2 days to just 30 minutes. So that amount of significant timing we are talking about.
And in addition to that, so there is 30 to 40% of the crop is lost at the pre-harvest stage while the farmer is growing just because of disease, insect, and pest. So one thing is that the farmer can use pesticides, or we can improve the quality of seeds that are more disease resistant.
How do you think about location? Because presumably there's a combination of the seed disease, but also how it interacts with its environment. Is that a factor?
Yes. So every seed variety, it interacts with the environment, and that is how this phenotype,
what visually appears to us, like the length or the other parameters, that is the phenotype. So the genetics of the seed, that interacts with the local environment, and then the phenotype is what we actually eat. It can be various other traits that are visual in nature.
So you capture location data and you cross it with the phenotype data?
So that is the next step. If we want to predict how this phenotypic data, how the genotypic data is actually going to interact with the environment and what kind of phenotype we can expect from that data. At present, we just need any sort of visual trait that we want to measure that is independent of the location.
So this is called genetic environment interaction. So once we have phenotypic data from the multiple source, so we are back up with the data set, and then we'll put environment as one of the variable, and then we'll do prediction as in correlation of phenotypic data with genotypic data. And like one more point, so as we talk about the visual features, so as of now, you saw it's the feature which is visual to the naked eye, but now we are entering into the hyperspectral imagery as well. So the traits which are not visible to the naked eye, but that is beyond internal parameters, we can say. So this has a huge scope in this agri-food industry. For example, determining foreign particles of micro sizes, human hair, or microplastics which cannot be detected by metal detector or X-ray. So we are combining this hyperspectral imagery with AI as well.
So why are you the best people in the world to build this to a massive business?
Okay, so we already have the rich data set required to build these models. We have collected from the fields, and we also have data from the companies. Second is that so we already have built a technology which is more than 99% accurate, and also a deep knowledge, domain knowledge is required to build this sort of thing that we have gathered over a period of time. And also we have the first mover advantage that really helps. So with these three largest seed companies that control 40% share, so we already have that sort of domain knowledge, and this will really help us in scaling up.
How big is your team today?
So we are a team of 10 people, but we both are the co-founders, and we are working full-time. Rest are like freelance, so agriculture consultants and food consultants.
Nice.
Whenever we require, we hire them.
That's great. Thanks.
And what other verticals do you see yourself moving into?
Sorry?
Do you see yourself moving into any other verticals, any other areas that you can apply the technique to?
Yes, so at present we are focusing on agriculture companies, and the next step is expanding into the food companies. So there is a huge market there as well.
Companies like Nestle, PepsiCo, so they are the like huge scope over there.
How much money can DuPont pay you every year?
Right. Okay. So this depends on the complexity of the trait. So it can range from $40,000 to millions of dollars, depending on the complexity of trait and how that particular information is useful to them in producing a better seed variety, and in how much less time. So when we say that, if we are also working on predicting the phenotype from the genotype, so we don't need the actual field trial to do that. So this saves a lot of money to DuPont, and in very less amount of time, maybe within few months, they can introduce a new seed variety into the market. So that is really a huge opportunity over here.
All right, one more round of applause for Imago AI. Let's bring out our next finalist. That finalist is Calypso. Presenting for Calypso are Georgios De Pastas and Georgios Kaleris.
Hi, I'm Georgios, and I love quizzes. So what do Facebook, Equifax, and Uber all have in common? Apart from containing an even number of vowels, it's the recent data scandals.
Oh.
So, more than 150 million records were breached by Equifax. And these are records of people like you and me. More than 60% of companies have already been breached. So it's no longer a question of whether a breach will occur, but rather what the cost of this breach will be. Encryption is the most effective measure in mitigating this risk. So that's why we started Calypso. Calypso is the first never-decrypt cloud database solution. So the data remains encrypted at rest, in transit, and in memory at the database storage. While encrypted, one is able to search through the data, fetch them back to the application in a private way, and only there the data gets decrypted. So we are much more than encryption. We are a private search engine on top of encrypted data. The key never gets revealed and no application changes are required. Imagine you have your gold mine of data in a cave. Alibaba finds the secret passphrase to it. Sesame open, he says. He walks in, but what he finds is just coal hiding this gold of data, because Calypso actually conceals the data against any database attack. This is a use case we're going to witness now in our demo. It's a use case we're working together with one of the top US banks. They're pulling together IoT data onto the cloud, and they want to be able to run analytics in a secure way. Switch to demo. So here we're seeing IoT data on fraudulent activity. First, we're going to see how any unauthorized user with root access to the storage can view this data. Everything you will see here appears in plain, and these are sensitive data, customer transactional data. Now, moving to Calypso. Our Docker intercepts the data stream and encrypts the data in real time before storing it. So any unauthorized user, and this is any hacker, any system admin, and a cloud provider, can view nothing. It's just rubbish that they can see. But also, on top of this encrypted data, and while they are encrypted, someone can run SQL queries. So a data analyst who wants to figure out what is the average spend per category on these fraudulent activities. You can see here, for example, it's actually travel. And very interestingly, because we fired a query, the data set got dynamically re-encrypted. So if we go back, you can see here the first 3 digits. No. Sorry. We have to go back to the demo. Thank you. The first 3 letters is LQ5. Now, let's refresh it. And we will see that this record got dynamically re-encrypted. Now it's J7T. Switch to presentation, please. So the question is, how do we do it? At the low level, we use established cryptographic schemes such as AES. And on top of it, for the first time, we combine cryptography, so Oblivious RAM, with differential privacy in order to ensure an efficient and secure indexing of these records. This is a proprietary technology that my co-founder developed at Harvard. He's also Georgios, so it's one of the most common names in Greece. But luckily enough, we didn't join forces because of the name. My background is engineering from Cambridge, and I served as the head of the real-time big data analytics portfolio for Barclays. During my time there, I wanted to move our product to the cloud, but quickly realized that we couldn't find a solution that would make our compliance teams happy. If you look at the existing environment, solutions like Oracle's transparent encryption offer very high level of usability, but reveal too much information. On the other end, Microsoft's Always Encrypted or Unveil, they offer solid security, but at the same time, they don't support a lot of queries and they have lower speeds. So Calypso is the first one to offer this true security with orders of magnitude higher speeds. This is a global market that's projected to reach $1.6 billion by 2022. Currently, we're working with direct engagements with financial services, medium-sized cloud-native companies, and also database providers as channel partners. We are pre-revenue, just a second, yeah. We're pre-revenue. We have already finished an evaluation with a MariaDB consulting firm. We have announced a pilot with the National Bank of Greece, launching early 2019. And of course, we're raising our next round within Q2 2019. Thousands of years ago, there was Calypso, a Greek semi-goddess whose name meant she who keeps things secret. Today, we are here to pass her superpowers onto you in order to help you differentiate your products for your clients based on true security. Thank you very much.
Judges.
Are you guys open source?
No, we're not open source.
And in this day and age, it feels harder for a database, given how crowded the market is, to not be open source. How do you think about go-to-market and distribution?
That's a great question. So at the low level, we only use protocols that are open source, and our components are also components that have been tested throughout the years and through decades, right? So the proprietary bit is the way we combine these components together, specifically the way we combine oblivious RAM with differential privacy in order to make it high speed and in order to hide particular leakage channels.
So firstly, awesome presentation, and it's not easy to make encryption sound really like dynamic and, and fun, so really well done. To build on that, can you talk a little bit more about the initial use cases and then go to market hand in hand with that? So it sounds like you work with a few banks. Maybe you can talk a little bit more about that vertical and how you're going to build a sales force to go attack that vertical if you are.
That's a very good question. So starting from the use case, I'll expand a little bit on the demo that we gave. So this is a use case where this particular US bank is pulling together locally IoT data with sensitive information in that. And they want to stream it all to a particular cloud provider and a storage server there in order to then derive analytics out of it. So what happens in this use case, we intercept that within their runtime environment, and we make sure that the data is secured at rest and in transit, as is for all requirements within the industry, but also in memory. And the extra advantage we give is that while the data is encrypted within the storage memory and the storage itself, you're able to run directly analytics on top of it, so SQL queries, without pushing all of that to another staging environment. Now, obviously, you heard about a couple of cases that we're working with banks. I can expand later on in the other case if we want to. Now, on your point, it can take long to go through a cycle with banks. That's why we're working with smaller providers as well to get faster feedback. So with this MariaDB expert firm, so we have worked together with them with the staging environment to address some particular cases they wanted, and also with a B2B e-commerce web platform. So these are smaller providers that can give us faster feedback while targeting and working together with these larger banking players.
Super, thank you.
What is really unique about our technology?
I'll pass on to
Yeah, sure. So before, it was not possible to have a searchability on top of encrypted data without revealing too much. And this is what we were researching. We saw that no solution was unbreakable. There was always a way to break and reconstruct information. Then we saw that if we combine, for the first time, privacy techniques with cryptography, then we can hide all these leakage channels and all this information that is leaked and create a system that can have searchability and encryption.
So aside from a direct speed benefit, which seems like you're leaning heavily on, so versus like always encrypted or one of the other major players out there, what applications does this enable that weren't able to be encrypted before? So what additional layers of security can you add to either existing or new applications?
Absolutely. So today, all applications can get encrypted in some way. So the question there is at which level this information is encrypted, because even talking to banks, they don't fully appreciate the spectrum of attacks there. So right now you can get, for example, at-rest encryption, and we showed how the data looks within the memory. So everything is revealed there in reality whenever someone gets root access over there. Now, you're mentioning also particular players, like smaller niche players that do in-memory encryption. So in our view and what we're seeing in the market, a lot of these use cases include, for example, sensitive transactions, payment data, sensitive defense data, where you want to have this very high level of security. Now, one interesting bit, though, is that while you encrypt in memory, it can be really slow. So all the other players we saw there, and that addresses your point, Nico, as well, your previous, it's also, the differentiator is also secure, it's also speed over here. So we are orders of magnitude faster than any other startup that is out there doing in-memory encryption. And this is the core bit around our IP, and which we have applied for a global patent. So it's the speed at which you can do this in-memory encryption.
What is your biggest challenge, or what do you anticipate to become your biggest challenge? Is it technological challenges, or is it going to market? Is it convincing your customers? What do you think it will be? What is it right now?
I think this is exactly one of the challenges, and it came out from comments as well in terms of encryption, right? How do you make it sexy? So a lot of times, decision makers in organizations don't have the level of sophistication when it comes to the encryption field. So we have to go through this process, identify always the right champion, someone who understands the mechanics, and then be very mindful in how we progress to the decision maker there. So it is about the fact that it's a little bit of a niche, I would say, area, getting people to understand exactly what we do, but also keep the big picture in the page and in the conversation.
So if I'm a data analyst, I can run analytics by running a SQL query. What if I'm a data scientist and I need to build a machine learning model? Can I still do that with data in your database?
So this is of course possible. Where our technology can flourish the most is when the queries they're very highly selective. So if you want a small portion of the data to be retrieved in order to run your analytics or your machine learning algorithms, then our solution is the go-to solution for that.
Less running it, building the model, where I need to look at the whole data set.
The whole data set, yeah. Then in that case, our solution wouldn't be the ideal. It would be more to have, the perfect solution would be to just have an encrypted backup, and then you can just retrieve the whole thing, decrypt it, and run your analytics there.
So how can you guys make this be a huge business so that all of us Greeks will be proud of you?
So we have particular plans right now. We're working on integrations with big data platforms. We already have integrations with MariaDB, MySQL, so that we have this transparent layer. But obviously, we see the future in big data, in a lot of cases around artificial intelligence, where part of the data set is required. So this is what right now we're working on. But that's not the only thing. So we have already integrated with SGX, which is the secure enclave offered by Intel. It's one of the latest technologies out there. And by doing it, we actually not only make it we don't only cover the problems that Intel faces right now with leaked channels, but make the entire enclave secure. Our technology is not just encryption. So we are working on adding also smart ways to be able to identify if an authorized user actually has a weird activity, because we capture all of the queries. And at the same time, we're building on sharing information, so secret sharing, being able to have two organizations communicate privately with each other. So these are things in our roadmap. They will be coming as we're progressing.
So it sounds like tech talent is key for you. Do you have a good pipeline of developers and encryption experts that you want to hire, and a plan for how to maintain and attract good tech talent?
We do, yeah. So we're based out of Montreal. So there is no shortage in great talent there. One of our senior engineers joined us from India. He has 20 years of experience in Symantec, so he moved with his family to join us. We already have some new people lined up. Our technical advisor is actually the inventor of differential privacy, so really high stature advisors and people who are tagging together with us in order to build this future.
Deployment is typically tricky for this type of solution. How do you deploy?
So we deployed using a Docker because we wanted to be an easy drag and drop approach. There are two modes of deployment. One is for new applications, so it's a native API. The second one is the transparent layer I just mentioned, which is connecting to any ODBC and JDBC drivers. So effectively, if you're using an application that connect through these drivers, or you're using an application that utilizes MariaDB or MySQL, we already have a transparent layer that is very seamless there.
Okay, give it up for Calypso.
Well done.
Our next startup is Legacy. Presenting for Legacy is Khalid Kataili.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Hello.
Hi, thank
Afternoon. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You've just won.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khalid Kataili, and I'm here to talk to you about Legacy. For the next 5.5 minutes, I'm going to talk about assets, investments, and deposits without ever referring to the financial industry. Because Legacy is the only life investment you'll make. Can I get a clicker that works? push that through. I'm going to keep going anyway. Over the past 40 years, male fertility has halved. And in fact, infertility affects about 1 in 7 couples globally. And when you think about fertility, you might think that the burden or responsibility falls on the woman to get her eggs frozen and to have her fertility tested. If you think that, that point of view is outdated and wrong. Because actually, 30 to 50% of the time when a couple can't have a child, the burden falls on the man. And in fact, every year you get older as a man, there's an ongoing decline in your sperm quality. How many of you have cell phones right now? Where do you keep them? I know where I keep mine. But it's not just cell phone radiation you have to think about. It's pollution, drinking, smoking, drugs, obesity, sexually transmitted diseases. The list of risk factors goes on. All men should be thinking about freezing and testing their sperm, but the problem is the experience today is so awkward and clinical of going to a clinic to do it. Legacy is the first company focused on the consumer experience of testing and then freezing men's most valuable assets. Now I'm going to show you very quickly what our product looks like. And this has been very carefully designed in a couple of key ways. Thank you. So it has 2 key features. So beyond just it's designed to look and feel a very particular way. So when a client makes an order online, this is what they receive at home in this discrete packaging. They receive an envelope with handwritten information that is relevant to them, as well as a unique client ID. And then they get 2 items. One is the deposit cup, as well as something called a buffering medium that helps keep the deposit viable for up to 48 hours. That and the special insulation of the box helps ensure that we can then pick up the kit from the client's home, send it to our partner clinic, where it is tested, analyzed, and then frozen. Now I'm going to show you very quickly what the website looks like, just to give you a sense of the overall brand. And if we can switch to laptop 2, please. So this is the key website, and I'll show you what the process looks like because we have a very clear 5-step process for our clients, from steps 1 to 5. And as part of that, we also explain to all of our clients our core values as a company. So they know that privacy, quality, security are at the heart of everything that we do. So once we finish with the process with the kit and sending it to be frozen, we share with all our clients a personalized fertility report. That report looks more or less like this. So we give an overall assessment, as well as some personalized fertility recommendations. We then go over some core elements of fertility: concentration, volume, morphology, motility, and so on. And we even take it one extra step, which is a day after the deposit has been frozen. We do what's called a post-thaw motility check to make sure that the sample is still viable and can be used in the future. Back to the slides, please. Thank you. Now, the team blends business, healthcare, and fertility expertise. So I studied business at McGill. I studied policy at Harvard. I was a healthcare consultant for several years, and I'm certified by the American Society for Reproductive Medicine. Daniel Madero, the head of clinical partnerships, actually helped run for 5 years the largest fertility clinic in Colombia and has worked with multiple startups at MIT and Harvard. Now, in the immediate term, we believe there's an addressable market of about $8 billion in the US alone. And I don't want to get too hung up on the overall size, because that's the overall addressable market. But this is, if you take the US and you filter to men who are aged 20 to 49 with household incomes of over $70,000, this is the immediate addressable market. But expand that to the rest of men in the US. Expand that to men in Europe, because we think that all men should be thinking about testing and freezing their assets. Now, the customers are men, but in many ways we focus on their partners and the people around them. For example, 250 companies in the United States offer fertility benefits to their employees, focused largely on IVF and egg freezing. We think every one of those companies should be a client of Legacy's as well. We also go direct to consumer. We target men in professional services for the most part: consultants, lawyers, bankers, high-stress jobs, high disposable incomes, and they want to have a family, but maybe in the future. And we do a lot of what I call indirect to consumer, which is reaching out to the men's partners, because we all know that actually women are the chief medical officers of the household. And compared to the $10,000 price tag of egg freezing, our product is 10% of that cost and can be done at home with 100% customer satisfaction. Now, we do have some indirect competitors: sperm banks, very focused on donation; clinics, awkward consumer experience; fertility testing companies, very emasculating branding. So we're testing 2 business models: one fertility and analysis and freezing bundled, the other unbundled, which is the analysis first with an ongoing option to freeze if you so choose. And ultimately, this is just the beginning. 23andMe, Hims, Roman, these are companies that have completely revolutionized the way that people think about very personal and very sensitive topics. Today, these are companies that are growing and are only going to get bigger. And I say all this because in the future, legacy will be the norm. Thank you.
Judges?
It's a great name.
Thank you.
Do we have legacy.com?
GiveLegacy.com.
Give Legacy.
Yes.
What would it take to get legacy.com?
Legacy.com is unfortunately an obituary website currently. Rather unfortunate. You
can merge
celebrate life, and so do we.
You can merge.
You see the synergies, right?
Absolutely. So how do we make money here? Who pays for it? It's a little bit unclear to me.
Sure. So when our client goes online and orders a package, they pay us a certain amount. And that goes to us. We then pay the clinics that we partner with and the cryo storage facilities that we partner with as well.
They pay out of pocket, or you can have insurance? Like, how does that?
Right now, the clients pay out of pocket. The longer-term goal for us, of course, is to get this wrapped up in company employee packages, but also potentially insurance companies as well. Yeah.
So do you have a B2B component now? Are you going? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Or only direct to consumers?
We're actually testing both.
Okay.
And I think that we will discover where we're seeing more uptake. But right now, we're in serious conversations with a few businesses that already offer employee fertility benefits for women. And we're trying to convince them to be offering the same for men.
And typically, if someone goes to one of the traditional clinics, is that reimbursed by insurance, or is that also out of pocket?
It's a good question, and the answer to that is it depends. If you are doing it for what I call reactive purposes, so for example, if you have cancer, you're about to undergo chemotherapy, you're doing fertility preservation, that would be covered under most insurance packages. Proactive, not at this time.
Okay. So how much advice do you give? So if someone sends in and you get the results back, is it up to the customer to go to the doctor and get the advice, or are you acting as someone who's giving the advice on how to proceed depending on the state of the sperm?
So that's a good question, and that's a very fine line for us. So we get a set of very clinical results from the clinic. These results, of course, as many of you might know, are basically incomprehensible to the average human being.
Yes.
That's why we have the report, which is a simplified, easier to understand version. We're very careful to say that, of course, if you want professional fertility advice, you should be going to a clinician. But here is the results that you have gotten from the clinic. Here's how you can help. Here's how you can think about them, and here's how you can actually improve your fertility, if that's an interest for you.
Is there a data business here as well as the consumer business?
Yeah. The answer to that is yes and no. So yes, in the sense that we have a model right now that we're building, and the goal is to be able to actually have people fill out a lifestyle form, so about 30 questions, from which we would be able to predict with very high levels of accuracy whether or not we think they would be fertile or potentially subfertile. So there's a data component in the sense that we do feed the data that we get into improving this model. But going back to our values as a company, privacy is the absolute #1 value. We don't repackage and then sell that data. That is anathema to the way the company was built. So I think 23andMe is an example of a company that has repackaged, repurposed, and sold. There was a big backlash several months ago when it turns out that they had sold a large amount of consumer data to one of the big pharma companies. And so we are very much against that.
Can you talk a little bit more about how you're going to reach men who maybe traditionally just don't want to think about this? Or maybe they do.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I think about it two ways. So the first is direct conversations with men. I've had well over 1,000. And men go from the initial reaction of like, whoa, right? And almost inevitably, with about 99% success rate, they will then make a joke about it. Be like, oh, bro, do you need a deposit? Right? And they'll, once they get that out of their system and they see that I'm addressing it in a very serious way, they shift as well. And then our goal as a company, and I think the success of Legacy rests on our ability to do this, is to take men through that journey of, I've never thought about it before, to maybe I should do it, to I definitely should do it, to I definitely should do it right now. And this is the 4-step process we take men on. So this is step 1 of the equation. I think the best way to accelerate that process is to go through the people around them. And I'll give you one quick anecdote, which is L'Oreal in Canada did a fascinating study a few years ago on men who buy facial products. And they found that in 1/3 of these cases, men had no role whatsoever in the decision-making process. They had been told by their partner, here's what you're going to buy, here's where you're going to buy it, here's how you're going to buy it, here's how you're going to pay for it,
That's it, yeah.
and here's how you're going to use it. And I see the female judges are nodding along, I think, because likely is something you've seen as well. And I think that women can be very compelling in convincing their partner, for example, to think about their fertility as well.
When I see your website, I don't see talking to the partners.
Mm-hmm. For now, the website itself is focused very much on the men. Because honestly, my goal is that when a man views the website, he feels comfortable about it.
Yeah.
The goal is to develop a site that you can view in public without people knowing that it's necessarily a fertility website.
So how do you reach the people around him then?
So my view on it is as follows. I think that women are already so thoughtful about fertility. Women are at step 4. And so they don't need kind of this masculine brand that men might. And so they already are very aware of the topic, and they'll feel comfortable sharing a website like that with their partners.
Is there a, sorry if I missed, is there a subscription aspect to this beyond the initial sale?
So I'm testing 2 models right now. The first is the kind of the bundled package that's intended primarily as a one-time fee. The unbundled package, which I think is more interesting, because it also introduces a more accessible price point. So to say for $350 US, you can get your assets analyzed, and you then have the option of freezing it. And then that would be a monthly fee of about $15 a month.
And you would do the freezing and the storing, and you'd get charged on a monthly basis
Correct.
for as long as you...
Correct. Yeah.
Which part of the which part of the process do you own, and what do you outsource? In the analysis, for example, etc.
So we own the kit and the design of the kit, as well as the technology that goes into it. The actual clinical analysis is done by our partner clinics. What we've done is we've created what I call the legacy standard, which is a series of regulations that we expect all of our clinics to follow. Again, going back to these core values, quality is key. And even if someone else tries to come out and create a similar company where there's a real risk that they would do so irresponsibly. So the goal for us is to do it in a very responsible way. So we partner with clinics, and we partner with cryo storage facilities as well. And I'll add just one more thing onto that, which is, so something that we do is we do what's called multi-site storage. So when a client sends us their assets, we actually divide it into 2 different geographic locations. And within each geographic location, we divide the sample into 2. So actually, their asset is stored in 4 different locations.
How does the math work? Cost of customer acquisition, your cost of goods sold, like how does this stuff work?
So without getting too granular into our figures, we have comfortable margins now of about 30%. We're still figuring out what the exact customer acquisition cost will be, in part because it's not a one-time decision for men. This is something that they have to be educated about, to raise awareness about, and that might take even several months.
So are we an education and marketing company and logistics? Or we're like more tech, genomics? Like, how do we think of ourselves?
So I wouldn't segment it so clearly into one or the other, but certainly there's a big emphasis on education and awareness. So we are helping to get men thinking about it maybe for the first time. So certainly that's a big part of what we do.
What makes this defensible long term? What prevents the next company with more funding to just catch up and take over?
This is a question that I think about every day. And I think my best answer to you is as follows, which is there will eventually be a competitor, maybe someone doing something very similar to what we do. And they're going to move fast, and they're going to break things. And what they're going to do is they'll come in with a lower price point, more aggressive marketing, and eventually a company like that is going to fail spectacularly. Because if you don't, when you are dealing with quite literally men's most valuable assets, their sensitive genetic material, you cannot afford to cut corners. You cannot afford to be sloppy. You have to treat it very carefully. And that's why the value-driven approach of legacy, which has been developed over a long period of time, I think is critical to the long-term success of the company. And I don't think that a competitor can match that.
So you're going to get legacy.com to get started, and then how do you convince me that this is my most valuable asset?
So it's not necessarily me who has to do the convincing. It's the people in your life.
Yeah.
So it's the people around you who might be saying, hey, you know what, I just saw an ad for Hims, I just saw an ad for hair loss, I just saw an ad for Roman, I just saw an ad for Legacy. I mean, aren't these things that you might have thought about before?
Final questions?
I just want to say that I think it's a great idea, basically, in terms of kind of from a gender perspective. I just want to kind of say that because I don't know if I'll see you again, so I'll make sure to say that.
I appreciate that. Our goal is really to rebalance the responsibilities of family planning.
Yeah.
and to help families have kids when and how they choose. So, thank you.
Awesome.
Super.
And on that note,
Great.
one more round of
Okay.
applause for Legacy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's bring out our next finalist, Politea. Presenting for Politea are Farouk Tunker and Tasia Antonova.
Cities provide a vast variety of services to their citizens on a daily basis. Roads and infrastructure, parks, health, or education, just to name a few. A medium-sized city spends up to 100 million euros per year on all of its services. But when it comes to decision-making, local governments tap in the dark. Although they collect a lot of data about themselves, it's not available to the leaders. The problem is the data is trapped in silos. Cities have many different legacy systems. Sometimes data is scattered across Excel files or only exists on paper. It just takes a lot of time and effort to aggregate that data manually. And a medium-sized city spends more than 100,000 euros per year just on manual data processing. We solve that problem. Politea is a governance platform for mayors, treasurers, department heads, and city council members. We take data from any existing legacy system and produce reports and actionable insights that governments can use to reach their goals. The Politea platform is modular and aligned with the city services, ranging from childcare to fire departments to infrastructure. Last month, we've launched our first module in the field of childcare. With its help, city leaders can track their performance, optimize their costs, and forecast the demand over the next years. But let me tell you in detail how our clients actually use the product in reality. For that, please meet Mike Wedel, Head of Central Services of the city of Oranienburg. Mike wants to prepare for the next city council session. The topic is the current childcare situation. There are more than 300,000 children in Germany that aren't able to get a spot in their local kindergarten currently. It's also a challenge for Oranienburg. So how many spots are currently available? Do we have enough spots next year? And do we have to build a new facility? Those are the questions that keep coming up each and every council session. Mike wants to prepare for that. Instead of requesting reports from multiple departments, he just logs into Politea. Looking at the graph above, he sees that the utilization rate has gone up. He scrolls down, looking at the table below, and notices some of the facilities have even gone beyond their capacity. Mike wants to check which area has the worst utilization rate. Here on the map in dark blue, Lindenberg clearly stands out. Mike checks the Politea forecast. Already next year, Oranienburg will hit the critical point when demand will exceed the available spots. And worse, in 4 years from now, there will be as many as 230 spots missing. Together with the mayor and the treasurer, they decide to build a new facility. And this is how we make it happen. The Data Bridge is a standalone part of our software that is installed on the client server. We connect it to the databases of the legacy systems and run queries on a daily basis. And if the data exists only on paper, no problem, we digitize it as a service. Looking at the competition, legacy systems can provide all automatic integrations. Consultancies deliver static and expensive reports, and US-based GovTech startups, they just can't meet European localization requirements. Politea covers all of it. Starting this year, we have generated 50 strong leads interested in our product, and 3 cities are already paying customers and using our product. The GovTech market in Europe is young and has high potential. Our product lies at the intersection of local government IT and consulting. The market value amounts up to 1.6 billion annually in Europe. Starting in Germany, we want to scale to other European markets soon. We do that by running regionally distributed sales teams to convince customers on site. Our modular pricing helps winning contracts below procurement thresholds.
and we scale through political networks and social proof. We run a software as a service business model with a one-time setup fee and an annual license fee. The setup fee depends on the amount of database integrations, and the annual license fee depends on the number of modules and the size of the city. Our team combines the best of two worlds. Our CPO has more than 15 years of experience in building digital products. And I have a public sector background, advised the CDU, including Angela Merkel, on urban policy. We are supported by successful entrepreneurs as investors and public sector representatives as advisors. Our vision is that all city leaders across Europe make data-empowered decisions, improving the life of millions of their citizens. Create a more effective and efficient government today. Go to politeia.com. Thank you very much.
Judges.
So it's a great and noble idea, and definitely something that needs to exist in the world. At the same time, it feels like it falls in the category of things that governments should do, but in reality don't really do. How do you create an urgency and a momentum for a broad market to adopt this?
There's definitely a trend. Cities start to hire CTOs, CIOs, and chief digital officers. However, it's still a minority of cities who do that. Some countries are better at that, like Estonia. France is catching up, but many countries are still behind, many cities. We target the cities that are smaller size. Our main customer is from 10K to 100K citizens. And those cities usually are not covered by large agencies that might drive this innovation. And also, they rarely hire CIOs.
So when you sell to them, what is the product that they ask for first? Is there one product or feature that they all are looking for?
Yeah.
And maybe that's a good entry point?
Yeah, basically the entry door we go through is the reporting plane I pictured. Like the average 100,000 euros they pay currently on their mandatory reporting means they do it basically half year or yearly. And they actually want that data, but they can't do it. If they would do it, it would be 500, 600, 700,000 euros per year. And they have to employ people. And that we automate. And then they have basically a digital statistician that is providing that. And that's very attractive to small and medium-sized cities. And based on that, we basically then do this educating of data-empowered decision-making. And then this is the second step. Yeah.
So you made us dream a little bit of how the world should look like. But as Matt said, it's a little bit tricky to make it happen. So what is the forcing function? Is there a compliance component or something that, oh my God, if I don't use this, I'm going to lose my job? Or like, what is the forcing function for a city to start using it?
Mm-hmm. What's the barrier? I would say it's mentality. So far, we had conversations with really a lot of clients. The most innovative come to us and agree to work with us. However, I think one of the issues is that they're not used to do performance-based decisions and decisions based on data. And we definitely have to educate on that. They see that the trend is there and they need to catch up. But I think it's about, it will take time for sure. So currently we're building the software for that. We're basically building a data warehouse and data visualization for that. But to go next step, it's definitely going to take time, education, and communication with the clients.
Now, you mentioned when you install, it can depend on the number of data sources you're ingesting, the initial fee. So is there some sort of long-term that you're looking at where, hey, we've ingested the data or data sources from 200 different cities? Is there some sort of comparison analysis you can run? Say, hey, your city is this size. What does your city look like compared to other cities its size? That sort of thing.
Yes, that's definitely what we're planning to do. Customers already require that, but so far it requires certain density and coverage of the cities in the same area, same size, and same background.
Same currency.
Issues. Currency as well, language.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, that's definitely the plan. We I think it will happen definitely this year. We target currently Brandenburg and Baden-Württemberg as the first states in Germany that will have Politeia. And as soon as we have enough clients, we will launch this feature.
Yeah.
And how do you think about other markets? Is it a product that you see will be easy to sell into other government structures, or is it very local to the German one today?
Yeah, actually, it's very critical also to sell it to other structures in a way, because municipalities are not loose in the system, right? They are connected to the state and the counties, and we see definitely the counties as the next layer, because they also fulfill some functions. For example, mobility is more on the county level rather than on the municipality level, and the states are also financially responsible for municipalities and might also need that. So actually, these three layers definitely are interesting.
Of course, it's wonderful to be able to see data and base decisions of data, but at the same time, data can also be deceiving, right? There might be data missing. Is there a way to kind of help the user understand what data might be missing, or why might this data be screwed or skewed, or whatever word is?
Both.
Both, maybe.
Yeah. So what we basically do when we start pitching that, they realize, okay, we have legacy systems. Usually one person owns that legacy system, and maybe for 20 years, this is the average. And then they realize, okay, maybe we didn't put, for example, the capacities in. And with Politeia, they now realize that we are connected to a different system and they rely on our information, and then behavior shifts and you type it in and you use it in a more responsible way. This is what we basically then detect in the beginning and encourage our clients to do better. Yeah.
So it sounds like you need quite a lot of like human assistance. You need to kind of educate them about the value. You need to educate them about maybe the quality of the data. So is it a consultancy task, or how do you think about that?
It partly is. Well, at least currently that's what we do as well. I think also that just by using the product and seeing the value and impact that it has, they will start treating their data more seriously. Currently, it's already, some of the data is already quite clean and well maintained. Some is not so well maintained. That's where we see some of the problems. We talk to them, and usually, well, governments are quite hierarchical. We target our customers as mayors and treasurers and head of administration, and if they see that something is wrong with data, they request to clean it up.
It's always encouraging to see a Salesforce on a startup slide, because everybody imagines that this thing will install itself. So could you just sketch out the idea of the Salesforce? Do you own these salespeople? Are they the installers as well? And what kind of education they need? Basically, what kind of skill set do you need to be able to install this, get it on site? I had looked at the floor is 5K, right, to install, and the ceiling is somewhere around 50K-ish?
Yeah, the salespeople that we hire are focused on public sector. They have at least experience in a government body, because the most important is that you have to detect who's the decision maker, and it's not always the mayor. Sometimes the mayor is the door, and then it's the head of administration, central services, or sometimes treasury. It really depends, and you have to be able and know that and detect that. And it doesn't need to be, you don't have to work. You can also have worked in a public bank, for example. That's one of the sales representatives we have now in a region, sold insurance to municipalities. But at least you had contact. That's how we run it currently.
There's been some companies in the past that have tried to do this, and thinking of Socrata in the US and others. Why haven't those become gigantic companies? Is it a different moment in time now to build a billion-dollar company doing this?
I think Europe just basically lacks maybe 5 years or 10 years behind that trend. And that's why we see a big opportunity to actually drive it from the European perspective, and we see it as a European product. So we want to target Germany first, but actually thinking about France, Benelux, the other DACH region like Austria, Switzerland, and so on, just to see it as a European product. And I think that's how we, in that early stage, can be a very important player and also grow big.
How big is your addressable market in those countries that you're focused on?
It's 1.6 billion.
Oh, sorry, that's what...
Exactly.
Okay.
And it's 100,000 municipalities in Europe.
And can you get some of these states to push it to local municipalities? Because otherwise, honestly, long sales cycles, and you have to do one small one by one small one. It's just going to take a long time to get velocity.
Yeah, we already do that. We talked to one state already, about that, because it's of course better if a state says, I buy this to all municipalities,
Exactly.
maybe for a bit lower price, and then roll it out, and then we can do the features that you mentioned, for example, do the comparison immediately,
Yeah.
push also the product
Would
better.
encourage you to try that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
How big is your team right now? You seem to be so up and running already.
8 people.
8 busy people.
8 very busy people, yeah.
Any final question? All right, give it up for Politea.
Thank you.
We have one last finalist. That finalist is Spike. Presenting for Spike are Ziad Alame and Michelle Raji.
Hello. I will live 8 years less than you. It's because I'm diabetic. Diabetes is an incurable disease that affects a person's ability to produce or react to insulin, enslaving us to a life of blood sugar management and insulin injections, like this one or this one. Ever since my diagnosis a decade ago, I have injected myself with more than 30,000 insulin injections. But that wasn't enough. You see, the problem is I missed more than 3,000 other injections and miscalculated more than 6,000 dosages. Living with diabetes is incredibly difficult because everything affects my sugar. From food, activity, medication, the stress of TechCrunch Disrupt, and even the weather. And although there are hundreds of apps on the store that want to help diabetics live better, yet all they do is provide us with fancy tools so that we can do hard work of logging details and then manually analyzing them or sharing them. Why can't it be as easy as when you have a scheduled trip and Google Maps would tell you you need to move 5 minutes earlier because there's traffic? Introducing to you Spike, the smartest diabetes assistant in the world. By automatically collecting details about your life, your routine, your activity, and your vitals, Spike proactively provides you with the right insulin tips and reminders with food suggestions. Let's jump over to the demo to see how our diabetic CMO, Michelle, benefits from Spike. Michelle has been stressing out about this pitch, and from detecting her activity and her stress levels through her heart rate, Spike alerts her to check her sugar because she might be going through hypoglycemia. Now, by scanning one of the patches that we support, such as this one, the one I have or that she has, and supporting more than 10 other glucometers, Spike would automatically get a reading that would tell us, let us see, indeed that's 56, that's quite low. I think Michelle should have some sugar, but that verifies that she actually is going through hypoglycemia. She can also compare that to her stress levels, the temperature, insulin, steps, and many others depending on how many devices she has connected. Now, for TechCrunch, we did something special. We added a tab at Spike for TechCrunch, which would mimic Michelle's activity of going to McDonald's, because there's where she would have food. Now, as soon as she would enter McDonald's, she would automatically get the top 3 food options she would have with approximate carb count. After some time, there's a post-meal insulin injection, or else she would be part of the $90 billion loss of productivity from diabetics in the US only. So she got a post-meal insulin injection, and now she would take her insulin, or sugar in this case. Now let's go back to the presentation. As for her guardians and doctors, they are informed in real time about her situation. But they are also alerted if unusual pattern is detected or something is wrong. Today, there are more than 2,500 daily active diabetics loving Spike. 87% of them transferred from other apps to use it. Ever since we started 1 year ago, 2 weeks, and 1 day, we have been supported by more than 10 international organizations and institutions, and we have been funded as well with approximately $250,000. Not just that. We're proud to have King's College Hospital of London as our medical and research partner, which led to signing a commercial deal with Medtronic. And then, the tip of the iceberg, Sanofi has partnered with us after they saw the impact we created on diabetics and the way they use their insulin. Now, to the things I missed. What makes us different from all the other apps is that from a diabetics perspective, we understood that the problem lies before the incident happens, not after it. And this is why we're experienced differently. And this is why diabetics love us. We changed it from more work to less worry. And for diabetics, it's not just hard to live with diabetes, it's also extremely expensive. But don't worry, Spike is free forever for diabetics. We found out who are the people who care about your health more than you and are willing to pay for it. And they are insurance companies, self-insured employers, and many others who want to enhance your productivity. Behind Spike is a team of passionate diabetics, engineers, and nutritionists who have more than 13 patents in the biomedical field and more than 4 papers in computer vision and AI. Not just that, my team enjoys every moment in their life because we know that if diabetes happens, you will live 8 years less. So we have fun every day. Now, by the time I've told you about Spike, 24 people died from diabetes. 16 of them died because they didn't manage it properly. Spike could have saved them by doing what it does best, making diabetes management less diabetic. Thank you.
Judges.
Please. I know you two invested in something similar.
Livongo Health, we love it.
Exactly, 52.5 million for...
It's a good company.
It is. I love them.
So let's talk a little bit about that. So how do we make sure that we're not just another app for diabetes consumers?
That's right.
So that, indeed, we truly make sure that the workflow of a diabetes consumer becomes a piece of cake. And they love it so much that they use it all the time. So
absolutely.
Have you proven that? What is it?
You know you love something when it's magical, correct? And what's magical is when something happens without you even doing anything. And this is what happens here. Now, Livongo or other players who are trying to help diabetics as well, what they do is they start with a care program of 3 months. Now, I've been through that care program, not with Livongo, someplace else. Michelle has as well. But that 3 months program isn't enough. What happens after that 3 months? You have a glucometer. You spend less than 0.01% of your time with doctors. And if a caregiver calls me every single time I have a hypo or hyper, I will never pick up my phone again. And that happened on stage with Livongo, not to put them on the spot, but they were demoing the product and the caregiver called and they were like, yeah, I know what to do, thank you so much, I'm on stage. And they hung up. It's interesting to have someone call you, but really your care team is your close friends and family. And they are the ones who would help you. And to do that, what we do at Spike is you don't only get a reminder for your post-insulin. If I was with Michelle at McDonald's and I'm part of her care team, Spike would automatically tell me, Ziad, please check with Michelle if she took her insulin. And that's extremely important. I think those are 2 major points. And there's always a way to plug with other companies like Livongo, especially since they handle the first part of when a diabetic is diagnosed or when they start taking care of themselves. We can come later on, for example, after that program.
So I have a question. Can you aggregate data? So I track my sleep and I use Clue and I have a training app. So I collect a lot of data. Can you get that into the app so you can predict my behavior, or is it only based on data that I enter into Spike?
Okay, here's the very interesting part. You don't enter data into Spike, so it automatically collects it from your sensors, your wearables. People will not use an app that they have to open every time and input data. At Spike, the 2,500 diabetics have crossed the 14-day period, which usually healthcare apps face because people just lose interest, or when they stop inputting data for 2 days, they just forget about the app and they're like, it's too much work. People have stayed on Spike for months. And the way we've been growing is people have been telling each other about Spike. look how easy it is to use. Just use it. And most of our users are in Europe, where we're not based, or know most people. But you can import data as well, previous data that you might have, and that might help us a lot. So yeah, and you can export your data, of course.
And do you? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Since it's literally a matter of life and death, how do you think about liability, responsibility, making the wrong recommendation?
Absolutely. It is a matter of life and death, and today it's a matter of death. If we can add 1% of chances to live better, we will take that risk. But it's not a risk, because what we do is we suggest to you things that are not medical, so it's not prescriptive. We're just saying that elevated heart rate, some low activity implies stress. That means check your blood sugar. It might be helpful. You might going through a hypoglycemia, which might lead to your death. So having that right moment, reminder, alert, is very important. We do something special. We're working with a psychologist on understanding how people accept suggestions and tips. So dependent on how old you are and where you come from this world, okay, you would get a different type of message so that we can better address you. But there is nothing like, if I tell you check your sugar, that won't cause Spike to be telling you to die. And if you get a carb count, then you're the one who's taking the insulin. So it's just being there, providing you with that extra step to live better.
Can I ask a little bit about how you do user research, or how you talk to your users about what they want?
Absolutely. So I'm diabetic, she's diabetic, and we're constantly in calls with our diabetics. So I'll start with a small story, and then I'll tell you how we talk to them. I wanted to test if Spike really matters. So I started this as a personal project. At first, I left being a CTO of a large crowdfunding company, and wanted to build something for my health after passing through tough times. And after building Spike, I said, how would that make difference, you know? So I deleted the app. And the next day, I was out with my friends, and I forgot to take my insulin after having some food. And after 2 hours, I was sitting, and like, oops, didn't take my insulin, having hyperglycemia, don't want to talk to anyone. And that's the moment when I realized I really need this app. It's not I want it, it's I need it. We don't talk to our diabetics. It's happening the other way around. Every day, I have more than at least 5 emails of feature requests, devices to support. So this is one of the devices we support. By supporting this device, people no longer need to carry this. And this is the reader for this device. So imagine you were carrying a device, now it's just through your phone. We constantly sit with our research partners to understand more the numbers they have. We listen to each and every diabetic, and we listen to people who leave our platform. Less than 3% of the people who joined Spike left. And it was because part of them weren't actually diabetics. They downloaded it out of curiosity, and they didn't understand, okay, so an app that I don't do anything with, how would I use that? But the other parts, there was a language barrier, so we're planning on having Spike in multiple languages as well. But besides that, the satisfaction and the referrals, top of the roof.
So how do users actually use the app? You have 2,500 active users on a daily basis. What kind of behavior have you noticed so far?
Okay, so there's one, the actual logging with the glucometer. So some glucometers don't do that automatically. You would still have to do that manually, just like this example. Those 2,500 active users have logged their diabetes inputs into the app every single day. Besides that, there's also the food suggestions, where you can see more tips within the app. So many people have been clicking on those tips as well. And mostly, if it was up to me, I wouldn't want anyone to open the app if it was up to me. But this is the kind of 2 major things.
So food and push notifications, I guess, regarding injections.
Food, opening the app to view more food options, and inputting their glucose level data.
How do we make money?
How do we
make money?
Okay, so there are many ways that we're looking at to make money. One of them is it's a freemium model, so you can supercharge the app with premium features. If you want to connect more than one device, you pay for that. If you want to add more than one Guardian. But we sell that premium package to insurance companies and to employers who want to enhance their employees' productivity. That's one. Two, there's insurance discrimination in the world. I come from a third world country where I have to pay more than 3 times the average rate. But if that insurance company could buy a report after my consent about my diabetic life, and they would see that I'm a good investment, then they can give me a better rate to compete with other insurers. That's number 2. Brand association with pharmaceuticals. There are a million ways if you're saving people to make money, but those are the top 3 we're focusing on now.
So for an insurance company, is your pitch to them a demonstrable reduction in improper injections and misinjections?
So we've done A1C tests for the past 6 months. It's a reduction of 0.6. That's remarkable in 6 months. So this is what we show them. We show them that people are adhering more to their medication, but they're also getting better results for you, living better, decreasing complication costs. Now, it's only been a short time, but with time, we'll be able to have a more solid stand. And as we support more technologies, we'll be able to grow. And we were already in talks with one insurance company for that.
All right, give it up for Spike.
Thank you.
Great story. Thank you.
That means it is the end of the Startup Battlefield Finals. Thank you to all of you for being attentive and supportive to all of the startups. The judges now are going to follow me backstage. They are going to choose a winner. Before we do that, though, let's hear it one more time for our awesome judges.
Oh. It's YC Demo Days. Last time we were here was in the winter. This time, it's summer, and we're just here to check out all the sweet companies.
It's break time. We're going to break. 15 minutes. See you soon.
Billboards that like Uber drivers and Lyft drivers can put on their cars. Pretty good idea.
You guys shooting?
Yeah. This next company, I'm gonna let them explain it.
We build diagnostic menstrual pads, enabling regular health monitoring and early diagnostics for women. Basically, a menstrual pad that collects a specific volume of blood. And what we found is that there is a lot of biomarkers in menstrual blood that actually tells you a lot of things about your health. We have kind of 2 groups of women. There is the woman who is interested in learning more about her health, or she has a specific lifestyle. Let's say she's a vegan. She wants to know, am I getting my minerals? She wants to track these things. That's kind of one group. There's another group of sort of women who have a condition, a chronic condition, that requires them to go in and get blood draws very often. And for them, this is a product that is very useful, hopefully helps their life quality to be improved.
Andrew Chen, one of my favorite presenters today. How'd it go, buddy?
It went well. I'm tired, but it's good.
Look good. You raising that money? Oh, you can't say that on camera.
We'll see what happens.
All right, see ya. Hey, look, it's Andrew, the founder of Popla. Grandkids on Demand, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Grandkids on demand.
Let's talk about it.
Let's do it.
We connect college students to seniors. We send them to their homes for house help. We teach them how to use computers like social media and FaceTime their grandchildren. We ride them to doctor's office. We provide transportation. But most importantly, we're providing a social experience. We make it easy for anyone to access it. So seniors or families could call us. They could use our mobile app, or they could text or email us, or go to our website. And they'll request a student. We call them Papa Pals. They've all gone through a pretty strict process and provides follow-up information to anyone who's interested, like the family, friends, or other members of the care team. We launched in January in South Florida, and it's been growing pretty rapidly. It's really nice to know that we're helping a lot of people.
Day 1 of Demo Day Summer 2018 is complete. And now, I'm out of here. Day 2 of Demo Day. All right, let's go.
Anna Esther.
Hi.
We're NYC, yeah, we're checking out some companies, looking at all the demos now. Which one am I gonna invest in? I'm an investor. Here with the head honch of YC Core, Michael Seibel.
How's it going, man? Good to
Good.
see you.
How are you? How's your summer?
Summer was eventful. Had a
Yeah?
baby.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I had a baby also.
No way.
When did you have a baby? All right, back to work.
Boom.
So,
YC.
so last time I was here, 4 months ago,
Yep.
winter batch.
Winter batch.
Now it's summer batch.
Yep.
Are we noticing any trends between that one and this one?
You know,
that
I was
one to
talking to
this
some investors yesterday, and they're noticing a trend amongst our founders, which I picked up on as well, which is I think as this next generation of founders coming through, they know that they're going to have to devote 10 to 15 years of their life to their startup, and they're a lot more conscious about will their startup do good in the world. And you know, one investor walked up to me yesterday and he said, I found myself rooting for these companies. Like, you know, like put investing aside, I found myself thinking, I want these folks to win. Like, and in a weird way, we're like in the old days, like a business winning, you don't really associate with like, oh, you know, it's just whatever. But here, it's like a business winning is, you know, a bunch of people getting childcare benefits, or a business winning is curing cancer, or a business winning is, you know, helping people pay for their student loans. Like it's kind of it's a different vibe, which is really nice. So
Definitely.
That's been a cool new theme. And I'll tell you what, it's founder led. Like YC doesn't have too many theses. We want to go where our founders are interested. So it's fun to see the founders really caring about making the world a better place.
Cool.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna go into like a little bit of, if it's okay with you, like a little
Sure.
harder question.
Hit me.
And then we can
Hit
see
me.
if it decides or
Bam.
not.
Pow me.
So
I'm ready.
In this batch, you notice that there was a lot of like bio companies and a lot of crypto companies, right?
Yep.
And you know, in the past, there's been some like crypto companies ended up being, you know, a little kind of bullshit.
Yep.
And then there's also been, you know, the whole Theranos thing,
Sure,
like
yeah,
bio
yeah,
companies.
yeah.
So how do you guys, as like with 150 companies every batch, do the due diligence to make sure that these companies are legit on both sides? But then also, what responsibility do you think you take in doing that? Because almost Y Combinator is viewed as like a standard barrier.
Sure,
like once you
sure,
get through
sure,
this,
sure,
then
sure.
these companies are legit.
Sure.
Let's talk about that.
So I think that if you look at the crypto companies,
Okay, last question.
What's up?
This one, the batch is done.
Boom.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage TechCrunch editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
Hey, hey, hey. Okay, we're going to get back into our regularly scheduled programming. We're going to be talking about whether or not Starling can become the next HSBC. So please welcome to the stage from Starling, Anne Bowden, and your moderator, Roman Delay.
All right. Anne, I'm very happy to have you on stage. You're working for Starling, and you're one of the enemies because you worked for the big banks
that's right.
for years and years. I have some names: Lloyds, Standard Chartered, UBS, RBS, forgetting a bunch. What was it like to work for these giant faceless companies?
Well, they're not faceless if you're in them. At the time, you're doing something which is very worthwhile. I'd started in the early 80s in banking as a computer scientist, and I had some great jobs. But post the financial services crisis, 2008, 2009, I came to the realization that everybody was trying to put back the banks the way they were before. and somebody had to step away and build a bank that was very different.
You've worked for retail banking in particular?
And also global transaction services banking.
Okay.
I ran the payments business and trade business for ABN AMRO across 34 countries in Europe. And that was very exciting. But nothing's as exciting as starting your own bank. This is really, well, it's scary, it's exhilarating, and it's fantastic when things go well.
And did you see a change between when you started back in the 80s and when you left your career in banking?
Yeah.
Was it already different working for a bank between the 80s and 2000s?
I started in the early 80s in a very, very technology-focused, very, very technical role. And over those 20, 30 years, the technical people and the people that ran the bank got further and further apart. And in many cases, things were outsourced and offshored. Things got very, very remote. And technology lost its place at the heart of the organization. And you found very, very few bank boards that had real technologists. And I felt passionate about the fact that banking is a technology business, it's a data-driven business. And I wanted a bank with technology at its heart.
I'm curious, what happened exactly? When was the point in time when you had a hitch and you were like, okay, I'm going to quit everything, ditch my career, and start something new?
Yeah, post the financial crisis, I'd had a year in fintech. And I spent time going around working with smaller companies. I was involved in Go Cardless. I was there at the very start of that. And I realized that people were building businesses very fast. They were really responding to customer needs. And so I took some of those skills into Allied Irish Banks, where I was Chief Operating Officer. And at AIB, I tried out lots of those new techniques. But people had changed, technology had changed. And one day I realized what I really wanted to do was to start from scratch. That the technology was holding us back, that the ways of doing things were not appropriate to, well, a world that's run by the people in this sort of event.
Was there a morning when you wake up and you were like, okay, I don't want to go to work today?
I've always wanted to go to work. You know, I'm hungry for doing things that matter, and I love the office, and I love doing things that make. But I started getting up thinking, I've just got a couple more years of this bank, and then I'll do something which is going to change things. Then I'll have the opportunity of doing something that's more worthwhile. And then one day I thought, what am I waiting for? It's going to be a hell of a risk. Nobody will believe that I'm going to do is possible. Nobody was going to believe that I wanted to start a bank with having new technology, a full banking license that's going to be global, that's going to do things in a whole new way. And the only thing I was afraid of is failure. And I thought, well, who cares if I fail? I have to try.
And now Starling is working pretty well. We have a slide that we're going to show you, because when you went to Berlin, you saw that Starling Bank was trending in the App Store. So many people installing the app today, right now.
Yeah. Yesterday, I think we were second and third, and today we're number one. I think we're now we're doing better than the Advent calendar for 2018. So
how many new users per day?
Well, at the moment, we're doing a couple of thousand users a day.
Yeah.
It is we're a full bank account, so people are using them for all their business usually. But things are going really well, and this week people are really engaging with us just before the Christmas period.
So it's hard to understand the differences between Starling over Monzo, or Monzo over N26, or N26 over Starling. Can you highlight some of the main advantages of having a Starling account?
Yeah, I think first of all, this whole industry is changing. And there are a number of us actually giving great value and great services to customers. And together, you know, we're attacking the big boys and the big banks. But between us, we're all addressing slightly different markets. I think that the Starling app is very, very functional. It does all the banking functions you need. It does everything your traditional bank does, as well as everything that a new fintech would do. It's a true bank, so all your deposits are guaranteed by the Financial Services Compensation Scheme.
Unlike Revolut.
But everybody has a need, and different products satisfies each of these needs. Of course, our customers think Starling's fantastic, but each to their own.
And it's been working pretty well in the UK. How many customers do you have right now in the UK?
Well, at the moment, I think we have something like 350,000 customers. We also have a business banking proposition.
Yes.
So we have two businesses. We have B2C, which is retail and business. We have a great SME, small business account. And we also open our platform out to other organizations. So as well as our retail business and our SME business, we have a platform business, and we provide...
What does it mean? Is it...
Yeah, okay, we're banking as a service. We're bringing APIs, we're bringing the API economy to banking for the first time. So other organizations can use our platform. For example, Raisin uses us for, if you have a Raisin account in the UK, we're the bank account behind that.
It's a savings account, right?
Well, no. We are the platform that Raisin use in order to move all the money around.
Okay.
We also provide payment services to the UK government. We also provide payment services to one of the biggest banks in the UK. And one of our very, very close competitors. So what we are doing is triggering and supporting a whole economy of people doing banking in a very different way. I believe banking is a scale business. It's a data business.
An
it's
infrastructure business.
Yeah. And we have our own brand, and that brand sits upon our infrastructure.
And when you sort of give away your technology to other companies like Raisin or the British government, don't you think you're losing the sort of mind share as well, because there's no Starling anywhere?
Those customers are actually using Starling. They may be corporate customers. You think of large organizations all the time that are really good at doing something, open that up infrastructure. I don't want to use the Amazon analogy, but they have AWS. They built AWS themselves. They let organizations use it. So we let other firms use our infrastructure. And these are not small companies. These are big organizations with huge needs that are buying the best technology in the world, and they're buying it from us.
And if we do a short list of what you can do as with banking as a service, can you open an account, move money,
we can
generate cards?
We have a full set of APIs that you can run a complete bank on our platform.
Okay. All right, let's switch gear a bit. You've been teasing for a while a new Euro account on your website. What's the status right now of the Euro account?
Well, I'm testing it today.
Okay.
So it's been live for about 2 to 3 months for staff. We watch this space, and we could be doing something the next day or two.
And where are you going to launch Starling next?
First of all, the Euro account is going to be for people living in the UK. The next stop is going to be Ireland. I was Chief Operating Officer for Allied Irish Banks, and the CBI in Ireland has sponsored it into SEPA. We're already members of SEPA, Step 2 and Target 2 in Europe. We have a whole set of Euro bins and access into the payment schemes, so we're ready to go.
And how is it going to work post-Brexit and post-license passporting? Do you have to set up an office in...
We'll have a subsidiary in Ireland.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have to apply for a new license in Ireland, for
It's
instance?
a subsidiary, so it's not as difficult as a new license. But I've run banking operations in 30, 40 countries. In and out of the EU, that's not going to stop us.
Interesting. So really, it feels like you really care about infrastructure and building a solid product.
Yep.
And one good example is what happened with TransferWise. Because at first we were like, we're going to partner with TransferWise for international transfers. and later you said, oh, actually we can do everything in-house. We don't have to rely on a third-party company. Do you actually do everything in-house, or do you partner with a white label company behind the scene?
At the moment, we're partnering with Currency Cloud.
Yes.
Currency Cloud provide the infrastructure to many organizations, including TransferWise at one stage.
Including TransferWise,
okay.
at least for the first few years.
Yeah, and I think that we have an intention of being a global business, a global payment business, and this is the first step of growing that business.
And is it cheaper to skip part of the chain and go straight to Currency Cloud than going through TransferWise?
TransferWise are a great partner.
Yeah.
We work very well with them. For us, it was just easier to do it ourselves.
And cheaper?
Probably not cheaper. I think the question is, what we have done is to invest in great technology up front. We never went to market with a prepaid card. We never decided to pursue certain brand propositions until we'd built great infrastructure. I believe we're the only banking as a service offering in Europe that has a complete banking license and integration into Europe and the UK. We believe in building up and then when we're ready, launching our product.
All right, let's talk about the business.
Yeah.
How do you plan to make money? Because it feels like at first you tried consumer products with a marketplace approach and sort of services you could go to through Starling. Now there's banking as a service as well. Does it mean that it's not enough to have a consumer product to generate money to run the business?
No, I think that I know an awful lot about this industry. I've been in it a long while. I understand in great detail where the revenues are and where the costs are.
So
and the big issue is that big banks have huge cost bases and those revenue pools are shrinking. We believe that you have to buy services into your organization at the lowest possible cost, and therefore you do that by having scale. We will continue to build a big retail proposition, which is doing really, really well. Our SME offering is the only digital SME offering in the UK, which we intend to launch across Europe. And we're sitting on a banking of a platform service, which nobody else has ever done. This was an audacious plan. I didn't quit my job and decide to do this, to do something that had been done before. I wanted to do something audacious. This is audacious. It's big. We are very, very ambitious. And both of our businesses at present are trending.
Okay, let's talk about ambitions then. What's the goal? 10 million customers in 5 years? Do you want to expand banking as a service all across Europe? What's the roadmap?
Yeah, I think that because of regulatory pressures and competition pressures, it's very difficult to go above 20% of market share in the retail bank and the SME market. Above that, competition measures stop you expanding. Banking as a service, we're winning each and every contract that's coming up to tender. And that means that we can possibly take 80-90% share of the global.
Do you actually have a lot of competitors on this front? Because I'm not aware of other companies providing the same kind of service.
No, it's pretty. What we have done has taken a lot of effort. It is a plan that's taken many years to roll out. But it is now the only offering in the market that provides these services. And we can have huge market share. And we can do it at a way that actually transforms an industry. I was 30 years in this industry and nothing much had changed. Things just stayed the same. Somebody had to build a new way of doing banking.
Yeah.
And this is what Starling's all about.
Are they still using Fortran as the programming language from like 40 years ago?
They haven't quite, there may be a bit of Fortran there. There's a lot of COBOL. There's a lot of, things like PL1 and all these various languages there. but banks are tied to old systems, and they're very, very difficult to migrate. And what's actually happening at the moment is they're putting more and more technology on top of old systems in order to copy all the fantastic things people like ourselves are doing. The big banks will copy everything the fintechs are doing. They'll be there in 2 years' time. But people like ourselves will keep on going, keep on innovating, being very, very good at technology. I'm an engineer. I'm a software engineer, and I'm running a software engineering-focused bank. And this is what banking needs to be about. Some of the banks have got it. Some of the banks have realized they now need to be run by technologists. But some will actually sort of fall by the wayside unless they realize the world has changed.
Very cool. How do you feel about working with some big banks or old banks by providing banking as a service? Do you feel they're good partners?
Yeah, it's quite difficult. I was on a platform the other day, and there was a very senior, sort of executive team member of a big bank, and he said, "Look, the world's changed. Starling now does our processing. Things are going to change. Some banks will become brands, become apps. Some banks will become infrastructure organizations. There'll be a lot of shaking out to happen. But the one theme that is consistent is that technology is changing people's lives, and nothing has changed in banking for 30, 40 years. They put in there was the branches, there was the web, there was the contact center, there was the app. But the core stayed the same, and that's why we at Starling had to build from scratch.
Would you say it's rotten?
I would never say that. What I would say is, I became ashamed to be a banker. Oh. We went through the financial crisis, and you realize so many people lost so much. Lots of ordinary people lost their homes and their jobs because of what the banks had done. And occasionally I'd sort of meet somebody and they'd say, "What do you do?" And I wouldn't actually say that I worked in a bank. And that was one of the trigger points for me to say, I want to be proud of what I do. I want to be proud of helping people with their financial lives. And it's been hard. The last 4 or 5 years has not been easy. But at the moment, everything's coming together. We have some great B2B customers, some really big customers. We're trending in the app stores. Thousands of people are signing up to Starling every day. And we're having such huge sort of thanks from people because we're helping them with their financial lives.
What if HSBC offers you a huge check tomorrow, like maybe billions of dollars to acquire Starling? Would you say no because you would be ashamed of going back to the banking industry?
I don't think they're going to offer us. I think that lots of people come along and visit Starling, lots of CEOs. They all think that they can do it themselves. A lot of these people think they can have a garage or an innovation studio and come up with lots of ideas. Transforming organization is very, very difficult. They'll try, they'll put a lot of effort into it, but it's very difficult. Starling's not up for sale. Starling is going to grow. Starling's going to go global. And we're going to change people's financial lives.
And do you think there's going to be some sort of consolidation in the fintech and challenger bank industry?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of different groups of organizations. There's the fintechs that have built propositions on other people's platforms that are being fueled by VC money that perhaps don't have revenue models.
Okay, that's the Revolut category, okay.
I've not commented on Revolut. He's a great friend of mine. We sit in panels a lot together. And then we have the whole situation with the big banks, which are sitting on huge cost bases. They're spending billions to reduce their cost bases by a couple of hundred millions. The challenge for them is reducing their cost base. We're in a sweet spot. We're a bank, so we can actually take in deposits and lend out to make some money. we have a new infrastructure so we can allow other people to use it. We're quite positive that we have a business model that's sustainable, built on APIs, banking as a platform, that hopefully will be the model of the future.
One last question, because we're running out of time.
Yeah.
Don't you think that if everything goes as planned, in 10 years you're going to become a big bank yourself?
Yeah. There's no way of not having legacy. And we will be a big bank, but we'll be a very, very different bank based on the principles of building great tech. It'll be a different problem. But at the moment, all organizations go through their growth phases. We're growing very fast at present. In 10 years' time, we'll then be dealing with the issue of how we're going to deal with our own legacy.
Okay, so you got to keep an open mind.
Yeah.
Anne, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both. We have a panel about space and the technology of space. Thanks, Kirsten. In the next stage right now. So if you want to check that out, that's the time to go. And with that, we are going to hop on to our next panel. Please welcome to the stage from Zest Money, Lizzie Chapman, and from Truecaller, Alan Mamedi, as well as your moderator, John Russell.
Okay. Hi, everybody. We're going to take a bit of a change here and talk about India. And I've got with me two European entrepreneurs who are both very involved in the Indian space. So, Alan, let's start with you. How did you end up being involved in India?
Super fun. Me and my co-founder, we started a company called Truecaller 9 years ago. We're the largest communication platform in the emerging markets. And India is our biggest market, representing 70% of our base, which is close to 100 million daily active users in India only.
100 million daily active users. Wow, that's incredible. So when you guys were first going, right, you have the app where if I have like a call from an insurance company or somebody I don't really want to talk to, right, it's going to tell me that they're calling, right?
Right. So we see the phone number as the unique identity of every person and business in the world. So if you receive a phone call from someone, we identify that and tell who it is. But also from the app itself, you can make phone calls, send messages, and also in India, send money to people and businesses. And what we do on top of the fintech is actually we're adding a layer of security with our identity platform.
So right, so you've gone from being like a caller ID app to now being a fintech platform, right?
A communication product where we believe that fintech is an important part of it. Because if you think about it, in most cases, when there is a transaction, there's always a conversation before that. And Truecaller, in the past, has always been a part of that conversation. Now we want to improve that experience to not... to let the user do the transaction within the same flow, basically.
Right, and so India is the first market where you've taken this approach, right?
Yes, and we're looking at applying this philosophy to our other markets in Africa as well in the coming future.
And Lizzie, so you're not Indian, right?
No.
But you live in India. You've been there for what, 7 years?
Nearly 8 years.
How did you end up in India?
Yeah, good question. So I was sent with a company called Wonga.
Okay, we know.
You probably do. If we were sitting here a few years ago,
one of the evil companies.
That was a proud thing to say. Yeah, now it's evil Wonga. So Wonga wanted to go and bring expensive lending to India, and I was the person tasked with doing that. But seriously, we saw a huge opportunity 7-8 years ago to completely automate lending, and nobody in India was doing that, thinking about it at that time. And frankly, they're still not now. So fintech is a big buzz. Payments is seen amazing advancement. But today, I think we're still probably the only genuinely automated end-to-end lending product in the country. And we do consumer lending. We're a bit like a virtual credit card. And we focus on the mass market, the rising consumers who are all using great payments apps but don't have credit instruments today.
Right. So, I mean, how does that work? So, because in India, I know it's quite hard to get the kind of data that you need to know that someone's going to pay a loan back.
Yeah.
So what's the data that you use for that?
Yeah, it's tough. Everything in India is 3 times harder and takes 3 times longer than it does in Europe. Fact. So we have to use a lot of data. We have to get data wherever we can. We try and work with companies like Truecaller to get their data. Actually, we do use their data.
Are you guys already working
They
together?
provide an API. It doesn't give much, unfortunately. We're working on that. But they at least verify that the user's a user. There you go.
Okay.
So we use
the
a lot
SDK,
of...
the Truecaller
It's
SDK to
yeah.
authenticate customers.
And it's actually, this is a really interesting point about India. This data set is self-declared by the customer. So the customer chooses to declare himself as a Truecaller customer to us. And a lot of the way that we work with data is in a similar vein. We don't kind of sneak an SDK into his phone and suck all his information. We ask customers to submit data, and they can do that in the form of payments data, bank statements, transaction history, and then we use all of that data to build algorithms around affordability.
I mean, that sounds really hard. Like, why bother with India? Like, what is it about the country that makes it so, why would you jump through all those hoops and, like you say, do things that are 3 times harder in India?
Yeah, I think it's just a huge opportunity. I get a bit evangelical about India, especially right now. I think that it's this kind of weird historical thing that's happening where 1 billion people are coming online faster and more aggressively than they ever have anywhere in the world in history, right?
Yeah.
So it's this kind of human experience that's happening where everywhere else in the world we did desktops and then laptops and we did broadband and, Wi-Fi. Imagine when literally 1 billion people go from no internet to 5G instant mobile data, unlimited at the touch of a button.
Yeah.
It creates these really amazing opportunities in terms of the products and the user experience that you can deliver.
So at what point are we now? Like, obviously, there aren't 1 billion people in India who are online.
Not
right?
far. It's about 500 million and growing quickly. We had this company, Jio, launch the cheapest ever mobile pack in the world, the Heroin strategy. It was free for the first 12 months to everybody. So 250 million new subscribers signed up for that, got free data, unlimited, for 12 months. And now we get the cheapest data in the world. We all pay really nominal amounts because there's been a bit of a price war. And it used to be in the world of data consumption that you had to worry about clicking on a link or watching a video.
Right.
But now the only constraint to your data consumption in India is your battery life. That's it. So people are consuming so much data that their aspiration levels, their consumption levels are rising, but they don't have the affordability instruments, which is what we build.
Okay, so the opportunity is obviously huge. So Alan, you guys from this part of the world were looking into India, right? And obviously you saw a huge sort of spike in users in your app. I mean, at what point did you get on a plane and go over there? And how did you begin to think about what to do in India?
Well, we've always said that we want to be a global company and build a product for everyone. So that was the philosophy from the beginning. And we saw growth coming from a lot of developing markets. And India, obviously, because of the population and how fast the internet adoption has happened, it became our biggest market. But if I look at some of our other markets, like Nigeria, for example, where we are the top 3 app in the market, the smartphone penetration is still extremely low, and the population is 200 million. But just the fact that India, as you said, it's such a huge opportunity, and we just felt that this is an exciting opportunity for us to start building a team locally in the market. So we started to build a team, and then eventually, earlier this year, we acquired a payment company called Chiller, integrated the team. They rebuilt the product inside the Truecaller product. So if you install the app from India, it will look slightly different from if you install it from Europe, for example.
Yeah, and is that a plan? I mean, will those services also be launched outside of India too?
Sorry?
I mean, will you take what you've done in India and make those services available outside of India?
Yeah. So what we usually say is that if you can succeed with something in India, you can succeed with it everywhere.
Right. I mean, it does seem like it's like an incubator for companies that could go elsewhere, whether it's like Southeast Asia or, like you say, Africa, other places.
So what's funny is that so we're based in Stockholm, the HQ, and usually when startups pop up in Stockholm or in Sweden, they always say, yeah, we want to test our new product in a small city in Sweden and so forth and see how it works. We're the opposite. When we want to launch something new, we try in India and we go all in and we see if it works. If it doesn't work, then let's learn from it and see if we can improve it.
Interesting. And Lizzie, are you building a business that's going to be going outside of India too?
Yeah, I mean, I think we agree. If you can do India, you can do anywhere, maybe. But we've always designed a very scalable platform model. That means we just need distribution partners on one side and lending partners on the other, and it could operate in any market. So we're looking at a bunch of markets all over the region, wherever there's high consumption and just under penetration of consumer credit.
Yeah, I mean, what is it about? What is it about that kind of challenge of being in India? Have you got any good stories? I know you've got good stories. Can you tell us some of the stories of trying to do business in India?
What can I say was a good story? I think one of the funniest was early on we were super naive and we thought that we could do this completely automated end-to-end product. And we said, just like Amazon, we're not going to have any customer service people in India. We don't need to because our product, our tech will be so good. And then Amazon launched with a massive human call center. And that was a bit interesting. And then we realized that Indians have a certain need for human interaction and face-to-face or voice-to-voice communication. And so we get this funny thing where pretty much every application, the customer will call up and say, did that really happen? Am I actually approved? Is it that smooth? Is it that quick? They just want to talk about it. And we're like, sure, okay, we'll put some people on. So now what we do is make our whole team rotate and do those phone calls just to listen and hear our customers and talk to them. But it's lovely. Yeah, it's really great. We wouldn't get that kind of reaction in any other market.
And have there been any that's a positive story, right? I mean, there must have been some really challenging times where you've sort of
Yes.
issues. Any that you want to share?
I mean, it's difficult. I would say that a very common strategy to evade repaying things in India is the suicide threat. So obviously we have to take that very seriously and provide a lot of training for our staff. So it's not something to make light of, but you have to remember that this is serious business, and we're doing something that's heavily regulated and potentially very risky. And like all things, like whether it's Uber or any very cool, sexy app, you've got to remember the underlying operational components. And in a country like India,
those guys don't remember that, though, do they? Really? That's a problem. Alan, what about you? Have you got any sort of anecdotes in doing business in India? I mean, I know you're already very connected to a lot of the sort of key folks out there, right?
Yeah, I mean, we partner with a bunch of different companies, both on the OEM side, but also on the carrier side. And things takes time, of course. But I think my biggest sort of the aha moment for me was, it's easy to say that you should always be data-driven and you should take decisions based on data. And we always had the app in the beginning, at least, translated to a few languages. And we saw that in India, most of our users were using the app in English, even though we had Hindi, but not all the local languages. So my first visit to India, we went to a Reliance office, actually. So outside of their office, you have to go into the security checkpoint, and the security guy, he pointed on the screen, he wanted me to write which company I came from. And I said, so I took the keyboard, I wrote Truecaller. And then he got super happy, and he showed me his phone. He had Truecaller, and he opened it up, and I was like, his app is in English, and he doesn't speak a single word English. And that's when I realized and also learned that it's people feel embarrassed that they don't speak English, so they have their phone set to English just to show other people that they do understand it. So that was, so after that, we had to learn more about how do we adopt our product, how do we add more languages to it. So there are content-based apps in India, like ShareChat, for example, who has taken the decision that the app will not be in English. All the other languages will be there, but not English. So you learn a lot by being there.
But I think that's why India and obviously China are so relevant to European tech companies is that phenomenon is changing the way UX is delivered. So the idea of like typing into a website or an app in a Roman script is a very Western world view of UX. And actually what you're seeing like in that example is, and especially in things like WhatsApp and the way that Google Maps works now in India, is it's all about voice, actually. And voice, you don't have that issue.
Yeah.
And so the way that we're designing our product roadmap over the next 2 years involves no apps, no websites. It's our product is how the customer interacts, and that's actually increasingly now through voice. And I think Europe is so far behind in understanding that phenomenon. So I hope we...
So how would that work then, voice? So I have an app that's just voice powered.
So remember that only about 200 million people in India can actually read or write English.
Right.
And probably 3 or 4 billion of the next people to come online are in the same position.
Yeah.
They speak a multitude of languages. And frankly, it's Google's job to go and map that and decipher that and translate that. And so if you're now a customer in using our product or using Google Maps in India and you speak a slightly unusual language, you will just speak into the map, say where you want to go in your language. Google will work out exactly where and tell the map where to take you. It's not your job to learn to translate and type, right? And I think that gives a whole new paradigm where your UX is how you use voice. And that doesn't require a website.
Interesting. So for you guys, I would say that I want to borrow, whatever the average size is, and they would say sure. And then there's no.
Right. And then we're doing that with different messaging apps, different bots, chats. It's a whole holistic. We actually say now our product isn't a front screen. It's a set of APIs that interact with the customer.
I mean, that's the reason why the voice recording button is the first thing you see in WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Because not everyone can actually write in a correct way. So.
Yeah, that seems like a habit. Also, obviously, in the Chinese market, it's push to talk is such a huge thing. Let's talk about China actually, because interestingly, Lizzie, one of your big names, sort of the backers behind the company, is a fairly big Chinese company, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Xiaomi.
Yes.
So how did that come to? I mean, why is a phone company putting money into a fintech company? That doesn't really make sense, right?
So the Chinese and especially the large Chinese strategic companies, the BATs, are very excited about India right now. And I think what they're seeing is that there isn't necessarily the traditional Silicon Valley or European VC ecosystem that you see in other markets. And that creates a massive opportunity for them to become the de facto VCs and growth stage companies. So ShareChat's a great example. All of their recent rounds have been led by Chinese players. Our last round was led by a Chinese investor. Xiaomi is actually a really important kind of strategic partner of ours as well in the country. We finance a lot of their product sales. Okay. They sell something like 25 million handsets a month at the moment, and we finance a good chunk of them. So it did make sense from that perspective. But we are seeing this amazing kind of appetite, I guess, from Chinese players to kind of own a piece of the India internet story. And I won't make a judgment on that. I think there are different types of players, and some bring brilliant things to the market, like Xiaomi. They've done a phenomenal job of bringing low-cost, fantastic hardware to the economy, but others might have slightly less ethical designs on India.
Alan, are you going to take a check a China-based in India?
Who knows? We'll see. We haven't really thought about it.
Have you had offers, though? I know that, as Lizzie mentioned, the biggest companies in China, so that Alibaba, sort of Tencent, all those guys, they're just pummeling money into the market, right? Any company that has like a decent amount of users in India, they want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
You guys have 100 million, right? People using your app every single day. So you must be a target, right?
Yeah, I think the big difference between Chinese investors and maybe Silicon Valley investors is that when they make an investment, they also want to do something strategic together. Like, for example, you have ByteDance, who owns this big news app in China, Toutiao. Every company they invest in, they want to bring their technology or, take the playbook of creating like a news feed inside your app. Because reality is in India is that the biggest news app is Twitter. And they have 6-7 million daily active users. And then after that, the rest is like 1 or 2 million. So no one has really won the the news feed, sort of the news space, basically. And that's what the Chinese player wants to do. So they're throwing money at different companies and wants to integrate. And we have our own vision as well and our own strategy. So we're a bit careful with what we want to do.
Yeah, because you guys have raised, what, like 120 million-ish, right?
Yeah,
but I think that
like
most of that came previously, right? So a few years back, right?
Yeah, 2013, 14, and then some here and there during the years.
Yeah, so as a reporter, when you watch companies and they do a really big round and they sort of don't do anything for 2 years, you're sort of wondering like what's going on there. Like, is it was it a case of you guys were like scrambling to raise a round and sort of worrying about the future, or were you sort of on your way to being profitable? Because it's sort of like there was a very long sort of period of silence from you guys on that front, right?
Yeah. No, so we tried to raise money in 2015. During that period, I mean, the year before, we raised tons of money. We also started to spend a lot of money because that's what you're supposed to do. And, then 2015 became a tough year. A lot of Chinese stock companies were doing quite poorly. So it was hard for us to raise money. And we realized that we need to change. The market has changed. We can't raise money. We need to focus on making money right now. And since then, that has been our focus, to build a great product, but also monetizing on it. Because what people tend to forget is that Facebook actually made money from day one. They always made money, and they could always raise money on their own terms. Now, what's the definition of being a successful startup? Is it to raise money, which I thought once upon a time, or is it actually to have millions and millions of consumers who actually loves your product and you can monetize on it? And I rather do that one. So we're focusing on that, and nothing has stopped us so far. Even though other payment companies are raising tons of money, spending $20 million a month, we're killing it. I mean, we're onboarding over 100,000 payment customers every day organically.
100,000?
Or 100,000 every day, and that's more than most of the payment companies are doing. And they're spending $20 million a month. So in the end, my belief is that you need to build a great product that people love, and then everything will be sorted out.
And so in terms of how you guys make money, right? So what are the areas that you actually make money from?
Currently, we have two revenue streams. One is our premium subscription, and the other one is our advertisement platform. In the future, we see fintech being an important part of that as well, but also monetizing on the small businesses in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities who are using Truecaller today. How can we help them to increase their business and also be a part of that? So that's super exciting. That's something that's coming out next month, actually, and in Q1.
Okay, cool. And Lizzie, so you make money basically connecting the banks to the consumers, right? So it's different in Europe, where there's all these new kind of challenger banks, right, that are saying, get rid of your bank account, come to bank with us. But you guys are working with the banks, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a very different kind of theme of fintech in India and in a lot of Asia, which is much more collaborative. Whether it's payments companies working with credit companies, working with banks, everybody's kind of pitching in to make the system more efficient, with a government that's a really good kind of groundsman at creating the infrastructure to do that, to enable that. So it's very different to Europe, where you've got these really old legacy systems, and you almost need a completely new wave of banks, created outside of that. Even our banks, some of them are startups in India, right? They still are in their first decade of life. And so we work with those types of banks, make them 10 times better, have more products, more distribution. And then we partner with e-commerce companies who typically struggle to work with banks. And we're just like a super middleman in the middle, and works really well.
Super middleman. And in terms of the sort of rate that you sort of take from that, what's the...
So this is another brilliant thing about India, and I think some other Asian markets. We can actually make the e-commerce or the retailer pay the cost of finance on behalf of the customer. And we lobby heavily for that. So in about 50% of our partnerships, the retailer or the merchant or the manufacturer is paying completely so that the customer gets 0% financing. And that's just the best thing for growing any market like we all are.
So what do you, your spending is zero, basically, right?
Very little.
Salaries.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's a really efficient model. I mean, we're nearly break even, and I don't think many tech companies can say that right now in India. So yeah, it's a great model. We think of it as win-win because the e-commerce company gets a new customer, a new transaction. The customer starts to get a credit score and a credit history, and the bank gets more money.
And in terms of your future for the business, are there other verticals that you can move into? Is it about being in more parts of India? What's the plan?
Yeah, I mean, no, we're already in about 4,000 cities, which is a pretty big number. So I don't think we'll go much further than that. But yeah, we're becoming really the most loved brand to our customer. The word Zest Money is now searched way more than the word loan on Google, which suggests that it's almost becoming like the de facto credit brand. So yeah, we want to take that to all forms of problem solving for our customer. Our thesis is just to make life more affordable however we can.
Okay, great. We're almost done, but I want to ask, since we're in Europe and you guys are also from Europe, any advice for founders who are in the audience who are keen to get into India? Like, what's the best way to sort of get involved?
Well, I think one way to do it would be to, now we didn't do this, but I realized it's super powerful. Just go to India, be there for a month or two, and figure out like what are the daily habits that has become super challenging for me here, and fix those problems. Because there's tons of things that can be fixed. Just look at how you used to book tickets, like train tickets in the past. That was a mess. You had to stand in a queue for like a full day to basically get a bus ticket or a train ticket. Now that became an app and so forth. But there are a lot of those use cases. So just spend a month or two there, and you will have hundreds of ideas.
Okay, and Lizzie, what's your...
Yeah, so I mean, it might not be the right market for a lot of companies, but I think India is just a brilliant kind of case study in consumer confidence and tech adoption. And I would encourage anybody building any type of product or interface to spend time in a market like India, where you will raise your bar of what can be adopted and kind of ideas of innovation that are beyond things you can even imagine sitting in Europe.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, we're done.
Oh, hello, this is on. Thanks. You guys can go ahead and...
Thank you.
Exito. All right, we're going to head straight into our
You live
next
in
panel.
Singapore, right?
Because I know...
Thailand?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Their mics are still on. No one listen. Okay, yeah, we're going to head straight into our next panel, and then we'll head into the announcement of the Battlefield winner. So with that, please welcome to the stage to speak about Africa's technology ecosystem, Omobola Johnson from TLCom Capital and Elo Ume from Terragon Group, as well as your moderator, John Schieber. They're right.
Wow. Thank you for that warm reception, TechCrunch Disrupt Berlin. No, we are actually, we have an amazing panel for you to end the day. The two people on stage with me, Omobola and Elo, are literally two of the most seasoned and sort of best equipped people to talk about the opportunities that exist in sub-Saharan Africa for investors and for entrepreneurs. Omobola was a former Minister of Communications and Technology in Nigeria from 2011 to 2015, and before that had spent many, many years with Accenture working on tech on the continent. And Elo was working in mobile and digital across Africa for the past 15 years and is the CEO of Terragon, which is a tech data analytics and marketing company that has been building for the past 8 years. I just want to start off with a little bit of a sort of data point. In 2017, there was about $560 million raised by African startup companies, which was up about 53% from 2016, 200% from 2015, and 14 times from 2012. What's driving the increase in capital in the ecosystem that you see, Omobola?
I think there are a couple of things. First of all, the number of mobile phones, which makes the business opportunity much more interesting than it ever has been, because a lot of the tech companies are really mobile-enabled technology companies. I think the second thing is a greater awareness of the possibilities and the opportunities in Africa. And what we're seeing is, as a result of that greater awareness, there's more interest in actually investing in these companies. And there are some companies that have been, I would guess, some of the the poster children, I would say. So you heard about the Jumias, the Congas. So there's a greater interest in tech in Africa, and also because there's a greater interest, there's actually more capital coming in because they see more successful companies.
Well, Jumia is Africa's first billion-dollar sort of startup, right? The Africa Internet Group, I think they're calling themselves now. Elo, when you think about 8 years ago when you started Terragon, what did the ecosystem look like then? How did you even sort of approach raising capital, getting funding when it seems like there was such a dearth of actually available sort of investment?
Well, when we started Terragon, the way we looked at it, and I think other players in the ecosystem, we essentially took trends, looking at what was going on in Europe and in the Valley, and we kind of like copy and pasted those trends. That was a big fail, and what we found was we needed to solve the unique African problems. And for us, we started off in ad tech, building a mobile ad network 7-8 years ago. And we couldn't scale that up because we couldn't compete with big players. And today we are bridging, right? In the US and places, ad tech programmatic platforms are turning into media companies, getting into telco channels. And for us, we are now taking our programmatic stack, which we are the biggest, right, on the continent, and we are essentially building out, enabling other channels, right, on-web channels into the programmatic stack, which we think in Africa, 70% of people, even folks who have smartphones, are not on the internet, right? Because of literacy levels, because they are in Africa, it's 97% prepaid, so people are not even on the internet, right? So these are some of the unique elements on how people use the mobile phones that we're trying to leverage to solve Africa's problems.
Right. And from a capital perspective, was there anything to actually, were there any investors that were looking at Africa to support?
I think there were some investors. When we started, there were investors, but of course, over the years, supply of investment, of capital has continued to rise. And that is indicative from the amount of increases that you talked about. When we started, there was some capital, but for us, we're also very deliberate about our source of capital, right? And we think that is also going to continue to grow as the fundamentals around bandwidth, around mobile phone penetration continues to grow. I think capital is going to chase it.
Are there particular opportunities that are unique to the sort of African tech ecosystem that you see, or is it really more broadly across the board? Any sort of investment thesis can work in sub-Saharan Africa?
I mean, I think any investment thesis can work, but there's some areas that we as a fund have particularly focused on. And I would call these the areas that are supposedly the grand challenges of Africa. So, of course, fintech, where you have more than half the population not on a formal financial system, health, education, energy. These are all areas where, in Africa in particular, there are significant challenges that can actually be solved by mobile technology. So those are the areas that we focus on. I think that you'll find that most of the investments in tech tend to be around those kind of areas, and of course, e-commerce and anything to do with consumers.
And when you think about the opportunity size, we just heard from the previous panel about the opportunity in India of the 1 billion consumers there that are coming online. Does a similar opportunity exist for entrepreneurs that are looking at the African market? Elo?
So in Africa, there's 1.2 billion people. But the thing is, that 1.2 billion people is in the size of a continent, the size of the US, China, India, Europe, combined. All in one, right? And that's 1.2 billion people. There are 700 million mobile devices. We think in the next 5 to 7 years, that will become 100% penetration. With that density of connections, on mobile, we think it opens up a ton of opportunities for entrepreneurs in technology. The way we see it is how today can we organize ourselves or position ourselves to be able to power enterprises to deliver more to their consumers. And as the consumer space and distribution and infrastructure starts to improve, we can potentially backward integrate into B2C. But that is very more long-term. Today, we are super focused on helping our enterprise customers achieve value at scale using technology.
And one of the interesting things, you've only raised $5 million very recently, I think this year, right, from TLCom. but you've managed to build out a network of offices in, hold on, let me check my notes here for a second, Nairobi, Accra, Johannesburg, Bangalore, and you just acquired a company in Singapore, yeah? So do you need to have that kind of breadth of coverage to reach the entire continent? You're based in Lagos. Is Lagos still the core market, or are you really sort of international at this point?
Well, we are a U.S. company, first of all. We think it's important to be a U.S. company for the liquidity of capital in the stuff we're chasing, enterprise software.
Right.
That said, our core market is we're trying to solve African problems.
Right.
Technology is borderless, and we think our positioning needs to reflect that. We're in India and we're in Singapore for IP protection. India because we want to compete globally for talent. At the back of what we're solving, we're a data analytics and marketing technology business, and everything we do is really around data. And talent to solve for data, Bangalore is the place that we find that talent. We've been in Bangalore 4 or 5 years. We're going to continue to deepen our investments in Bangalore. And when you look at Africa, 2/3 of the GDP of sub-Saharan Africa is controlled by 4 markets. And those 4 markets are Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa. Nigeria is the largest of them.
Right.
And largest market, largest mobile penetration.
Right.
And it offers us the biggest opportunity. Coincidentally, we got founded out of Nigeria. But that is less relevant because we are US at the top for liquidity of capital. From an operational standpoint, the key markets, these 4 markets are the biggest things in Africa, right? So that is really the positioning.
I mean, there is a lot of opportunity, obviously, and the sort of increasing capital commitments point to that. But there are still obstacles in the market as well. Omobola, when you think about what's holding back the ecosystem right now and what it really needs to grow and flourish, what are some of the things that are on your wish list, or some of the things that you have identified as problem areas to be sort of solved or resolved?
I think, first of all, you've mentioned one of them, which is availability of capital. I mean, it took us many years to raise the $50 million that we now have to invest in companies. And so if you think $50 million for, $400 million was the number you quoted in a continent of $1.2 billion, that isn't really very much. I think the second thing that constrains the growth of many companies is around talent. This is very new to Africa, so there are not a lot of people that have done this before. So trying to source the experienced talent that we need to really grow the companies that we're investing in, or tech companies overall, is probably one of the other big challenges that we have. So I think when you look at it, it's really those 2 big things that if they're constraining, if there are any constraining factors, those would be the 2 things.
Right.
Availability of capital when companies need it to grow, and secondly, the skills that are required to actually support these companies in their growth experience.
So is that capital going to come from limited partners investing in local funds, or is that capital going to come from European investors or U.S. investors, global investors waking up to the opportunity in Africa and putting money to work in companies in later stages?
Yeah, it's going to be a combination of several things. I mean, what is happening right now is that because the tech market is still, the ecosystem is it's a fledgling ecosystem, it's emerging. A lot of the investors that we see right now are LPs that have sourced funds from DFIs, development financial institutions, because those tend to be the arrowheads of these kind of things. What we are seeing now is that you will get more European and US companies, but more European than US, I think, because really the US is a big market and there is enough opportunity for those companies to continue to invest in the US. But I think that it's mostly going to come from DFIs. Some of it will come from Africa. When tech becomes a real kind of alternative investment. So it's really going to be from a number of sources, but I think you'll see a trend over time that it will be DFIs followed by the European investors, family offices that have an interest in Africa to start off with. We're also seeing some of that money coming from there.
Will there be a Chinese sort of component to the development of the startup ecosystem as well? I mean, China's been a big investor in sort of large infrastructure projects and a supplier of sort of telecom infrastructure. But will you see them sort of play?
I honestly don't think so. I think China sees Africa as a really big infrastructure play. I think that in terms of tech, it's not really on the radar of many of the Chinese companies that are investing in tech in other parts of the world. So I would say probably not. I think it's mostly going to be Europe and the US, and as I said, some African as well.
And on the talent front, there are companies like Andela that are taking local African developers and sort of placing them with companies in the US. And ideally, I think the idea is that those those developers, once they get exposure to sort of U.S. companies and the operations there, will come back and sort of start local businesses. But has Andela actually helped or hurt local markets from a talent perspective, from the availability of talent? Elo?
I think Andela has helped. I think that the value Andela is creating, the standards they are setting and also bumping up, has helped other companies to, to introspect and look, out the window and figure out how can we do these things better.
Right.
How do we make sure we attract the right people, talent, because Andela is competing for that talent locally. And internationally, when some of those folks hear things, they're in a network, they're in a social network that also they share information, and that information gets into rooms, gets into the corridors of offices, and potentially opens up a lot of opportunities for companies like ours to continue to grow. And just the way Andela is doing in Nigeria, we're also by ourselves doing the same in India, where we have a team of developers who are also sharing global best practices and also helping us harness the power of the network we're building as a business.
Now, we talked...
I was going to say, so Andela is the portfolio company of TL.
Congratulations. They're also doing very well.
Yes, they are doing very well. I just wanted to comment on what you looked at. I think they're definitely helping the ecosystem. I think for a start, they're developing young Africans into world-class programmers and developers, which I think is a great thing. They have a 4-year fellowship, and many of those, they've got about 1,000 or so programmers now across four countries. Many of these 1,000 developers are going to remain in Africa. A few of them will, of course, go to the US when they finish their 4-year fellowship, but the large majority are going to stay in Africa. And that is a source of talent that wouldn't be there if Andela didn't start this. And as Elo is saying, it just forces other companies to begin to raise the standards of the possibilities of what's happening across Africa.
Now, we mentioned Jumia, or the African Internet Group, as the first startup company to hit $1 billion valuation privately in Africa, or on African subcontinent. Sub-Saharan Africa. What's next, other than Terragon, which is obviously going to be another $1 billion winner? What other companies do you see as being sort of potentially hitting that milestone?
It's very difficult to say, but I think that it's still a long journey ahead. I mean, Jumia's been at it for about almost 7 or 8 years now.
Right.
Many of the companies that we're looking at now are still very much in the 3rd or 4th year, so it's still a journey. But I think that when I look at the African market and the kind of opportunities, I suspect it's going to be a company that is very much focused on the business to very small business. So we have a very fragmented market, lots of very small businesses, SMEs as we call them. I think a company that can solve their challenges, whether it's in terms of advertising like Terragon is doing, or access to markets, or finance, whatever it is, I think it's going to be, I think it will be a B2B company, but it's going to be B to very small b, not the typical B2B2C.
And one of the things that people talk about when they talk about capital or bringing capital into local ecosystems are the need for exits to really prove out that ecosystem. You IPO'd a company in Nigeria, right? When you think about the exit opportunities that exist now versus when you IPO'd your last company, what do they look like? Do you see it as acquisition by a larger sort of multinational? Do you see it as an opportunity to go public on one of the global exchanges, either in London or in the States?
Yeah, to talk about the IPO and exit story, I think that for the amount of work and the value that needs to be created on the continent, I think that has to be more global strategic, or IPOing in a market that is in Europe or the US. Like I said, I think we need to be very deliberate about our actions in Africa. And the world is both, there's globalization, and if you can leverage globalization and you can solve an African problem while being a US company, I think it potentially offers us an outlet to potentially raise or IPO or exit in the US, or an easier sale to a strategic investor that is US, and potentially gives that company access to the African market. Personally, I think that if you look at how many US B2B enterprise software businesses have IPO'd this year, over the last year. I think there are about 15 of them or so, and have raised close to $4 billion in capital. I think that Africa will be about 2-3 years behind this wave.
Okay.
If we continue to aggressively solve the problems that are unique to Africa, right? We can potentially create the sort of value that these companies have created in the US and have gained the traction they've gained towards and exited and IPO'd, right? So following on that trend, I do think that following on and also riding on Momobola's point, I think that there's a big opportunity in B2B enterprise software play.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you think that there are, have you started to see acquirers come on, or because a healthy ecosystem needs both, right?
Absolutely.
It needs sort of an exit route through the public markets, but also big acquirers coming in and looking at providing sort of liquidity to investors like yourself that don't necessarily require all of the hurdles that it would take to jump through to get to a public offering.
I mean, that's true. We have made 2 exits in Africa. These are European companies that actually were focused on Africa. We sold one to BlackBerry and we sold the other to Actis. So it's a bit of a myth when you say that there are no exits in Africa. There are exits, and I think that if companies are good enough and show good enough growth opportunities, they will be acquired. Probably not the IPO way, because the stock markets in Africa typically, with the exception of maybe the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, they're not very liquid and not very developed. But I think that the exits in terms of strategic acquisitions will be the way to go in most of Africa, or even a lot of the PE companies in Africa have billions of dollars to deploy. Right. And so they are actually one exit opportunity for us, as we saw with Actis. So the Actises, Helios, Abraj, those kind of companies are looking for companies to buy. And so we would be an obvious place for them to look. So exits may not be IPOs, but I think there'll be strategic acquisitions or bought by PE firms.
And what are you seeing from the big American or European tech companies and their involvement here? We've actually partnered with Facebook on a few events around the world, but they started off, the Battlefield competitions that we do globally started off in Nairobi. That was the first event that we'd done. Do you see Facebook as a potential acquirer for some of these companies? Do you see Microsoft coming in and looking to shop around and buy? Do you see Alphabet or Google as active in the market, and if so, how?
In many different ways. I think Microsoft will be closer to what we'll be looking at. I think Facebook and Google are very good friends, and also some form of competitors. I don't want to call them that, but yeah, it should be very sensible.
It's good company to have, good competitors.
Yeah. So do I see them as acquirers? No, I don't. But I think the likes of Microsoft, more like guys who are more enterprise-driven.
Right.
So we do think that there are opportunities.
Right.
Right now we are.
I mean, that's for your business, but more broadly for within the sort of as actors in the ecosystem.
The way I see it, I think these companies have quite a bit of skill that they can, and they can build out the skill out of the valley. They don't need to. There isn't anything unique that on the internet side needs to be built out of Africa. I haven't seen that they need to buy a company locally.
Right.
I haven't seen that. But I think on the enterprise side, I think that there could be a couple of things that can
Would you agree with that?
I agree with that completely.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Will we start, or do you think that you'll start to see them get more active and actually start to, because there are a lot of, they're sponsoring accelerators and they're working with like workspaces and
I think they will play a role in developing or building the ecosystem. I think that's, I mean, you're right. You see accelerators, incubators, and all of that stuff. So I think they have a very important role, and they are playing that role in building the tech ecosystem. But in terms of being, potential acquirers, I don't think so. It just isn't. They don't need to be an acquirer to continue to be successful. So I don't think we're going to get a lot of that interest. But it's great to have them as part of the ecosystem. Facebook has opened an incubator in Nigeria. Google has invested in a number of incubators and accelerators. So that's great for building the ecosystem. But I don't think that they're going to be strong participants in the acquisition and the company building process.
How much of an issue is sort of political stability or instability when you think about the ecosystem and how it's developing? Should that be a concern? Should investors be worried about that as they think about putting capital to work in Nigeria or?
I think, to be honest, I mean, the tech sector is one that has been, in a sense, quite immune from political uncertainty. We've seen it in Nigeria, where the tech sectors continue to grow, by leaps and bounds. At some point, it was actually driving the economy, even though there was political uncertainty. And I think that because of the kind of businesses that they're in, this is mostly, B2C, B2B businesses. They are, in a sense, there's not that much government involvement. These companies will continue to grow despite some of the uncertainty that we see in different countries. So I really don't see that as being an issue, quite honestly.
And if you were to sort of have the audience take away sort of one or two lessons or thoughts about what's happening in the African ecosystem right now to the investors and entrepreneurs that are in the audience, what would that be? What would you want them to know about the ecosystem now, where it is, and sort of what's going on?
It's a huge market. There are some very strong entrepreneurs in the market that are doing extremely interesting things that can actually be commercially successful. And it's a market that needs a lot of capital and a lot of experienced talent to really become what it can be.
Yeah, I would say two things. Number one is there is very competitive and very strong entrepreneurs. That would be one. And there's appetite on both sides. So people have very big dreams, and there is investors who have quite a bit of appetite for interesting opportunities.
And with that, I'm afraid we're out of time. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for participating in the panel. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, what's up? So this is my last appearance up here for this show in particular. And I just wanted to say that, yeah, thanks, Ingrid. Everyone's like, please go. No, I just wanted to say, there are a lot of people that work really, really hard to put this show on. And so I would just like to tell you guys a little bit about them, and then we can give them a round of applause together at the end. So those people are the events team, including Emma Camo, Leslie Hitchcock, and Alex Ames. Richard Smith, Mike Butcher, Roman, and Ingrid did a lot of work around programming and getting these amazing speakers on stage. Our amazing speakers who flew from far away and also came locally to come and teach us a little something. On the business side, Joey Hinson and Ned Desmond did a lot of work. We have social and video teams making sure that all of this gets out to the world. Nisha Tombe, who did excellent work coaching our Battlefield companies. I know you guys have strong feelings for her. Yes, she put in a lot of work. Our Battlefield companies themselves, who deserve to pat themselves on the back, you guys did amazing. And Anthony Ha, who sits up in the heat. Go Anthony, he's great as well. David Weil, Emily Daniels, and the entire 511 Productions team who works really hard for us to make sure that you guys can see and hear everything. Those of you out in the audience who said, Jordan, we really like you and think you're funny, there was about 7 of you. Special thanks to you guys. And the entire editorial team who works really hard to cover this event, to be up here and moderate. We fly from far distances because we want to bring this to you guys. So it has been, I always say pleasure and a privilege, but you guys have been particularly difficult. And I don't want to lie to you, but I really do sincerely hope that you enjoyed this show. And we'll see you again next year. Thank you guys so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage TechCrunch Chief Operating Officer, Ned Desmond.
Hello, everyone. We're going to find out who won the Startup Battlefield in just a minute. But before we do that, we have to thank our sponsors, because there's no way that we could put on such a great show with great speakers and great Startup Battlefield contestants without the support of these amazing sponsors. So I'm just going to read off their names. Maybe we can give them a great round of applause, and then we'll find out who won. So the gold sponsors are Freshfields Brookhouse Derringer, Here Technologies, Rent24.com, Universe, Visa, Squirrel AI Learning. The bronze sponsors are Companisto, European Innovation Council, and Mercedes-Benz. And the basic sponsors are Hutoma AI, Lisk, Otter, Own, Techstars, and Beyond. Let's have a big round of applause for these great sponsors. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage the editor-in-chief of TechCrunch, Matthew Panzarino, and the leader of our Battlefield operation, Nisha Tambe. Thank you very much.
Hello, 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 everyone. Okay, so we had a great competition. We saw a bunch of wonderful companies. It's amazing that you all stuck around to see the winner and to see the pitches. I know they appreciate it. So just one more time, let's give a hand to all of the companies that participated in the Battlefield. Okay, so now we're going to announce first the runner-up and then the winner of the competition. What'd you think? Do you think it was a good batch?
I think it was a great batch. I think all the startups that competed over the past couple of days have done an exceptional job, and it was definitely a very competitive final round as well.
Cool. Well, I mean, it's always hard to you never do want to judge one batch against another, but they just keep getting better, so I think it's easy to say it's one of our best ones yet. So.
Definitely.
Okay, great. So what we're going to do is we're going to announce the runner-up. The runner-up for TechCrunch Disrupt Battlefield Berlin 2018 is Imago AI.
Woo!
Come on up.
Right on this side.
We've got a little consolation prize for you. Thank you kindly. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Let's get a picture here.
Yeah, and we gotta take a picture right over here.
Excellent. All right, well, give him a big hand. Thank you so much. All right. Are you ready? You want to go ahead and announce it for us?
Awesome. So the judges thought that this company was breaking ground in a new area, and for this reason, and that they would have a good access to a new market. And our winner for the TechCrunch Disrupt Startup Battlefield Berlin is Legacy. Come on up.
Hey! Congratulations.
Great job. Congratulations. Here you go. All right. Let's take a picture. Yeah. Yeah, you got it. Come on.
Excellent. Give him a big hand. Thank you all very much.
Here you go.
Thank you for coming. We'll see you next year.
All right, welcome.
If I can have all of the Battlefield teams, please come onto the stage for a team photo.
All right.